You're going to be like, wow, wild. I can't believe you found this video.
Mm-hmm.
You'll never believe who came out with the latest statement, bro.
Hello, Vosh. You have to cool it with the horse stuff, pal. Look, I get it. We all have to push.
What is happening?
There are lines, and horses, well, that crosses one of my lines. Vosh, I'm not saying this to attack you. I'm just worried.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Horses. I'll be watching. Hello.
My favorite is the maid coming in on the background. This is deep fake.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. So that's why I think the maid coming in on the background is the funniest. Like, this is clearly a guy. You can see the eyes really give it away.
Yeah.
So it's a guy doing a Chris Hansen impression with Chris Hansen's like face on it, right? You see, like, funny. I think the eyes are the biggest giveaway.
Hello, Vosh. You have to cool it with the horse stuff, pal. Look, I get it. We all have to push boundaries sometimes, but there are lines, and
it's a pretty good one.
That crosses one of my lines. Vosh, I'm not saying this to attack you. I'm just worried.
There's some shifting that you can see.
Yeah.
But yeah. I wouldn't have known it was fake if I didn't actually like check. Speaking about the anti-deepfake club,
Mr. Kirshner, all of this must have a cost.
He said it never happened. He said the Holocaust never happened.
Thank you, Jared Kushner.
Did that double?
No.
Awesome. All right, let's.
Not for me.
Check.
Not the best source.
Yeah, it's fine to me.
Fuck.
We'll see what happens when you start sharing, though.
We're in fucking business.
Whatever video you want to start with. Hello, Fudge.
Hi.
That's a cool profile picture.
What is it?
Fudge. Duh.
Like. Okay.
It's a chocolate square thing. Duh.
All right, swap to my share.
What do you mean? YouTube is going to take forever, don't you know?
Don't you know?
Yeah. I'm just fixing some cameras.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, my name's Carl.
Hi, Carl.
Hi, Carl.
I don't know who this is. I'm sure other people do. I just thought it sounded something that you would laugh at. So
that's why I wanted to watch it, because it looked funny.
I stole it from Adventure Time.
Actually, it's Jake, but I go by Carl now, and I am a communist. Ruski? Vladimir Putin? More like Vladimir Putin might boot up the ass of any capitalist I could find.
You want to look at the lens? Okay. Do you want to look at my
lens?
This
is the skit.
This reminds me of the memes that I've been seeing recently of like they'll ask people in the gym and they'll be like,
I was hoping this was going to be actually talking to 5-year-olds who are 14-year-olds who are communists.
As well, but
also I think they're making fun of Hassan because there's a mansion and a pool behind him. I think this is subtly making fun of Hassan.
You might be right.
Your lens?
Yeah, my lens right here.
I think you mean our lens, comrade. Hey, does your girlfriend send you nudes?
Yeah, sometimes. I mean,
our nudes.
I'm done with this.
My airdrop's on.
What? Boring.
My airdrop is on? You want to share?
Oh, like we haven't heard these jokes before, bro. It's so original, bro. You put a fucking commie hat on and then you came up with the most unoriginal our phone, our girlfriend joke. We get it. Move on. I mean, next video.
I want to he's segmented it out.
No, it sucks. Watch it later on your own time. Sucks.
Fine.
Shit video. Thumbs down it.
Done. It's very slow. Harvard subpoenaed. Let's go with this one. All right, let's test sound.
A doofus.
All good?
I didn't hear anything.
A doofus.
Okay, I heard that time.
Right now, a House committee has subpoenaed Harvard.
Did you hear too?
No.
Excellent.
University for obstructing its anti-Semitism investigation. This is the first time in more than 150 years.
I found a surprise one when I was editing something and I kept it. You know how sometimes I'll cut you saying funny things?
Yeah.
You have more than enough to hire competent hackers and ruin your competition.
Swallow your food. Holy shit.
Okay, first of all, you have more.
Makers have subpoenaed a university. Harvard now has until March 4th to submit key materials related to all
You could definitely trim it up a bit. I reckon cut the gap between when I say "holy shit" and that'd be perfect.
anti-Semitic incidents since January of 2021. Our Jay O'Brien is following this from the Hill for us. So, Jay, let's talk about why this committee is doing this now, and what exactly do they hope to gain?
Well, remember, Kara, this committee has been laser focused on anti-Semitism on college campuses for the past few months since the outbreak of the Israel-Hamas war. They held that very public hearing, you'll recall, with the presidents of 3 Ivy League institutions, one of them who was Claudine Gay, who was then the president of Harvard. The committee now says that Harvard has not turned over key materials that the committee believes are key to their investigation. What exact materials the committee wants is still somewhat unclear, but they want things dating back years to show what the committee alleges may be a pattern here. So that's why they issued these subpoenas. Now, Harvard hit back and said,
This is so funny because like you've got the far right being like Jews run everything, they run the universities, they run the media, they run Hollywood, and now you've got these guys saying that there's nothing but anti-Semitism in universities.
What do you think, the lizard people are in charge? Is that what you think?
Which one is it? I want to know, please.
they've been cooperating with the committee. They believe that this is an overreach on the committee's part. Harvard has sent the committee 3,000 pages worth of documents. So Harvard's point of view is they are cooperating in this ongoing House investigation. The committee says they want more out of Harvard, and that's why they issued what you noted are these historic subpoenas.
Just House Republicans. It's just a House thing, I think.
Oh, I know, but what is the committee?
I didn't hear it. Maybe they'll say it.
So has Harvard responded to the subpoena?
Yeah, they said in a sense that, as I noted, they said they've been cooperating with the committee, that they are discouraged by the fact that the committee felt the need to compel this information out of Harvard because Harvard says it's been cooperating with this ongoing probe.
Oh my God, it's almost like politics are so fucking fake now.
It says the House Committee on Education and Workforce.
Because, like, I say, even though we do education and workforce, so they regulate the colleges. So, like, while we do, like, even though we do global stuff, being America-centric, right? Like, I hope it points out these patterns in all governments. And the United States is just the most obvious there is in, like, the, like, Euro hemisphere, which I'm considering them Euro because they're a colonized Euro nation.
Yeah. The committee's also looking into Columbia, MIT, and Pennsylvania. So
of course they are. Why? Because people said there shouldn't be a genocide in Gaza, probably.
Yeah, criminals. Really, definitely worth an investigation because
they said from the river to the sea, and the campus allowed it.
Crazy free
suddenly
speech
against free speech.
Wild.
Remember, it's almost like the Republicans are the one that regulate free speech the most.
Yeah, was it the 60s when they had that free speech thing at Berkeley? I think that was the 60s. You know, where they like, protested in favor of free speech, and now the government, who's supposed to not be able to do this because of the First Amendment.
Yeah, this was like they did a Supreme Court case on that, right?
I think they did, yeah. But yeah, so that's kind of interesting. It's
I can't believe these people are making me support Ivy League institutions.
Like it's actually insane that like this is such a breach of the First Amendment. It's just using identity to attack people for political reasons. It's literally a breach of the First Amendment.
So you know the Ian Mile Chong stuff?
Yeah.
I was watching, like, I saw somebody do this, but I didn't understand the joke at the time. Call it, like, web autism. I don't know. But I was the, like, internet news guys, you know?
Yeah.
They were talking about how people were making jokes saying that, oh, you mean the guy who sells me weed when I go to Malaysia? Because it was supposed to, like, joke to incriminate him more. And I was like, oh! That's why. Crazy.
Its then president go to that very public hearing, as you said, but giving, as I mentioned, thousands of pages of documents over to this
this
Republican-led
lady.
investigation.
Oh my God.
Nonetheless, the committee says they don't believe that's enough.
This lady is the
They say
worst.
Harvard
Look at her,
has
bro.
not turned
She
over-
literally, she looks like killer clowns from outer space, bro. Tell me she doesn't look like killer clowns from outer space.
She fucking does. That's so funny. Oh my God.
Despite congressional requests, that's why they're issuing this mandate. A subpoena is non-negotiable. You have to comply with a congressional subpoena or Congress can hold you in contempt. That's why the committee believes it's taking this step.
What if Congress is breaching the First Amendment? What happens then? What happens when this committee is breaching the First Amendment protections under the under universities? So yeah, that's what I really want to know. I think that they should countersue as a to challenge it on the ground of the First Amendment and tell them to go fuck themselves. That's what they should do. It's Harvard.
You know what? Then you already know Ben Shapiro's going to be like, oh, certainly Harvard cares about free speech now.
Of course
as soon as it comes to anti-Semitism, they care about free speech, but everything else, they shut it down.
That's just not true, though. That's the
I
thing.
know. But we are. Well, I'm just look.
I know.
Challenge me on it when it happens.
All right, if it happens, and Ben Shapiro reacts like that, we'll make sure we remember that it was this stream that we said it.
No, we won't.
We definitely won't. Someone will.
No, they won't.
They want these documents out of Harvard.
We're seeing a lot of changes at one of the most prestigious universities, that's for sure. Jay, thank you.
Hi.
Shush.
Hi.
Impeaching Biden.
Oh, you're gonna love this. I was almost gonna make this the head story.
Okay.
But it's just so stupid, and the other stuff is actually relevant to like society. I was gonna put another Hunter Biden cock update.
An FBI informant.
Oh, I just
You're gonna love
and
this.
broke it.
It's so funny.
Linked to special counsel David Weiss's investigation into Hunter Biden is facing charges for allegedly providing false information about President Biden, his son Hunter, including lying about the allegations that the Bidens took millions of dollars in bribes. Now, the Justice Department says Alexander Smirnov, who has been a confidential source for the FBI for over a decade, was arrested yesterday after returning from a trip abroad. The 37-page indictment alleges Smirnov provided false and derogatory information to the FBI.
I thought the FBI was out to get Donald Trump, though. Are you telling me that this guy is facing 25 years? Good.
Which guy? Trump or Hunter?
The guy who lied.
Good. Yeah, fuck that guy. Hope
Good luck in prison, FBI.
Yeah. Good luck, fucking snitch.
Literal
career snitch. Career snitch.
You're with the mob that you took down. Good. See you later.
Energy company Burisma. The Burisma allegations are a key part of House Republicans' push to impeach President Biden. The president reacted this afternoon saying the impeachment inquiry should be dropped, calling it a, quote, outrageous effort from the very beginning. Joining me now on set is NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley. Ryan, thanks for being here. So what do we know about this informant, and what do we know about how these charges came about?
Yeah, so he's a 43-year-old, and he has been an informant for the FBI since about 2010. So he's about when he was 30 is when he joined. And what happened is in the middle of the 2020 campaign, as then former Vice President Biden is running, he makes this false allegation.
He's too busy getting high to think about anything like that.
About Hunter Biden and Joe Biden. So really set off this chain of events with that false allegation in the middle of the campaign.
So, Ryan, I've spoken to a number of Republicans prior to this impeachment inquiry really getting underway. And they said, look, the challenge is there's no smoking gun. Now you have this wrench that has been thrown into everything. How might it impact The impeachment inquiry, James Comer says he's planning to move forward with it.
I mean, it really
Of
does
course
gut the
he is.
argument. If you just look
His
at
name is
factually
James
what they've
Comer.
argued, they've pointed to this over and over and over again and said, this is our best evidence. In fact, Jim Jordan said that directly. This is our best evidence, pointing to it, saying, this is it. This is, look, we have this confidential human source who said this back in the day. We're looking into it. Now they're trying to pivot and say this wasn't as big of a deal.
Yeah.
If you want to use a Monty Python reference, it's sort of, this is only a flesh wound, right? Tis but a scratch. But it is really essential to their case. And Elise Stefanik has repeatedly referred to it and said, this is some of the best evidence they had. So it really does do some damage factually to the case that the Republicans have been advancing against the president.
Okay, Ryan Riley, we'll all have to go back and watch our Monty Python.
Oh my God.
Do you watch TV when you're here in America? Do you ever watch TV?
Why not?
Why not? Yeah. Oprah or Springer?
I didn't say only news.
That
Two
would be
suspects
Springer.
are now charged in connection with Wednesday's shooting in Kansas.
Very
Huh?
long.
Yeah,
That was
but they're
very
good
long.
for covering the silence between switching
That's true.
videos.
That is true.
Kansas City.
Yeah, nearly 24 people were shot. One
But yeah, so this is a follow-up to what we did yesterday.
person died. Investigators
Thursday?
Whatever.
Thursday. Whatever it was.
say they don't believe the shooting was related to terrorism or homegrown violent extremism. Here's
America,
ABC's
we're the
Morgan Norwood with the
Mujahideen.
details from Kansas City.
We're the Mujahideen.
2 juvenile suspects are facing multiple charges in this deadly shooting that sent thousands running for cover during the Kansas City.
Well, I guess that's right where it was happening. Right here. Move your
You
screen.
can literally see them.
You can see everybody scatter.
How high quality
charges
can you
in
throw
this-
that in?
It's already in 1080.
Deadly shooting that sent thousands running for cover
Here, like right here. You just see a whole form.
during the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl victory parade.
This appeared to be a dispute between several people that ended in gunfire.
Authorities aren't naming the 2 suspects due to their age, but they say they face gun-related and resistance.
Yeah, they're not naming them because of their age, but if they were 18, you better fucking believe that their faces and names would be all fucking over the place. Because the media doesn't give a shit. They don't care. The only reason that they don't show the faces of minors because it's against the law. That's the only reason. Everybody needs to know this. The media has no ethics.
Remember what I said from the start, though? It was 2 people shooting at each other, and
Yes.
they
Yeah, you
missed
did.
because they were holding their guns sideways.
Arrest charges. 2 men seen in this video being praised by police
Oh, there it is.
for taking down
Nice.
one of the suspects.
I didn't hesitate. It was just do it.
I heard that get him. I saw a flash next to me.
23 people shot, at least half of them children.
They're probably
Some of
going to
the
get to
injured
meet the
taken
entire
to
team now, too.
The kids.
The guy who tackled them. and
Yeah,
jumped into action.
100%.
The team was on the stage when it happened.
Jesus. I thought they were just inside, like, signing autographs, doing meet and greets. I didn't realize they were actually on stage.
That's what I heard.
Children's Hospital.
We treated 12 patients, 11 of which were children ranging in ages from 6 to 15.
They sent the they already sent players to the hospital to see the kids. I saw that.
Yeah, okay, that doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, Patrick Mahomes seems like a pretty good dude. I imagine he'd do it whether he was made to do it by the team or not.
Of those children were treated with gunshot wounds.
13-year-old Cash Adams spoke with ABC affiliate KMBC.
Yeah,
He
but
says he
did we ever
tracked down
think
an
that now Cash has not only just a cool name, but a cool story for the rest of his life?
He does. He does indeed.
officer after being
Anytime he's at a bar, he can be like, "Hey, I've been shot."
You remember that time where Kansas City won the Super Bowl and people got shot at the
Yeah, I got to meet
at
the whole
party?
team just
Yeah,
because I got
me.
shot in the leg. That was fine. It didn't even hurt, really.
It went straight through. It was just a flesh wound.
stray bullet.
There was a lot of chaos, a lot of screaming.
He says that officer stayed with him in the medical tent.
Mine was very minor, thankfully, but there were people with major injuries coming in.
One victim.
Wow, terrible edit cut there at the end.
Yeah, awful edits. Like that kid. He's very confident. He's very
He was
good
still
in the camera.
talking,
That
and
was
they
good.
couldn't cut his right after the
Mhm.
T fast enough.
Yeah.
Tragically was killed 43-year-old Lisa Lopez Galvan. The community coming together Thursday evening to remember the mother of 2 and local radio host.
See, this is how you should report on mass shootings.
Even though it wasn't a
Victims'
mass shooting.
faces, sure. but I'm saying in general. This is generally how you should report on mass shootings. No faces, no names, just victims. It's not that hard. It really isn't.
Senseless. Senseless. And it's just so hard to understand.
Jacob Gooch Sr., his wife, and 13-year-old son caught in the crossfire. They're now recovering from gunshot wounds to their feet and legs.
Feet and legs. So they really weren't focused on shooting at each other. They were just wildly firing.
Yeah, and low.
Like they'll get they'll probably get was it second degree homicide, and then reckless endangerment and causing harm
minors.
with a deadly weapon or something
They're
like
minors.
that. They'll probably
They'll get a plea.
You reckon?
Yeah, they might not even do time. If the plea, because like at least one of them shouldn't do time probably, but he'll be like on like a probationary thing, like because like the the girls who like stabbed that girl, the Slender Man girls.
Yes, yeah.
We stabbed her like 20 times and she lived.
They ruled it like temporary insanity or something, didn't they?
Yeah. I mean, well, go watch the interview.
I know the
interview
story
with them.
Yeah.
It's no, but the police interview with the two girls. It's wild. It's like very clear insanity, right? They're like totally detached from reality. But the one girl is out, and she's like on a like psychiatric like outpatient thing. But one of the girls did the stabbing. The one who did the stabbing is trying to be on the same type of psychiatric thing because I think they're above 18 now.
Yeah, that would make sense. It was a fair few years ago.
But she's in an institution.
Yeah, it does sound very ominous without context.
Yeah, it's like like before you do the no Russian mission.
Yeah.
And good morning to you, Jan. Breaking right here at the live desk, U.S. Central Command is reportedly taking out more defensive strikes and also cyber attacks against Houthi terrorists. At the same time,
cyber
Houthis
attacks?
are striking
Oh my God!
In the Gulf,
the future of warfare,
vowing not to stop its attacks until a ceasefire is achieved.
What do you mean we can do cyber? What is so? Wait, you're telling me the Houthis have infrastructure that can be cyber attacked? Are you telling me that? Whoa, crazy! You think their infrastructure was set up by Iran, and these are pathways that we have into Iran that we're now burning on the Houthis? Do you think these cyber attacks might have anything with them like picking targets wrong and bombing an Iranian vessel?
Maybe.
The price of global shipping containers jumping right here more than 300% from November of last year to January.
Numbers don't jump.
Did you really need to walk over to a separate screen for the graphic?
Yes, because that keeps people watching. It jingles the keys for them.
Direct result of the chaos in the Red Sea. Their targets have been vessels with commercial ties to the U.S., Britain, or even Israel.
How many? This is the like one video they always. Anytime you report on the Houthis, this is the video. It's like how ISIS had this video. It's like an armored vehicle, and it's doing a donut in the town square where they do all the executions after they like take it. It's always that video that they show with ISIS.
We probably get fucking hit if we show the video. I'm pretty sure that's why we got hit last time.
Capitol Hill this morning. The strikes continue after the U.S. announced Thursday it seized an Iranian weapons shipment in January that was destined for the terror group. That seizure is part of a wide global effort to counter the strikes. More details as they come in right here at the live desk, Jan.
Crazy. Okay.
In the day's other headlines, Houthi rebels in Yemen targeted another ship in the Red Sea in retaliation for Israel's offensive in Gaza. The cargo ship was in the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, headed for Iran, the rebels' main backer. Officials reported minor damage and no injuries among the crew. Houthi attacks have continued despite U.S. and British airstrikes against them.
Yeah.
Former President Trump.
You're just going to gloss over that they hit Iran there?
You're just going to ignore that?
This is just a wrap. It's just headlines, you know? So, which is what we want, because it's basically what we're going to cover anyway.
To continue a delay in his election subversion trial in Washington. The emergency appeal was expected. It asks to keep the case on hold pending a final ruling on whether Mr. Trump is immune from prosecution. The High Court is also considering a separate appeal of efforts to remove him from state ballots. It's unclear when decisions might come. The U.S. Senate is poised to hold 2 more key procedural votes tonight on $95 billion in aid for Ukraine and Israel. The package cleared its first hurdle on Sunday and could reach a final vote by Wednesday. Most Republicans are still demanding changes in U.S. border policy after blocking a measure that included border reform provisions. That was a prominent issue in today's debate.
We should not send.
We got a question for you.
Are there any good Islamic military orgs? They all seem all far right and gay. Okay, so the Taliban are definitely the most gay. The question is, are there any that aren't far right? Not really. There is some like weird offshoot things that you'll see here and there that are really relevant. Like they'll be like in Pakistan, like you might have like, who knows? I don't know if this is true, but you might have like an Ahmadi like group or something, or a Baloch groups as well. They're they're technically nationalist, but they're obviously Muslim, you know. But as far as like good Islamic orgs, the ones that are fighting in Ukraine, all the good ones went to Ba'athis are leftist though. Ba'athis aren't Muslim. Like Saddam was like, it's like a secular Muslim. And they are technically socialist. They're national socialist. When we just have to acknowledge that that's just like crazy. It's like not anything like socialism.
Yeah, they're Nazis.
It's a completely different type of like social policy.
A dime to Ukraine until our borders are fully secured. We have already given Ukraine more than...
Hey, dickheads, you did this. Could have been. But you guys...
back in the day, before the Iraq War, Kurdish Al-Qaeda was kind of cool. They eventually like became ISIS now and still are kind of like basically ISIS. So they're not cool anymore. They were basically Al-Qaeda in Iraq before the Iraq War, but they were like anti-Saddam fighters. And the guy who ran it is like, honestly, for like militant leaders in the like Islamist world, I think he probably, like, besides bin Laden, he's the most well-spoken. And he says things about like Al-Qaeda being a revolutionary force. And this is like, he didn't believe they did 9/11. Most people in Al-Qaeda didn't, because Al-Qaeda said it wasn't us, it's an inside job to frame us because they don't want our mission. And everyone believed that. While claiming they did it at the same time, you know how it is. But like he would say that like the Al-Qaeda is allowing them to be Lenin of the revolution and like shit like that. But also talk about how communists are evil and stuff. Very interesting whack job.
20 billion. This is more than enough money to secure every border in our country.
These are enormously high stakes
of
the
Gremlin.
national security package.
Is that what I called him last time? What did I call him last time?
I don't know.
Pretty.
He's very gremlin pilled.
Democracy.
Also, do the tie properly. It's not that hard.
Are you kidding me? You
It's a
know,
down
this guy
payment.
literally rolled off like a mattress that has springs sticking out of it. Like literal fold out couch mattress, wiped the cereal off of him, and like put this on.
For the survival
You
of
know how
Western
this man
democracy and the
lives.
survival of American values.
The aid bill faces an uncertain fate in the Republican-controlled House. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has canceled a trip to Brussels tomorrow to meet with NATO
stop
ministers
violating
on
his HIPAA
Ukraine aid.
rights.
Pentagon
God,
officials say
let the
that
guy
follows
fucking
his hospitalization on
we don't
Sunday
need to fucking
with
monitor
bladder
his fucking butthole
complications from
cancer,
prostate
guys.
cancer surgery.
Give the guy some
fucking leave
fucking
him alone.
Doctor
privacy.
said today he had non-surgical procedures to correct the problem and is expected to recover fully.
He had butthole surgery. Thanks for
Pakistan,
telling us.
Thousands of supporters of former Prime Minister Imran Khan protested last week's parliamentary elections.
Oh man, look
he
at
is
she's
jailed, but his
pronouncing
loyalists
everything
ran as
correctly.
independents and won the most seats. In protests over the weekend and again today, they claimed they might have won an outright majority in parliament, but they charged that the
I
outcome
love
was
that guy.
rigged.
That guy's my favorite guy
Instead,
of all
two
time.
other parties are now in talks to form a government. A UN report today offers a grim assessment of the world's migratory
Death
species.
Stranding.
The authors studied nearly 1,200 species, from songbirds to whales to sea turtles. They concluded that about 44% of the species are
That makes sense.
declining in population. They also assessed that more than 1/5 are threatened with extinction. The report blamed habitat loss, illegal hunting, climate change, and other factors. Back in this country, the Kansas City Chiefs are celebrating their third Super Bowl win in 5 years.
Nice.
They beat the San Francisco 49ers in Las Vegas last night, 25-22, claiming the NFL title for a second straight year.
What do you expect from
Quarterback
PBS other
Patrick
than
Mahomes
this?
won his
Oh, it's
third Super
PBS?
Bowl MVP
Yeah.
award, and he was already looking
I don't know.
ahead.
PBS did this.
We'll celebrate the parade,
I
and I'm-
appreciate the fact that it exists, but they basically have this show that they put out, and I watched a few episodes, and I'm fine with it. But so it's like basically like Origins, it's called, but they do like a show that's about like Native history and stuff, and the perspective they give is a little too biased to like not acknowledge
Okay.
the time period, you know? And so like they did this story on Pocahontas, and like they said her specific tribe name, and I was like, wait. That's not what tribe she was from. She was from the Powhatans. And like I had to read through multiple things to figure out that she is a specific sect of the Powhatans, even though her dad is literally Powhatan. Like that's his name, is like Chief Powhatan.
Interesting.
But like the way they framed it, they connected it to the crisis today where women are like missing and shit, and how often they're murdered today, saying that she was the first and said that she was poisoned. And it's like, this is like, these things gotta stay separate. You know, like
it's a bit of a reach.
because like she was an emissary, and like so like while she was captured at one point and stuff, like it was like her role as an emissary. There was like tons of captures going back and forth, and like the thing is that there's not like her diary for her story. So the accounts that we have are largely going to be from like the settlers. Well, they're going to be from the settlers who are like going to make themselves sound better. So like when we talk about her getting baptized into the faith and her totally willing to do it, we don't know if she was.
Yeah.
You know, and like apparently they were in love when they got that marriage. Because even then it wasn't like, you know, it would be like better for him to take a wife back home to come to a new land and marry somebody here. But then it's like that, then you get into the whole like, oh, fetishization stuff. And it's like, okay, I'm just going to back up. And so like, they don't know if the poisoning has been proposed as one of her possible deaths. But like, it's more than likely that because she got on like a ship to voyage to England,
she got sick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, which you could still say is poisoning if you frame it in a certain context. Like if you frame it as like she was kidnapped and taken away from her people.
Yes.
And she died from illness, it would be poisoning.
Yeah.
In that regard. So
you could argue
I
that.
appreciate that it exists, but it's a little too pop history. But it's also, I'm fine with pop history if it gives people basic knowledge of like past history and stuff. But like also I think somebody posted, they were talking about the Pocahontas movie, and they said it's way too like double-sided. Like, or like making like both sides look bad or something. And like, or it was like something, I don't know. But the point is that like the tribe that was there, like the primary like Powhatan tribe that was there was like very complex. To like make them tree huggers and stuff and be able to talk to trees and stuff is, you know. And also like they killed people, like, and it wasn't because, hey, you're intruding on our land, because it wasn't their land. It wasn't the Powhatan land that they were like hitting and raiding. It was so like everyone was fighting each other. There was other tribes, all other Algonquin-based tribes that were fighting the Powhatan as well. Just like how like the Aztecs were like dicks to everyone, so everyone united against them. So like they like the Powhatan actually really liked John Smith. And
Okay.
he hated Radcliffe and he liked John Smith. And so like they sent Radcliffe back to England,
Okay.
right? And so like John Smith was there and things got so bad that they started eating each other, the colonists. They literally had to resort to cannibalism. And then
Wild.
Radcliffe like comes back and like takes over again. And Powhatan is like, hey, you want some bread? And he's like, okay. And he goes to get the bread baskets and they all capture him. And they told Radcliffe that he was going to get an honorable death. And the only accounting we have is the witness who they let live. So like take it or leave it if this actually happened. But they said that they put him on a stick and barbecued him over a fire while girls came out with mussel shells and raked his flesh off while he was alive.
Epic.
So he really did not like Radcliffe, it sounds.
Yeah, it certainly sounds like it.
And I'm like, why isn't that in the movie?
It's too brutal. It's too real. You have to romanticize everything.
Do whatever I can to be back in this game next year and trying to go for that three-peat. I'm going to celebrate with my guys because of how we done this. But then we're going to work our way to get back to this game next year.
No team has ever won the NFL championship 3 years in a row. And
The
on Wall
Patriots
Street,
didn't?
stocks stayed near
No, they
record
didn't.
levels despite losses in the tech sector. The Dow Jones Industrial Average gained
Oh, no.
125 points to close at 30.
We don't care now.
Stocks. Oh no. Give Ukraine more, Israel less, and make immigration easier.
Yemen's
See, it was that easy. I mean, they tried.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
The militants have hit another cargo ship in the Red Sea, and this time there is a
Why is he yelling?
puzzle
Nothing
about
to
their
see
choice
here.
of target.
Nothing to claim here for promoting
Houthi
violence. It's just
spokesman
me
said
up
Monday
here.
that the
Not
boat
there's
carrier
nobody
MV
behind me.
Star Iris was American-owned, but public data show it is actually Greek-owned and was bound for Iran with a cargo of corn. Since Iran is seen as the Houthis' main backer, that was a surprise. Previously, the Houthis have mistake with many in or dramatic freighters
We're
forced
covering
to
it. It's
take
fine.
safer but much longer routes. This week saw dramatic evidence of the
Nothing to
impact,
see here.
with thousands of animals disembarking in Australia after 6 weeks
Hey, that's
stuck
us.
at sea. A cargo ship carrying 14,000 sheep and 2,000 cattle was ordered back to port after being unable to proceed through the Red Sea. That's just the latest sign that the attacks are delaying or halting the delivery of goods to global markets.
We know. But what about them attack? What did Iran say about their ship getting bombed?
Nobody's talking about it.
They're like, oh, it was an accident.
I don't know why nobody's talking about it.
We've seen escalations over the last 4 months.
I guess we're going to Israel. Is there any more Houthi stuff?
No. I mean, we're kind of speeding through news because we want to do more silly stuff.
Oh, I'm going to
This
turn
me?
this down because it's grossly loud. Ugh.
رفع حد غني اوف اوف جاوبها لك لكن كف.
Several times at Israel's northern border. This is being qualified as perhaps one of the most serious.
This does seem to be stepping up a notch. The chief of staff of the Israeli army was up touring the north today, visiting local troops and trying to reassure people from the area, saying that Israel was about to carry out a new series of strikes on Lebanon and said that this will be
Look, TYT just
offensive
threw
in
their
nature.
shit over them, and now we have our
Yeah.
shit over TYTs. This is what I'm talking about. This is how, like, the reacception has been around for a long time. News has been doing it for a long time.
Yeah.
And that they will use all the tools and capacities at their disposal.
A new series of strikes that will be offensive in nature. So keep those words in mind as I give you the
They're gonna
details of this
offend you.
ever-expanding war in the Middle East, because Israel is now carrying out widespread airstrikes in Lebanon following Hezbollah's rocket attack of an IDF base, which killed one Israeli soldier.
Which followed Israel's earlier bombings of Lebanon.
Yes. So the back and forth, the tit for tat bombings have been going on since the beginning of this latest war on Gaza. Now, Hezbollah is one of the Iran-backed militant groups that is retaliating against Israel for its brutal military operations in the Gaza Strip. Israel is responding in kind.
Look, it's a cool flag.
Yeah.
It's a pretty cool flag.
Yeah. I think the IRGC
bombing
logo is pretty sick, just in general.
But the situation is starting to get a little out of control, to say the least, because
I think the
it was
yellow
mostly
and green looks
confined
great, though.
Yes.
To the border area between Lebanon and Israel. Now Israel is bombing further inland. Now, Hezbollah says that they plan to retaliate over the latest round of strikes, which has killed more civilians, many of whom happen to be children. So let's give you the details on that. Hezbollah said on Thursday that Israel would pay the price for killing 10 civilians, including 5 children in southern Lebanon, the deadliest day for Lebanese civilians.
Nobody wags fingers harder than Hezbollah, bro.
Across the Lebanese-Israeli border. The enemy will pay the price for these crimes, Hezbollah politician Hassan Fadlallah told Reuters, saying Hezbollah had a legitimate right to defend its people. Now, 7 of the civilians that were killed were in Nabateh, which is further inland. It is not a border town, and so that is what's causing quite a bit of alarm internationally. Late on Wednesday is when this strike happened, and it was considered a rare Israeli strike considering how inland it was.
Okay.
Now, it hit a multi-story building in the southern city of Lebanon. The dead were...
So what is Israel's justification for bombing foreign countries?
They're sharing a border.
Hezbollah? Hezbollah? Is that
Well,
all?
they're terrorists. They're not a legitimate state group, even though they are. They're literally part of the. They're literally. Their party is literally in the government. So that would be like saying that, like, you can bomb the PUK Peshmerga because the KDP is the recognized government.
Yeah.
From the same extended family and included 3 children. The UN is asking both parties to turn the temperature down, but that's unlikely to happen
guys.
at this
It's over
point.
the line.
Andrea Tenetti, who is a spokesperson for UNIFIL, the UN's peacekeeping force in Lebanon, said it had noted a concerning shift in the exchanges of fire,
what a shit job.
including targeting.
What?
Just
Being a
working for the
spokesman.
UN in Lebanon in general, just historically shit job. Especially back
areas
in the
far
day,
from the blue line, the current demarcation between the countries. The Israeli military said it had killed a commander in Hezbollah's elite Radwan unit, his commander, and another operative in a precise airstrike. Obviously, it wasn't precise enough considering the civilians who died, but nonetheless, Hezbollah said 3 of its fighters had been killed, but did not identify any as commanders, which it has done in the past. Now, Israel also had carried out other airstrikes prior to this latest one. In a different attack in Lebanon prior to these airstrikes, 4 people were killed in an extensive wave, as it was described, of Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon. A woman and 2 children were killed in the southern Lebanese town of Soudaneh. And
oh my God,
Lebanon's
junk
state-run
is
news
right
agency said
I mean, she's Armenian too. She loves to claim that, so she should be able to pronounce names from West Asia as well.
True.
That area killed a Syrian woman, Rawa al-Mohammed, and her 2 sons, Hassan, 13, and Amir, only 2 years old.
Wow, struggled through that.
So it's becoming more and more deadly. The
rough.
conflict is growing between Israel and Lebanon, and so
at this point, I don't.
In
give
my
a
mind,
shit.
we're already dealing with a regional war, considering the United States involvement, the UK's involvement, the war against the Houthi rebels, the bombings in Yemen,
Good thing your opinion
the bombings
doesn't
in
matter.
Iraq, the bombings in Syria, the bombings in Lebanon,
Listen,
obviously the ongoing war on Gaza. There is a regional Middle East war happening as we speak.
No.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
two things here.
listen,
One
guys.
is
2 things, guys.
I went back and found an article in December to make sure that I was right from NBC News.
You
And
source
Just one
checked
article?
something. Bro, you
Just
source
one
checked for
article.
once?
Look, man, you got to do 3.
You just,
Every journalist
I read an article. It was NBC just to tell me that I'm white.
When asked why is Netanyahu seemingly provoking Hezbollah and Lebanon, and why is he doing the bombings? A Western diplomat said, quote, rationality has nothing to do with it. The Israeli government needs to show that they won at the end of the day. And so Netanyahu at that time was polling at 27%, and he wanted to be able to say that I defeated Hamas and Hezbollah at the same time. But wait a minute, you're endangering Israel by basically starting a war with Lebanon. Why do you want a two-front war?
There's no way. How are their viewers got to know that the only reason he's doing this is to stay in power?
Surely. Also, I don't think Lebanon would be able to fight back even if Israel started a full-scale war.
Well, it depends. It depends because if their territory got invaded, there might be just regular nationalists who aren't going to stand for that.
True.
Because like I've never met anyone from Lebanon who like had nice things to say about Israel.
Yeah,
it's commonly
they all are very
occupied us.
passionate
They
about
kill
their
us.
country. Yeah, they're also very passionate about their country with their little cool tree flag. I really like their flag. Their flag is sick.
I do too.
Honestly, one of the better flags in the world.
You want to broaden it even larger, because what if Hezbollah is as dangerous as you claim? I mean, you claim Hamas is dangerous. They showed how dangerous they could be on October 7th, but then after that, they've been impotent. They haven't been able to hit Israel barely at all. I mean, I know they fire those small rockets, etc., but they've had 28,000 Palestinians slaughtered, and Hamas hasn't been able to do a damn thing about it, right? But so you were lying about Hamas. You claim Hezbollah is super dangerous. What if you're right? What if Hezbollah is super dangerous and you needlessly provoked a war with them by starting the bombing in the first place?
Lebanon's one
That's
of my
a terrible
idea. I almost went there after the blast, but like because of COVID.
Yeah.
Like I really was trying to.
If you're Israel. And now, of course, is the question, and he keeps trying to pull Iran into the war. Are you insane? What is it like Israel?
I thought Iran was in the war because they're Hamas. What narrative are we doing? Oh wait, wait, because it's hard to remember if they're supposed to be the social rad lib Bernie Sanders guys or centrists who dislike Biden and want, like, I don't know, RFK or something.
Palestinians in Gaza. If you think they are, you've lost your mind.
They want him.
No, 80% of the buildings are destroyed. I'm sorry.
He's selling a book.
80% of the Gazans are homeless because the buildings are destroyed, right? 25% of them are starving. So,
oh, really?
Somebody said it. I don't know if they were joking or fucking around.
Okay, you've got that. You lost your morality and you don't mind, but you have it under control. If you attack like Lebanon and then try to bring Iran into the war, then you don't have it under control.
What about the Houthis attacking Iran? I don't know how they sit down and do this every day. It really amazes me. Like they impress me more than like Fox News sometimes.
They must be getting so much fucking money.
No, they're not. Didn't you see it's in there?
What do you mean?
It just didn't get sorted. I'll send it to you in a link.
Okay.
Control. And Iran has a giant military. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, they're deployed all across Lebanon.
Like, oh, well, it's just like that. So if our leader says it,
the IRGC.
Yeah.
You guys can call elections. You can actually do something about it. Now, finally, to us. So Biden, we know Biden. You know what you're going to get with Biden in this issue. There's many different issues, but on this issue, whatever Netanyahu says is what Biden says. Period. I don't want to hear about, I mumbled to him behind the scenes. I don't love what you're doing, but here's all my money. Here, take it, right? So Biden's a known quantity.
Bitch about
Trump?
Did we bitch about Pakistan getting bombed by Iran? I think we may have said something about Armenia, but like countries bombing things. Like the only they'll finger wave at China bumping a ship, But like most of the time when countries bomb or do attacks on each other, the United States doesn't say anything. Did the United States say anything when Jordan was bombing the Syrians before this all got started?
I'm not sure.
Taking out the drug manufacturing there? Did the United States say anything when they were fucking like UAE was basically running the drone operations in the Tigray genocide? Like, why is the United States going to say anything to Israel about bombing Lebanon?
Yeah. No, I don't think they ever will. I mean, why would
I
they?
mean, if Israel wants to start a war, the United States might say something. Iran is another country that we do awesome real. Instead, we got an old Islamic revolutionary theocracy. Well, it's really the Shah's fault. So, like, the Shah is a lesson on giving up power before it's too late.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, they reformed to be more democratic, and then like after the coup and stuff, like the Shah was never like really leadership material. His father was, and his father basically advocated power to him and left. And he wanted to go with his dad. He didn't want to stay and rule the country. He was scared. Yeah. So, because his dad is actually like a military guy, he always lived in his dad's shadow. And so there's this like ego complex that comes up. And as the years go on, as he says they're getting better and he's doing less torture and stuff, it's doubling down on everything that people are hating him for already. And then, like, you know, they have the party in the desert. Have you heard about the party in the desert?
No.
We should watch something on it sometime. It's a very interesting piece on like why the Islamic Revolution happened.
Mm. Well, wrong video.
I want somebody to ask him. I think this is really interesting. So, are you in favor of Israel bombing Lebanon? If Israel gets into a war with Iran, is Trump going to back them and bring the U.S. military and have our kids die there?
No.
I don't know.
If Iran starts attacking us because we're backing Israel in a war, in a regional war, like we'll have limited strikes in Iran, but like Iran knows that if they start a war with Israel, all the plans that they have will start going down the tubes.
Mm-hmm.
They're not like I don't know how like these people think nation states function. Like, what do you think Iran is going to get mad because they suddenly kill enough Hezbollah guys and they're actually going to do something about it?
Yeah, they don't care. They're proxy forces. That's what they're there for. They're there to die.
They literally don't care because they're still going to buy their guns from Iran at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And waste probably not just billions, trillions of dollars. So is Trump going to support Israel if they start this war? I don't know.
This is where, look, this is where the
Listen, guys.
interesting divide among right-wing voters comes into play. And I wish that there were more substantive discussions about it, because the America First crowd does not want to fund wars abroad, does not want to get involved in wars abroad.
And yeah, they want to fund them here against minorities and Mexico, bro.
Oh my God.
My resolution, airstrikes, bomb them, bomb.
All the time about how Trump prevents wars.
That's exactly right. And so I am very curious to see how that would play out for Donald Trump, right?
That's why I'm saying somebody in the press, get him on the record.
I want him to talk about it.
Oh yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Yeah, the press, they just haven't asked him. He definitely says, well, first of all, it wouldn't happen if it was me. That's his solution. It wouldn't happen if it was me. I would take care of it. It would be done. Come on.
Pretty silent on this issue.
Totally.
He's a big mouth. Like
yeah. I mean, it's so obvious what he'd say.
Click the link that I sent you. You're gonna love this. God, I hate them so much. They're so annoying.
Over 50 different digital media companies have already gone under. So in the last 12 months or so, it's been, for lack of a better word, a bloodbath. And so every day, I think
it was the fifth column who said that Iran might even be okay with some strikes because they might kill leaders and their proxies. Who are a little one. Absolutely, yeah. He's absolutely right for sure. So that's another thing is it's like I'm sure he has brought this up as well because he tends to be like somebody who just is able to cut through a lot of stuff and he acknowledges his bias too, which I really appreciate as like somebody who's like a citizen, like vlogger type person, type of journalist. And I do consider him a journalist because he does actually reporting and research.
Yeah.
But Iran has like told their guys to be like, yo, like, can you not? Like, after they killed those 3 service members, Iran was not happy about it because it's going to cost Iran a lot of money when their fucking assets get hit in these countries. So Iran doesn't want their strikes to hit. And like we even played before a Trump clip where he literally says it, that Iran called him and said, look, we're going to hit at this time. They're going to miss though. It's got to look good though.
Also on the business side, I read the business stuff, and every day 800 employees laid off, 10% of their workforce laid off, 2,000 employees laid off.
You know what the problem is? These companies have thousands of employees that do nothing. Imagine if you had a small thing that had a very targeted group of people to produce very targeted, specific content, which is exactly what we're going to do. So if you like the sound of this, you should subscribe to the Patreon.
I made Detroit style pizza.
Pan pizza.
Company goes under, another one goes under, right? So look, I know it's kind of raw, but I'm going to show you some of the things here. Let's show you a graphic about the news industry. This gives you a tiny taste of it. There's like dozens and dozens of headlines like this.
Excellent.
This is from CNN. News industry off to a brutal 2024 start as mass layoffs devastate publishers, raising questions about the future of journalism. So that's where we are.
Journalism will continue. Profit journalism will die.
Hey, you see how journalism is dying? Even digital journalism is dying. It's like the newspapers, how they're begging you for money as they went down and down. Like, we need subscribers. Please just donate directly to us because we don't even get enough subscribers. If you want your newspaper to keep coming, a newspaper has been like outdated forever. Like nobody wants. Have you tried to open a newspaper? I in one of my news class, they had the half desk, you know? That's like literally like as big as a binder, you know, the half desk. They're literally, you can fit a sheet of paper on it, right? And the assignment was to like learn how newspapers work, right?
Oh my God.
It is fucking impossible to like, you're not able to like lay them out and shit on a table and stuff. Like you have to like juggle them around in your hand and like crumple them up. And it's like the half desk is still interfering with it where you can't like move it properly. And the whole time everyone is just going, why do these exist? Why are we learning this? That's like the most, like I've done more algebra than I have touched newspapers.
That's funny. I basically only use newspaper to clean up my lizard shit, and most of the newspapers.
Oh yeah,
look,
that's what I've
here's
used.
a newspaper. Ready? Ad, front and back page. It's all
what I've
fucking
used
ads.
before. If they'll sometimes give you free papers, you know.
Yeah. The only papers that I'll actually like maybe pick up and read are like local papers.
Yeah.
That's it.
Anyway. So obviously there's going to be a new genre of journalism, and if you want it to be good, there's a Patreon link below. We're trying to fund our NGO. It costs money to do the paperwork and licensing. So the sooner we get it done, where we establish an NGO, the sooner we'll stop asking every stream to please ask Patreon below, or it's just 5th Gen IW, like on all our media. Even $1 gets your name below. Help us make sure people like TYT don't come back.
Help us create the type of journalists that you want. That's half the goal as well.
Remember when TYT was revolutionary?
When?
No. When they really were. When they came out, they were huge. They had like movie review channels even.
Yeah, because they had hundreds of channels, didn't they?
Yeah, they were a huge brand.
Mm.
And they even were paying Hassan to do Facebook.
So in just the last couple of months, BuzzFeed News.
See, and that's the worst thing.
Oh no, BuzzFeed.
TYT gave us Hassan. So you can thank them for that.
Bro, they gave us junk.
And Anna. There's just gems. Absolute gems.
I think they might still have sports. Yes, they do.
Yeah, they do.
Because they do, because we've watched some sports stuff from them.
Yeah, it's that dorky looking dude.
Gone.
Gone.
Cheddar.
BuzzFeed. Gone.
Gone.
See you later.
Oh, wow. Crazy. Would
Sports
you
Illustrated. Old school. Gone.
Sports Illustrated, really? Fucking
yeah,
see you
nobody's
later.
no. Who's buying Sports Illustrated magazines,
That's
bro?
a fair point. That's a fair point.
Vice World News. Gone.
Fucking see you later.
And that's
Fuck
just
off.
the last.
Notice how
2
all
or
of
3
those,
months?
like all of those, but Sports Illustrated, and we reported on this weeks ago. Like,
Mhm.
I guess junk is just getting around to it, but like, especially like BuzzFeed, right? Like, everyone predicted its downfall, right? But like,
Yes.
these all came about around the same time. And let me tell you, as a journalist who came up in the height of these companies, it was the worst time for journalism. Like we've had a lot of influence to shape the digital landscape since then, but oh my god, when BuzzFeed was at its height and it was BuzzFeed News, it was basically, guess what? None of you could deserve wages anymore. The pay got so bad for everyone, except established elites who were on TV.
Yeah. And it's like that was just garbage too. There's nothing of value.
That's why I made more money going to Syria and just like filming dead kids and selling the footage.
Yeah, which is an unfortunate thing that, you know, what else, realistically, what else were you going to do? You going to produce the same garbage bullshit that melts brains? Yeah, I'd rather
I mean,
do
it
what
still
you
was
did.
then used in packages to melt brain.
Yeah. So it's not really, and that's another thing that we want to do. Like if we get footage, we're gonna fucking sell it to these cunts for a lot of money and give it to the person who gave this the footage. Just fuck these people, because we're
instead of taking cuts and percentages.
Exactly, we just give them most of the money and we get the percentage as a middleman, kind of, almost. And then
fuck that. We don't need no percentage.
yeah, that's true. I don't know. We haven't really gotten down what we really want to do yet, but we're getting there. We'll help people. We'll get actual news, real news on the news.
And by the way, we didn't put all of them. Messenger, gone. You want to go a little further back? Mike, gone. Mashable.
Huffington Post, fucking dead. That's the best one. Fuck the Huffington Post.
Gone.
Man,
Upworthy, gone.
They
HuffPost
were okay
Live.
to work for.
Yeah,
they weren't terrible. When I got stuff from them to buy, they mainly only bought stuff. They bought footage and stuff.
We thought HuffPost Live was going to run us out of business. Gone. That was kind of what, a decade ago.
Yeah.
So look, when you look at the past, you know, there's
I remember
keep it real. There's a little bit point of pride of all these people that had all this money, but they didn't have you guys. My theory was get people first, worry about money later.
I think Gamergate probably had a large part to do with killing these companies, especially like Mashable and BuzzFeed and all those companies.
I think it's just a side effect of capitalism. I mean, you look at how Machinima went under.
Yeah.
It was like, wow, they capitalized on a niche, and styles and niches are going to flow over time. So they just kept going in and in and in on one specific niche. So that way, when it changed, because they were so capitalist, and capitalist breeds zero innovation, it just breeds copies, right?
Yeah.
So as soon as the niche changed, they started collapsing. It's like live streaming, Twitch streaming, YouTube streaming, what we're doing. This is what's killing those companies.
Yeah.
Let's see what this says. It's just the profit motive that drives. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's literally the profit motive.
Which is why
that's why we're against having a profit motive.
Yeah. So I think I said it earlier. I've definitely said it on Twitter. Is there's no ethical journalism with a profit motive. It's as simple as that.
It didn't used to have one.
No. But places like the New York Times were always for profit. That sort of stuff.
Crazy. You mean the guys who defended the people who are anti-abolitionist?
But also like the big papers. Who William Hearst was up there as well. He had papers. All of these people, massive hyper capitalists, just bought up the news industry, monopolized it, and then It turned into a for-profit industry. Then you get yellow journalism. Then you get whatever the fuck we have right now. So
poop,
garbage,
poop.
Help us fix it.
Garbage.
A lot of people hate that theory. Okay. And everyone else's theories get money.
You are
and then
garbage,
worry about how you'll get
You're
people
garbage.
with the money.
That is very true, actually. That is
very true. So true, Jake.
Yeah.
And so
remember, don't give
Yeah,
Jake
we
any
never
money.
got
Give the money you would give to
scale
Jake to us. We'll hire Jake.
Right?
Yeah, we'll pay him.
But we got something better. We got you guys.
A part of
You
his
guys-
contract.
Dude, listen to how he said it and the desperation he looks at the screen.
It's part of his contract. He has to say, "Listen, guys," at the start of every time he speaks.
Okay, guys. Go
And
back.
so-
Go back 5 seconds. You got to see the desperation in his voice and eyes here.
That they
Use all
got,
your
right?
senses.
But we got something better. We got you guys. And
We got you guys. Right, guys.
so whenever we're down, you guys pick us back up.
No, it's so much better. It's so much better because
Oh my
even
god,
if,
the
let's say-
gaslighting. Anna, like Anna coming in. Oh, it's so great that you guys are around and give us your money.
It's so
Stop
condescending.
gaslighting, Emma.
It's so
You're
condescending.
not Emma, Anna.
I'm fucking better than you.
Buddy,
on any
that's
given day, I have a
He was lying. It sounded more like desperation. Like, please, guys, because they literally have only had 2 executive producers, Gay as Fuck Dragon and Gay Xeno Dragon, or whatever their name is at the bottom of the screen. It's the only names that have been there for months now. Which is probably like the highest tier, you know, like $500 or $1,000 a month.
Yeah.
Like that's what gets you on that roll. The fact that there's only been like 2 names there for a long time.
take on a story that the audience doesn't like, and inevitably we might lose some members as a result of that.
Yeah.
The members who support the show,
but libertarians will tell you that it actually is it's anti consolidation. True capitalism breeds innovation because someone will make the better product.
us our voice. There's no one hitting me up to tell me like, hey, be cool, don't attack fossil fuels because BP is a sponsor.
Crazy.
You know, there's no one telling me what I can and can't say. And that's
why is your
freedom.
chest turning so red?
Freedom to actually investigate these issues from an honest place.
From an
That's
honest
also
place?
the reason why.
it's like LA Noire at this point, bro.
I feel beyond comfortable in correcting my errors if I get a story wrong because I feel this deep commitment and responsibility to our audience.
Is that why you do zero prep for the show, is it?
The gaslighting, bro, is so is so crazy.
Because you guys have allowed me to live my dream. So
You are
even if
garbage,
we have a little bit of a tiff over disagreements on political issues or whatever it might be, I hope you guys feel that you're with family when you're watching the show because that's the way I think of you. And I would never betray my family. I love my family. I look out for my family. I want to protect my family and I want to give them what they need to thrive and prosper in life. And I hope I'm doing that to you or for you to the best of my ability.
Okay, if you're wondering what happened to the industry, why is it now just a graveyard and there's
We already explained it. Let's see what he says.
YT and just a couple of companies left, right? And I don't even know if they survive this storm.
We certainly aren't.
Yeah, you know what company will survive? 5th Gen. Will survive. Because we're not big enough to fail.
Tell you all about that in a second. Okay, I'm going to tell you the meteor storm that we're in and the business side of what's going on. But first, to Anna's point about how she won't hold back and she cares about you guys and is passionate, etc. This is maybe our most successful clip of all time. And ironically, by the way, this is so fitting. I hadn't even thought of this until I was just about to say it.
I'm fucking better than
It's not even our clip. It was taken from the show, but one of our viewers took it from the show and put it up on TikTok. And last I checked, which is like, I don't know, 6 months ago, a year ago, it had already gotten 60 million views. And then it just,
on TikTok.
everybody started doing their own version of this clip. And then, and there was a really cool moment where it would get.
Junk discovers how TikTok works. And then everyone started making their own talks.
Get hot in Brazil and then die down. Then it would get hot in Mexico and die down. Hot in Germany. It's amazing.
Yes.
So this is Anna at her best. Watch.
Oh, no.
I don't care if you're Christian. In fact, I will fight for you to have your religious liberty and practice your Christianity. I believe in that. I don't believe in Christianity, which means that you do not get to dictate the way I live my life based on your religion. I don't care what the Bible says. You have every right in the world. All those women who identify with your religion have every right in the world to not get an abortion, to not take birth control, but they do not have the right to dictate my life and what I decide to do with my body. I don't care about your goddamn religion.
Can you at least line the audio up, please? Jesus Christ.
I told you, they have somebody who's been fucking up.
So tired of having nonstop conversations about what the Bible says. You live your life.
You have more
in the
than
way
enough
that
to
you
hire
interpret
competent
the
hackers
Bible.
and ruin your competition.
Again, I don't care.
Swallow your food.
But you don't get to take the Bible and tell me, well, the Bible says this in this chapter, in this verse. I don't care. I don't care. I don't believe in it. And I have the right, based on our Constitution, to not believe in it.
And you definitely have a really, really large dick. Your peepee is gigundo.
Love it. Can't get enough of it. You have any idea how, well, literally sacrilegious
Chunk loves
that would
Anna's
be
big dick
in mainstream media? You would get taken off the air so quick. That is, oh, you are going to offend our religious viewers and the most important viewers of all, Christian viewers. So you cannot do that. And I get it. Country's majority Christian, right? And so, but I love that that we provided an outlet, or you guys provided an outlet where we could say that. And people across the world go, yeah, of course.
People wouldn't be yelling at the camera.
Yeah, exactly. It would have
You
been.
think they don't say that they're not Christian and their body is their body on mainline TV? Crazy. Yeah. Wait, we're about to play literal governors saying this. See, we're the only place where free speech can exist, right, guys?
I think we're done with this.
I'm fucking better than you.
Yeah, seriously, that's why. And we think of you guys like a family. I want you to know that. No, you don't. No, you don't.
All right, what's next? In between Senegal. It's taking forever. Because of course it is. Come on.
Coming to get you, they're gonna kill you in your home. All of my elderly Noble Gold Investment.
Oh my God.
Here I come to save the day. Oh, right when it started.
The postponement of the presidential election to December. He pledged to hold talks to try to organize the vote as soon as possible.
UAE.
Violent protests have taken place in Senegal amid warnings of authoritarian overreach in one of coup-hit West Africa's more stable democracies, since a bill pushed back the February 25th contest and plunged the country into electoral uncertainty. Thursday, Senegal's Constitutional Council ruled the decision to delay the election was unlawful.
De faire l'élection présidentielle.
Opposition figures, including Khalifa Sall, who is not related to the president, have welcomed the council's ruling. Some have called for the election to take place before April 2nd, when President Sall's mandate expires. He has reached the constitutional limit of 2 terms in power and is not running for re-election. Sall said he delayed the vote due to a dispute over the candidate list and alleged within the
Is this what the protests in Dakar were about?
Yeah, that we've been reporting on is the delay.
Yeah.
Who else is going to give you constant election updates from Pakistan and Senegal? Not PYT, that's for sure, because they don't treat you like family.
Well, it's really funny that we've been reporting on this, because the videos that I was sending you today from the Top Gear guys, when they were in
Yeah, when I was like kind of racist.
Yeah, kind of. They were going from Mauritania to Senegal, and the
rough
protest
country,
kicked
bro.
off Mauritania.
Oh yeah.
Is it?
Oh yeah. You know, it was the last country to outlaw slavery, right?
Seriously?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they were dropped in the middle of
bro.
Mauritania and had to drive through Mauritania, across the desert, and into Senegal. And they were about to hit Dakar, and that's when the protests popped off, when they were like burning shit. So they were literally in the country at that time, which is pretty crazy.
Senegal's Constitutional Council has ruled that Parliament's unprecedented postponement of a February 25th presidential election was not in line with the Constitution. And that's pitched the country into a new phase of electoral
They're not among,
uncertainty.
like, I'm just checking, like, who has the, like, lowest money, right? And Mauritania isn't in there. So there is wealth there, but I think it's all focused in the capitalist class, who used to be the slave-owning class, and slavery still exists there.
Mm-hmm. I looked up the population, very low population, like 4 million people.
Yeah. And they also have the territorial dispute, kind of, like, so, like, the Western Sahara region, like, they're kind of involved with that. Like, they don't exactly claim it, but, like, those people are, like, supposed to be, like, also Mauritanian, and that's part of, like, where the dispute comes from. I'm not too sure. The only thing I know about Mauritania is that, what's his name was tortured after they took him from there.
Started political waters were first entered when President Macky Sall announced a decree to postpone the vote. He said a dispute over the candidate list and alleged corruption within the Constitutional Council would undermine the credibility of the poll. That triggered widespread unrest and raised international concerns that one of the remaining democracies in coup-hit West Africa was under threat. Last week, presidential candidates and lawmakers...
Is that a parliament inside Africa? Isn't it supposed to be backwaters and huts? What is the right wing telling me?
So it says that up to 20% of the Mauritanian population might be in slavery.
Oh.
Let me check the modern slavery index.
So that's almost 1 million people.
Has filed legal challenges to a bill approved by Parliament which delayed the vote to December and extended Sall's mandate. Critics had called it an institutional coup. Now the Constitutional Council has decided that the postponement law was contrary to the Constitution, according to its minutes on Thursday. It also ruled that Sall's decree be cancelled. The presidency and government did not reply to requests for comment on whether they would accept the ruling. All eyes are now on Sall. The council did not specify when the election should be held, which means it's up to Sall to set a reasonable date if he abides by the council's decision.
There's only
oh my God,
date.
bro.
But according to presidential opposition candidate Anta Babacar, who welcomed
you ready to
ruling,
see it on the index?
Gone.
It was like almost too easy to find it.
Is that dark orange one? Oh, it's black. Ah. So it's like one of the highest ones.
32 out of the 1,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yes. So it literally is the worst.
Look at Turkey. Dark red.
Yeah, these are the 3 worst ones. Oh, Eritrea is bad too. That's right. Damn, Eritrea is definitely the highest. 90.
Damn. 90.
Yeah, Eritrea is still
my
a safe
God.
state, kind of. Eritrea is also not a great country to be in. But also, one of the things they hit them with is the legal age of marriage here.
Ah. What is it? Like 14?
The first one they have is criminalize the sexual exploitation of children in line with international conventions. Fully fund anti-slavery courts to provide comprehensive training to judges, prosecutors, lawyers on implementation of the 2003 Laws Against Trafficking Persons Act and the 2015 Anti-Slavery Act. So basically, this sounds right here. This sounds like corruption.
Yeah.
If you have enough money, you can have slaves. Basically, nobody's going to know. Like the courts will look the other way.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's a lot of countries. So I think it's Nigeria that has the most child marriages by a percentage, right?
Mm-hmm.
But because most of them still take place at 16 or 17, the average age of marriage in the country is still above 18. So there's no country in the world where the average age of marriage is below 18. But there are marriages like in Yemen, which doesn't have a lot of child marriages, but it has girls as young as 14.
Uh-huh. We're back to the video.
Yeah. I forgot to flip it.
News.
We're not postponing.
Any rejection of the decision would risk further fanning public outcry. Last Friday and Saturday, 3 people died in clashes between protesters and police.
All right, what's next? Is there a more Senegal one? Zelensky?
Navalny.
Zelensky.
Zelensky.
Yeah, let's go to Zelensky, then we'll go Navalny.
This is a crucial time for Ukraine and for Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Zelensky is here in France today and was in Germany earlier today. He's here to sign long-term broad security agreements with Germany and France.
Yes, you know what they're hitting him for, though? It's because of the camps Navalny was in, right? So it's actually Russia's slave industry is largely based around the lumber industry. So most wood that's used in the world is coming out of Russia's slavery industry. It's a major, because they have so many trees and nothing up there, so they can just clear cut these forests and get the wood.
Modeled after a similar one reached recently with the UK. Zelensky will also be meeting with U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris at the Munich Security Conference, a major gathering of high-ranking security officials. The agreements being signed here are not about the immediate military needs of Ukraine, although those needs are very intense. Ukraine is particularly struggling around the town of Avdiivka against Russian forces right now.
Yeah, they should retreat.
France and Germany have offered more bombs and other weapons to Ukraine to help in this battle.
Good.
But the agreements here...
I saw the headline that they were retreating to avoid encirclement from somewhere.
Good. Well, they were encircled, so
yeah.
I don't know if it was too late. So.
Well, the headline that I saw pop up said that they got out. So.
Here are really about the longer term and about a big political signal. These are security, political, financial promises of support to Ukraine over the next several years. These are the kind of agreements that.
So the America imports $550 million worth of timber from Russia's slave labor every year.
Ukrainian troops have withdrawn from the eastern city of Avdiivka to avoid encirclement, says the new army chief, marking the biggest change on the front line since Russian forces captured Bakhmut last year. There you go. God.
European countries like France and Germany wouldn't have necessarily offered to Ukraine before the war, before Russia's invasion 2 years ago. At that point, European countries were more wary of antagonizing Russia and Vladimir Putin. Those fears are out the window now ever since the invasion. There are not many details about these agreements yet, and they do stop short of the kind of broad security guarantees that Ukraine would have if it were a member of NATO. But they are still a strong signal at a very tense time. They have been under discussion for several months now, but they're particularly relevant right now because of recent comments by former US President Donald Trump threatening NATO allies.
For sure.
Hey, all of North Koreans are slaves.
Yeah,
It wouldn't surprise me if they sent
China
them out.
as well. They use them a lot.
Yeah, a lot of North Koreans that escape into China will be put into slavery and trafficked, if not returned to North Korea. So there's a big issue in a lot of places.
So I noticed that some countries they don't have data on yet on the index, and one of them is Bhutan.
Probably not going to give them information.
Bro, oh my god, check this out. This is crazy. They're really not fucking around with this map. I zoomed in and I saw something that was very funny here. They have Kashmir just in gray. They're not giving it to anyone.
That's hilarious.
It's not even just like they might just have forgotten to fill something in there because
Maybe.
that's not the entire Kashmir territory, but it's definitely one of the contested parts.
People in European capitals, notably in Paris and Berlin. And the message from these agreements today is really that European countries will support Ukraine over the long term, regardless of what happens in the US elections later this year. And European countries will do what they can to defend this continent against Russia. This also comes at a time when worries about Putin are intensified because of the news today that Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny died in prison.
Woo! I mean, oh no.
Suicide is badass.
Why we go back to Senegal?
I don't know. I need to redo this one. Really get the S on the suicide. So
suicide is badass.
Maybe add a delay because sometimes they lag. I'll add a delay on the front of that. So you really get the suicide is badass. What are you doing?
Ukraine first. No.
Oh, you're just doing a Control F.
Yeah, I'm just looking. Here we go. Wait, 26.
What else possibly could we do right now to hold Vladimir Putin accountable?
Well, there's no question that the most important thing the United States could do right now
this man
is
looks
to
like a
pass the
puppet man.
supplemental and pass
the puppet
aid
up here.
For Ukraine.
It's
been delayed too long.
What is that behind
it's
him
impacting
there?
on our credibility.
Who is that head poking out behind the head of his chair?
It's a picture.
Of who though?
I don't know. Maybe he'll move the chair.
The most important thing we could do is provide those funds.
Why is Navalny so supported?
Putin will not.
I think it's really honestly because of his charisma and his willingness to talk to like the West and stuff. And so
I also think that him going back definitely had something to do with it as well.
Well, I think the big part when people first heard about him was when they hit him with nerve agent and he lived. That's like the first time people had heard about him. But the thing is like it reminds me of Litvinenko. Like Litvinenko, they idolized because he was a Russian dissident. And like they still do it. Like that's what he is to them. He's a Russian dissident that they can idolize. He's a token of the West. You know, that reminds me, I was gonna pull something up. One of my favorite things on Navalny. Y'all gonna love it. I know I've pulled it up before on stream, but I gotta love it.
We're gonna pull up. I'll put play.
Not succeed in Ukraine. That's probably the best way to get back at Putin.
Well, okay, so it's revenge now?
Right now, sir, frankly, it doesn't look like there is a clear path for that aid to pass in the House of Representatives, and we won't know the answer to that for about 2 weeks.
Navalny has nothing to do with Ukraine. Stop this whole like we're already paying Putin back with our support for Ukraine. Shut up.
I mean that's the headline on this is like we must aid Ukraine because death. It's such a stupid fucking narrative. Like this is a surefire way to make sure people are less in favor of aiding Ukraine.
You know this school?
No.
This is like the greatest moment she's ever had. And I really mean that.
And listening to the relentless Russia-phobia
in
this place, why are people surprised that Russia sees no point in engaging with the EU? I'm as happy as anybody else to stand up for anybody's rights, including Navalny's. But let's be honest about him. He's a fish.
By the way, this is after he got hit with nerve agent and lived. That's what the context of this speech. But it's not when he went back to get arrested, I think. It might have been. I think it was after he got poisoned, though.
This anti-immigrant racist on maybe 4% of the support, in rallying hundreds of thousands in cities of millions, hardly a mass movement. And we wouldn't be discussing him at all if he'd been arrested anywhere else other than in Russia. Meanwhile, Julian Assange has been incarcerated for almost 10 years for exposing US war crimes. We can't mention his name. Tomorrow, Pablo Hasél, a Catalan rapper, is going to prison for his lyrics. Where's the call to sanction Spain? Tomorrow, 62-year-old Claire Grady is going to prison in West Virginia for her role in the non-violent plowshare action against Trident. Where's the demand to break off links with the US? Or the outcry about the hundreds of people arrested in this city on a protest a week ago? Nowhere, because this isn't about human rights. This is a geopolitical agenda against Russia, fueled by a military-industrial complex who need an enemy to justify their millions. Of course you're right to go to Russia. We should be engaged in dialogue, not war.
Shit speech.
Wasn't her best speech, though?
Probably, because most of her speeches are even worse than that.
I told you. That's
You
her
are
best
garbage.
moment.
You're right, Anna. She is garbage. But it's like, oh, but Navalny does this, this, and this. Yeah, Putin's committed 4 genocides in his term as president, so shut the fuck up, bitch.
Well, Navalny would also commit those genocides. I think that's the only point that needs to be made. He wouldn't be any better than Putin. He's literally their circus monkey for the West.
Yeah.
He's the Russia is bad, actually, circus monkey. Just like how Tucker is now Putin's circus monkey.
Yes. I'm gonna go shopping. Oh my god, did you see these carts have coin operators? Whoa!
Suicide is badass.
Are we not now looking at a Vladimir Putin who not only may be emboldened at home with the death and effective silencing of his most vocal opposition, and potentially emboldened abroad as well, on signs that the U.S. support for Ukraine may be nearing its end?
No, the U.S. support is not ending. Fascist GOP dipshits are holding it up because they tanked the border bill and are realizing that they fucked up and shouldn't have listened to Trump. But they have no choice because he's in the counting heads phase of fascism. So, you know, they want to keep their job.
Well, look, there's no question this is a pivotal moment. You know, I think it was very important for the United States and NATO to come together to draw a line on Putin and make clear that he would not succeed in being able to destroy Ukrainian democracy. That's the right step to take. And it is important for the United States. It's important for our relationship with NATO to be able to now provide the
propaganda. I'm over it. All right. More Ukraine.
Very concerning.
Destroying democracy. Who do they think they are? America?
Fact that the House of Representatives still has not passed the $95 billion supplemental aid bill for Ukraine and Israel. National Security Council Deputy Spokesman Sean Savitt told 13 News Now that the need is urgent and the House needs to pass the measure ASAP. He said Ukraine is losing territory and seeing casualties mount in its war with Russia.
This is the most frustrating part
that blocking
of being an American is like how obvious this shit is to just point out.
Yeah. And nobody is realizing.
Yeah, and the people who think that they're the most awake is fucking QAnon. You literally can't deprogram them. They're too far gone to like even listen to the like, because they can't like Jewish question ever. You know, like think about just not Jewish questioning and like assigning stuff to Illuminatis and the all powerful U.S.
Yeah,
like they can't do it. There needs to be like an all powerful thing preventing stuff.
Yeah, it's the typical sort of tenet of fascism is like, oh, the enemy is all powerful but also weak. You know, it's this talking out of both sides of your mouth at the same time. Like it's a tenet of fascism. So
They're all
This
crazy.
bill is giving aid to Vladimir Putin.
You know, it certainly helps Putin, without a doubt. You know, Putin wants nothing more than for American leadership on the world stage to end. He wants America to walk away from this fight. He wants America to walk away and turn our backs from not only Ukraine, but from the more than 50 nations in this coalition that President Biden has built.
Okay. All right, Navalny.
What a loser.
Spell his name.
What? Who?
Forgot I found it.
What? That's a drawing of Dick Butt.
You're a dick butt.
Oh, here he comes.
Look at him running in. Spry as fuck.
He's sharp.
To East Palestine at the moment, but I want to say a few things this morning about Alexei Navalny. You know, like millions of people around the world, I'm literally both not surprised and outraged by the news.
No, you're not.
Reported death of Alexei Navalny.
Stop lying.
He bravely stood up to the corruption, the violence, and
I mean, you could say that maybe he did a brave thing by going back, knowing he'd be in prison and be a martyr and stuff. You could say that.
Which is like the only commendable
Why
thing.
though?
Yeah. It was just a political stunt. Now he's dead. Hope it was worth it.
all the bad things that the Putin government was doing. In response,
Government?
Putin had him poisoned. He had him arrested. He had him prosecuted for fabricated crimes.
Hey, I think we just can't say he was poisoned when we're talking about something like nerve agent.
Nerve agent? Yeah, he was gassed.
Well, it's not a gas.
Well, sure.
It's
well,
it's
like
a liquid.
Yeah.
But
Okay,
they
it's
put it
similar
on
to
his
how the North
underwear.
Korea one.
They put it on
Really?
his underwear. Yeah, they broke into it. There's video of it.
Crazy. I
They
didn't
have
know that.
surveillance video of them breaking into his hotel room. So they put it on his underwear, so he was wearing it.
I didn't actually know how they did it.
It absorbs to his skin.
Crazy.
Prison. He was held in isolation.
Still not as
Even
good as
all
the
that
North
didn't
Korean
stop
one.
him
That one
from
is
calling
amazing.
out Putin's
Have you
lies.
seen
That one
it?
is so good. Yeah, I've seen the video. I watched the whole thing. I think Count Dankula did a long form video on it.
Cringe.
Yeah. But I'd seen it beforehand. It was just knowledge that I already knew.
Did he
Even
have
in
family in
prison,
Russia?
he was
Yeah,
a
so he
powerful-
has Navalny has a whole family. He has I follow his entire family on Instagram because they post on Instagram pretty regularly just because it's like someone to keep tabs on, you know? So I think he has a son and daughter or two daughters and a wife. And yeah, they're in Germany, but obviously they are from Russia.
Voice for the truth, which is kind of
No, he
amazing when you
wasn't.
think about it. And he could have lived safely in exile after the assassination attempt on him in 2020.
I mean,
which
they would
nearly
still-
killed him, I might add. But he was traveling outside the country at the time. Instead, he returned to Russia.
He is also a fan
Knowing
of Rick
he'd
and
likely be in
Morty.
prison.
What does he think
Maybe
about
killed
One
him.
Piece,
He
Joe?
continued his work.
The thing
He
is,
did it anyway.
so I would say
Because he believed so deeply in his
because
country, in Russia.
if Russia bombed him, it might
Reports
hurt
of
his
his death,
family.
if
So
they're
he,
true,
you could
and I have
say
no
that
reason
the
to believe
main
it or
reason
not.
he did it was so they wouldn't come after his family. I think that is a noble excuse for going back, not a whole I'm going to sacrifice myself, but to protect your immediate family instead of
Yeah.
a political stunt. I think that's better way to frame it. If we, you
Uh-huh.
know, because like Russia might hurt his family.
Russian authorities are going to tell their own story. Make no
Yeah,
mistake.
that's why he went back.
Make no
I think. Like why? Like I don't think he went back to just to show that he was tough.
mistake. Putin is responsible for Navalny's death.
Yeah.
Putin is responsible. What has happened to Navalny is yet more proof of Putin's brutality. No one should be fooled. Not in Russia, not at home, not anywhere in the world. Putin does
Okay,
not only
so
target
now
his
I
citizens
see
of
why
other
everyone
countries,
is going. Biden
as we've
said
seen in
he
what's going
poisoned
on in Ukraine
Navalny.
right now. He
He's
also
talking about the
inflicts
past
terrible crimes on
poisoning.
his own people.
The sarin or something else?
Well, it wasn't sarin. It was a nerve agent of some kind.
Oh, so it wasn't necessarily sarin.
Yeah, Russia has their own agent that's like mythical that we don't know if it was ever produced at scale for weaponization.
Is that the what they call it?
Newcomer.
Newcomer.
Yeah, it's called Newcomer.
What's the one that they love to use that like only they tend to use?
Novichok. It's this word in
Novichok.
Russian.
That's the one.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's Newcomer.
Ah, so that is what it is.
Yeah.
Okay. So I didn't know the Newcomer name. I knew Novichok.
Yeah, but like Germany has like the machines to detect the exact agent, right?
Ah, interesting.
And so like we don't know if they were ever able to weaponize this agent. It was mainly developed for propaganda purposes. Like, you know, the heart attack gun?
Yes. Yeah.
So like, you know what that was in response to, right?
Yeah.
So everyone knows Breaking Bad with the ricin umbrella.
Yeah.
So the heart attack gun was like, so they wanted to be like, oh, if they need to get it in an umbrella, we'll get it in a gun. And so that entire thing was fake. Well, they actually did pursue it. They just act like people think it's a conspiracy that it actually exists when it can't.
Yeah.
So like they were developing it to be undetectable and go through personal protection. Like that was like they had goals in developing the Newcomer agents. So there's a lot of different experimental notes and like different strains. So it probably never advanced past the experimental phase. So they only have like a limited amount for assassinations and stuff. Like they don't have a full scale lab.
Yeah, and at that point, it doesn't really matter how violently they die.
Yeah, precursors for nerve agents are highly regulated, especially after Omsk and Rico.
Yes, yeah.
As people across Russia and around the world are mourning Navalny today because he was so many things.
I think one of the things you can cook it down from is like one of the main 4 components you can cook it into is just like some type of alcohol that you can just make with regular alcohol.
Huh.
And then you attach that to something else.
That's pretty wild.
I assume that's how did it. Because they developed it themselves.
He was principled. He was dedicated to building a Russia where the rule of law existed and where it applied to everybody. Navalny believed in that Russia.
Even Julian Assange?
He knew it was a cause worth fighting for. And obviously even dying for.
Okay.
This tragedy reminds us of the stakes of this moment. We have to provide the funding so Ukraine can keep defending itself against Putin's vicious onslaughts and war crimes. You know, there was a bipartisan Senate vote that passed overwhelmingly in the United States Senate to fund Ukraine. Now, as I've said before, and I mean this in a literal sense, history is watching. History is watching the House of Representatives.
True.
Yeah.
Failure to
literally Navalny wanted to kill all the Muslims in Russia. That's like his stated goal.
That's his thing.
Totally not a brutal guy.
No. Trump of Russia?
Oh yeah, hang on. I got a video. I got one of his best videos here. They're gonna watch YouTube fucking claim me for like showing like Nazi propaganda now. It's pretty low quality. So
Здравствуйте! Сегодня мы поговорим о борьбе с насекомыми. Никто из нас не застрахован от того, что в наш дом заползет.
Oh, you know what? We can't even hang on. We need to put us up here. He's talking about insects. He's basically it's like all dog whistling to say that they need to kill all the Muslims and immigrants. It's what he's dog whistling.
How great.
Even that's covered. I need to move him up still. Sorry, Navalny. We can't let people need to be able to see your racist propaganda here.
Или в форточку залетит муха. Все мы знаем, что от мух отлично помогает мухобойка, а от тараканов тапка. Но что делать, если таракан окажется слишком велик, а муха не в меру агрессивна?
See, did he show Chechens? Oh, and now there's a Muslim who broke in to attack him.
Ну а в этом случае я рекомендую.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I apologize to everyone for showing that hateful material, even though it was probably awkward. You know, what a great guy.
Will never be forgotten.
Terrific.
It's going to go down in the pages of history. It really is. It's consequential. And the clock is ticking. And this has to happen. We have to help now.
Okay.
You know, we have to realize what we're
They
dealing
aren't,
with
though.
Putin. All of us should reject the dangerous statements made by
It was
the previous
educational.
president
I agree.
that invited Russia to invade our NATO allies if they weren't paying up. He said if an ally did not pay their
Ben-Gvir
dues,
level racism,
he
bro.
encouraged Russia to, quote, do whatever the hell they want.
Yeah. Well, they already kind of do, so.
Have you seen the ads in China where they put a black dude into a washing machine and it comes out Chinese? Have you seen them?
I mean, it's whatever.
It's fucking crazy.
Whatever. We can't expect everyone to have cultural sensitivity, you know?
It's
I'm just no
insane.
comment, you know, whatever. Of course they did that.
I guess I should clear my mind here a little bit and not say what I'm really thinking. But let me
Do it, Joe. Mask off.
He's in control. He's under
Come
control.
on, Joe.
Obama
Mask off.
told him he can't say this.
Mask off, Joe. Do it. Call him a cunt.
This thing for president to say, I can't fathom from
Yeah,
turning on the
he's literally holding it back, you know? It's like the high transpiration. It's like he's literally doing the "you wouldn't like me when I'm angry" thing.
rolling over in their graves hearing this. As long as I'm president, America stands by our sacred commitment to our NATO allies, as they have stood by their commitments to us repeatedly. Putin and the whole world should know, if any adversary were to attack us, our NATO allies would back us. And if Putin were to attack a NATO ally, the United States will defend every inch of NATO territory.
Predator drones. You will never
see time for even greater unity among our NATO allies.
That one glitched
To stand up to the threat that Putin's
see it
Russia
coming.
poses.
Predator
I
drones.
send my
You will
deepest
never see it coming.
condolences to Alexi's staff and
No,
supporters.
we'll need to fix that one up.
We're going
a
to
little bit.
continue his work despite this loss, despite all of Putin's desperate attempts to stamp out the opposition, and most of all to his family,
Step on it,
especially
Daddy.
to his wife, his daughter, and his son, who've already
there
sacrificed
you go,
so
daughter,
much for
son.
their family and a shared dream for a better
The daughter
future
seems
for
nice,
Russia.
but you know, look at who her dad is. She's still young, so
So,
hopefully she has
yeah.
time. She's in Germany too, so I think like hopefully leftist Germany will have I don't know, because they'll like Russia and that will propel her to the right because her dad was killed by Russia. She probably isn't going to get better.
I just want
Maybe.
to say God bless Alexei Navalny.
Oh God,
His courage
no!
will not be forgotten, and I'm sure it will not be the only courage we see coming out of Russia in the near term. Thank you. I'll be happy to take a couple questions.
Sir, first, was this an
Happy to
assassination?
tinker. Happy to tinkle time.
The
tinkle
answer
question.
is that we don't know exactly what happened, but there is no doubt that the death of Navalny was the consequence of something that Putin and his thugs did.
And to be clear, you warned Vladimir Putin when you were in Geneva of devastating consequences if Navalny died in Russian custody. What consequences should he and Russia face?
That was 3 years ago. In the meantime, they faced a hell of a lot of consequences. They've lost and or had wounded over 350,000 Russian soldiers.
You know,
They've
so the way
made
I read that, right? So a lot of people are saying, a lot of Ukrainians have been saying that they don't like being roped into this, like they're the punishment for Navalny. It softens and it poisons at the well, I should say. But I kind of read what he's saying there is like that was 3 years ago. Fuck Navalny, you know, like I don't give a fuck that he killed Navalny at this point. Like it was to be expected. He's done so much worse. Like what else? What else are we gonna hit him with? 10% more, you know?
Where they've been.
Well, while we're on this, just funny.
Hey, who's that
funny
in the
memes.
background? Crazy.
That's me.
Jack can't even see the head in the background.
Another Russian.
Oh yeah, he sucks too. One left. I think Gherkin's still behind bars, right? Because I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think so.
Subjected to great sanctions across the board, and we're contemplating what else could be done. But what we were talking about at the time, there were no actions being taken against Russia. And that's, look, all that's transpired since then.
When you say laser, you're looking at
We're looking at a whole number of options. That's all.
iPhones.
Is there anything you can do to get ammunition to the Ukrainians without a supplemental from Congress?
No, but it's about time they step up, don't you think? So they're going on a 2-week vacation. 2 weeks. They're walking away. 2 weeks. What are they thinking?
Interesting.
My God, this is bizarre. And it's just reinforcing all the concern. And
like, has he come out and said this Trump did this? Like, this is all Trump's fault?
Oh, yeah. The White House has
okay.
said that. Yeah. Congress has said it too. That's the thing is, it's like the government will literally tell you straight up why things happen.
Yeah.
And like the news then goes and invents a narrative around what they said to like twist when they were telling you like straight up shit. Like you can read through a lot of people on what's going on. Like, you know, when Kristen Sinema was being shitty to fucking Lindsey Graham. My favorite one was when they asked MTG, like, will you yield for the question? He's like, no, I will not yield for your stupid questions that insult President Trump. Then he's like, what about a smart question? Like that's like that's not of the decorum, you know? Being like that, you can't be harassing the person talking.
Yeah, it's also Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I prefer the way Ireland runs their government,
where they just yell at each other.
The chair will advise that the rules do care.
Almost, I won't say panic, but real concern about the United States being a reliable ally. This is outrageous.
Listen,
confident now that you'll get the Ukraine aid, given what's happened today?
Well, I hope to God it helps. But I mean, the idea we need anything more to get the Ukraine aid. I mean,
didn't he do an emergency thing to like Israel right when the shit broke out? Can't he just like give him at least like $5 million now or something? Not or $5 billion now. Just give him a little $5 billion. Right? Just fucking pass the executive order, $5 billion.
A former president's statement that saying Russia.
How many executive orders has he done?
Well, he did a bunch on his first day.
Okay. And not really any since?
I don't know. I'd have to look them up because they kind of sometimes just happen. Anyway, This is how real government functions. Don't worry, everyone. The subtitles will help you understand what's happening. The subtitles won't fail you.
You fixed it.
So they got that they would get payments in 2019. That's 2018. That's totally wrong.
Why is it so gray? Give me like not gray captions. Isn't that weird? What's going on there? Why are they gray?
I think there's options there. Options. The options.
Options.
And then you can change it.
Font color white. Why are they all? It's like they're like being highlighted or something. Oh, you know what? My screen brightness is kind of low.
No, it's the opacity is at 20%. That's why.
I'm just seeing if it looks better with my brightness up.
No, like I can't even read them, so you'll have to change it regardless.
Yeah. How do I get out of this? I'm done playing with the settings on my monitor. There we go. It says opacity is at 0. Right? That's just the background. What is going on?
I have no idea.
Font opacity. There we go. Why did it set like that? That's so weird.
That is weird.
Okay.
And you know the answer they got that they would get payments in 2019. That's 2018. That's totally wrong. Same issue less down color. Same issue less down color.
I don't think subtitles. I don't think that's what they're saying. No, hang on. Subtitles. He said, "Course I have them," and you just wrote "Corsa." That's wrong. He said, "Listen." So he said, "Do you still have that?" Okay, this is wrong. You're not translating them correctly into English. What language is that? They're speaking English. Duh. Can't you understand? Of course I have them. He's talking about his papers.
Same issue. Let's hold on 1 minute.
Hold on, Deputy McSharry.
The
Hold on,
subtitles
Deputy McSharry.
No, it's Deputy McSharry. It's not music. This is regular people talking. It's not applause. Come on, subtitles.
We want to let people know our own name and get no rubbish from the room. When you want to contest the votes, you want
They're speaking English.
Deputy McSharry. I'm going to move on. Deputy McSharry, control yourself. Deputies, I will take action if it's necessary.
I want to set up the Sligo Leitrim.
Deputy McSharry, listen here. You're all circumventing the regulations.
This is a disgrace.
I'll suspend the House.
Suspend it if you like.
Deputy McSharry, don't speak to Deputy McSharry. Deputy McSharry, you will not speak to the chair like that.
I can't speak to anybody.
You won't speak to the chair.
I can't speak to anybody.
I'll suspend the House for 5 minutes.
They went in timeout. They got timeouted. They put the government in timeout for 5 minutes because they couldn't stop yelling. That's how you make the government.
Go get them. Come on.
Go get them.
What are these guys doing? What are they doing?
Sir, how concerned are you about the anti-satellite capability that Russia is developing, and what is your administration planning to do in response?
First of all, there is no nuclear threat to the people of America or anywhere else in the world with what Russia's doing at the moment, number one.
Have you seen Joe Biden's event in Ireland? I can't play it because he plays Dropkick Murphys when he comes out, but it's fucking awesome. It's literally like a wrestling thing. He runs out. He literally runs.
Yeah, he does. It was in the no politics context.
Yeah,
no context politics video we played.
Relates to satellites in space and damaging those satellites potentially. Number three, there is no evidence that they have made a decision to go forward with doing anything in space either. So what we found out, there was a capacity to launch a system into space that could theoretically do something that was damaging. Hadn't happened yet, and my hope is it will not.
Thank you all.
I'll take one more.
Thank you, Mr. President. Switching gears for a moment, have the Israelis presented a credible evacuation plan for the nearly 1.5 million displaced Palestinians sheltering in Rafah? And what would the consequences be for Israel if they move ahead with a full-scale ground invasion without clear measures to protect civilians there?
Well, first of all, I've had extensive conversations with the Prime Minister of Israel over the last several days, almost an hour each. And I've made the case, and I feel very strongly about it, that there has to be.
Hey, check this out.
You have criticized the Gardaí. You've criticized the High Court for making this order. Having heard the cases. And you have said nothing about the thugs who climbed on the back of a cattle truck, 20 of them, broke into property, injured 3 people, killed a dog.
Deputy, I'm moving on immediately to Deputy Brendan Howland. Deputy Doherty. Deputy, if this continues,
Deputy, when it comes to Sinn Féin and the rule of law and public order and condemning violence, it doesn't take very long for your balaclava to slip.
Deputy Brendan Howland. Deputy If the intention is Deputy Doherty.
Jeopardy Dark Days.
I will have to exercise if necessary. Deputy Brendan Howland, 3 minutes. One for a mic. I would suggest that you both.
I'm going to
suggest that you both
read the blacks when they're available, and maybe we could revisit it. Hold on, Tisha. No. You can both read the blacks, both of you, and if we have to revisit it,
this is English.
We will. Deputy Brendan Howland. Deputy Brendan Howland.
Deborah Brendan Island. The subtitles don't even get close.
All right,
It's
this
funny.
potential new soundbite, but this is probably one of the funniest things I've seen for a while.
Their own narrative that the government can save us. Govern me harder, daddy. That is what people believe in. Their own narrative.
So I think we should take that as a soundbite.
Mark it to like Harvest later when we do another recording.
Yeah, it's I'll send it to you on Twitter.
Okay. Well, I mean, mark it for Harvest.
Okay.
When we do another recording, so like keep it in your watch later or something.
Yeah. Okay.
Prisoners out to get the hostages out, and that is underway. I'm still hopeful that that can be done, and in the meantime, I don't anticipate. I'm hoping that that the Israelis will not make any massive land invasion in the meantime. So it's my expectation that's not going to happen.
Oh, you mean they can do tiny?
A ceasefire temporarily.
Not massive land invasions.
There are
that was a huge tell when he says when they give actual sizes like that. That's a huge tell that they can do small attacks.
Not just Israelis; it's American hostages as well. And
yeah. So he's going to justify any land push by Israel that's limited as operations involved with these American hostages now.
Yeah.
We'll get this hostage deal. We'll bring the Americans home, and the deal is being negotiated now, and we're going to see where it takes us.
An FBI informant. They're asking about his son. We already heard him say that, right?
The center of the impeachment inquiry into you has been indicted for allegedly lying. Your reaction to that, and should the inquiry be dropped?
He is lying, and it should be dropped, and it's just been an outrageous effort from the beginning.
Outrageous and over the line, bro. That's
Do you think Navalny was killed or was it a natural death? No,
There's no way Hassan can't have good takes here, right?
You would think so, right?
It's got to be. He's got to be good, right?
Surely.
You know who I want to see? Vosh talk about this. That's who I should have looked at.
See if he's got one.
I will right now.
Unless you think that people just naturally.
We don't need his.
Unless you just think that
Jump forward 2 minutes. We know what he's talking about. It's Navalny.
When you're ready, YouTube. Christ.
Vosh is too busy hiding from H3 doing another fucking entire stream about him.
In his foreign policy.
He has one on the imprisonment of.
He's done some cool shit like ride horses shirtless. That much is true. Or bring forward phenomenal American talent like Steven Seagal to make them ambassadors.
Well, yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, Chechnya. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot of assassinations.
Nothing beats Dennis Rodman and North Korea.
No, you can't.
It's the pinnacle. It's so funny.
So much good stuff overall, but some actually good stuff like Steven Seagal. So who's to say if he's really a bad guy at all? Let's continue. Let's hear what he had to say about Navalny,
please.
Oh God, we just watched this.
All right, we can skip the clips then.
Yeah, let's just go to his pause break, see what he has to say here.
A rare moment where we skip the videos and not Hassan. When you're ready, YouTube.
Listen,
take your time.
It's trying its
on him
best.
in 2020, which nearly.
He's not even paying attention.
We're covering him.
Broken. The whole website's broken.
Yep.
Come
on, Johnny, play me out.
But he did it anyway.
Not proper piece of
He
etiquette.
believes so deeply in his country, in Russia. Reports of his death, if they're true.
What?
Epic.
I do not like this spying, man.
Epic, right?
Mr. Kushner, all of this must have a cost.
He said it never happened. He said the Holocaust never happened.
Thank you, Jared Kushner.
True, and I have no reason to believe it or not. Russian authorities
Experience
are
interruptions. Find out why.
Make no mistake. Make no mistake. Putin is responsible for Navalny's death. Putin.
I mean, this part is like true on every front. Even if he died to natural causes, which very unlikely, even though the timing of it is suspicious leading up to like an election, right? Technically, he is at the responsibility of the state. He's in prison. If you die in prison, the state fucked up, no matter what. Okay?
A good take.
So that part is 100% true, regardless.
Is responsible. What has happened in
Son
Navalny is yet more proof of Putin's brutality.
Yeah, while there's no like immediate motive, I guess. While there's no immediate motive, I do still believe that, you know, come on.
No one should be fooled. Not in Russia, not at home, not anywhere in the world. Putin does not only target his citizens of other countries, as we've seen what's going on in Ukraine.
There's no motive in the sense that he's already in prison and he already had been like very publicly poisoned by Putin. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. Like,
that reminds me. I was gonna get a
motive,
Hassan
like
soundbite for when he does understand, and it's just like him saying that he does understand because I heard it in something, and I was like, "Oh, I gotta grab that." Totally forgot. Still, this though.
No
The Western
motive,
territory that is mainland China belongs to Taiwan.
That's such a good one.
More like
not edited, by the way. He was him giving an example of what like
there's
the
already
KMT believes.
Yeah. It's funny.
Like the obvious motive, right? It just, I think it's more so like I guess it brings up additional political complications for him. I don't really know. I don't really know if that translates to like real issues domestically.
The answer is no. Nothing will happen. Nothing will change.
Domestically at all. Anyway, let's continue.
Right now, he also inflicts terrible crimes on his.
That I have the exact same energy for Epstein. Like almost identical, unless you're talking about just like Joe Biden saying these things, because yes, Epstein was, oh, you meant Biden. Okay. Because Jeffrey Epstein's death was also incredibly suspicious.
I don't care.
And not only that, but also Jeffrey Epstein's death was also incredibly suspicious, but he also died in federal prison under very suspicious circumstances. So yes, I still maintain the position.
Who cares?
Yeah, Epstein didn't kill himself, but
Who
it's
cares?
irrelevant. Get to the topic.
Jump forward. See what he has to say of Biden saying Navalny's a hero.
Will never be forgotten. Dangerous statements made.
My controversial opinion.
That was his zombie noise. That was his zombie noise. He literally was about to go brains.
Oh my God, I probably should not have a controversial opinion on this. Is that the like it wasn't I mean, I'll wait for obviously an investigation, even though like, come on, it's not going to be a real one. We'll probably never know, right? It's almost impossible to get fucking real information on things such as this.
But everything out of China is legit, right? It's the same country, basically. Run the same way, sealed off the same way. Information is kept the same way. Government acts the same way. But you just believe everything China has to say. But Russia, Russia, no, can't everything, can't have that. It's not true. Can't do that. That's no. You know, consistency. Just be consistent. That's all I want from people. Just be consistent. It really isn't that hard.
Regardless, wait, hold on 1 second. I gotta bring in. I'm gonna bring in my guest in a second.
Are you gonna sit them at a really shit angle? Like
Actually, you know what? Let me do that real quick because we have a Ukraine expert that I will have.
Oh boy. Great noises. I like to do them too sometimes.
Coming on because we're going to be talking about like Ukraine updates as well.
That's it, Buster. No more military aid.
What do you think? Do you think is? You think?
I will never understand.
Imagine if it was Jackson Hinkle.
Oh my God.
Totally out of our common sense.
Okay. Let's
Navalny's a
hear
hero,
the
Byron.
rest of Brandon. Let's
Thank
have
God
Brandon
he's gonna
play
hear
us
it.
out.
Watch it. It would be so funny if he
That was
couldn't
3
even
years
finish
ago.
it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, the last time we watched one of these videos, he skipped the video at 1 second. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, that was so funny.
He spent 3 minutes talking about nothing and skipped the video at 1 second.
In the meantime, they faced a hell of a lot of consequences. They've lost and or had wounded over 350,000 Russian soldiers. They've made them in a position where they've been subjected to great sanctions across the board. And we're
He's getting up.
contemplating what else could be done. But
He's left.
What we're talking about is the
He's
time
gone.
there were no actions being taken against Russia. And that's, look, all that's transpired since then.
I was looking back.
When you're looking at increasing sanctions on Russia right now.
God. Number 3, there is no evidence that they.
I love this guy having to describe nuclear satellites in space. It's like,
I'm done.
Shock, outrage after one of Vladimir Putin's sharpest critics, the Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny.
Actually, where in the video does he call him a hero? In the Biden one, do you remember?
Please don't be an expert straight out of Kremlin. I'll try and see if I
Million
find
displaced
it. He says it in his speech.
Sheltering.
It's in the very start, right?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm pretty sure he said it at the start, so he completely missed it.
Shock, outrage after one of Vladimir Putin's sharpest critics, the Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny, was reported dead in a Russian prison, reportedly dying after taking a walk, a fatal walk. U.S. officials are still waiting to confirm the Russian state media claim. Navalny's wife had this to say just a short time ago in front of dozens of heads of state.
If it is the truth, I would like Putin and all his staff, everybody around him, his government, his friends, I want them know that they will be punished for what they have done with our country, with my family, and with my husband. They will be brought to justice, and this day will come soon.
What strength to stand there in Munich. With us now, CNN's chief international correspondent Clarissa Ward and Matthew Chance, chief global affairs correspondent. Clarissa, you could see the anger and also the resolve from Alexei Navalny's wife there.
It was a very emotional moment. And she actually started out, John, by saying, you know, I thought for a moment, do I go home to my family right now? Or do I stand here and address you? And then I asked myself, what would Alexei do? What would Alexei want me to do? And I have no doubt that he would want me to stand here to address you and to issue that withering rebuke to Russian President Vladimir Putin. Of course, at this stage, we don't know exactly what killed Alexei Navalny. We have only been told through Russian media that he took a walk at the penal colony where he was suffering terrible treatment, where he had at times been in less than good health. And yet when we saw him yesterday via teleconference from a courtroom, he appeared healthy, he appeared jovial. We've also heard a report from his mother who told Novaya Gazeta, the Russian publication, that she wouldn't be accepting condolences because she couldn't believe it, because she had seen Alexei Navalny on February 14th, that he had appeared to be in good health and good humor. And so there are real questions about exactly what
Wasn't he on a
happened to
hunger
him.
strike?
But you heard also at the Munich Security Conference, the Vice President Kamala Harris saying, whatever happened, Russia is responsible. He was in the custody of the Russian state. And so the question
basically
really
what,
now becomes,
what
what does
Hassan
this
said.
mean for Russia's opposition, which has already been so brutally stomped out?
There is no opposition. Putin is a dictator. It's not a democracy. What the fuck are you talking about? Are you trying to just entertain this bullshit idea that they're actually having a democratic vote? The fuck is this?
Out. Does this mean, could we see potentially more protests or resurgence of the sort of protest movements that Alexei Navalny had previously galvanized in Russia? Or is this it? Is this the end? Is this message that there is absolutely no opposition of any shape or form to be tolerated inside Putin's Russia, John?
Yeah, and to that point, you heard from Alexei Navalny's wife saying that Vladimir Putin, Russia will be punished. I suppose, Matthew Chance, the question is, will they? Will Russians blame someone for this?
Nope.
I mean, look, we don't know the answers to that yet. But look, I can tell you that many Russians that I've spoken to or expressed their views in the media are expressing their shock that this has happened.
They're
that
so
Alexei
shocked.
Navalny, who is undoubtedly the most high-profile opposition figure in the country, has died whilst in the custody of the Russian prison authorities. Now, whether that will have an impact in the way that Alexei Navalny has had an impact in the past, he's been able to bring out tens of thousands of people onto the streets in towns and cities across the country when he's called for them in the past. But we're in a different environment now. And there's been this chill descend over the Russian opposition. And this is yet another very potent message to opponents of the Kremlin about the terrible consequences that can befall you if you stand up to Vladimir Putin and his regime. Because remember, no matter how shocking this death of Alexei Navalny is, it's not altogether surprising. I mean, Alexei Navalny was himself poisoned and narrowly escaped death, a couple of years ago. He chose to come back to place himself at the center of Russian politics, having, narrowly escaped death himself. And then, of course, there's a long list.
Are we learning anything? I don't think so.
No, and I can't find it.
Oh.
When he called him a hero. I've been screening for it. I can't hear it. I can't find it. I don't know when it happened.
All right. Are we done with stories? Are we going into fun stuff?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Well, there's still the MAGA meltdown.
True. Okay, we'll do that.
Which is kind of the fun time as well, right?
Yeah. 1 second. I'm just finding it.
What about this Rachel Dolezal
Nikki Haley is getting so...
Is this the one?
No, this is a fine story to bridge.
Yeah, you'll find the number.
Go ahead. No, hit play on this.
So many MAGA threats
I'll send you other
that
stuff.
she now needs Secret Service protection. Now, of course, the MAGAs are saying violent Democrats are threatening her. Why on earth would Democrats threaten a candidate destined to lose and whose presence in the Republican primary is only helping Joe Biden? CNN reports Nikki Haley requests Secret Service.
You frame that awfully. Her presence is hurting Trump. She, if she gets the nomination, will beat Biden.
Service protection due to threats.
No.
Article reads, Nikki Haley has applied for Secret Service protection because of threats she is facing as the only remaining Republican presidential candidate competing with Trump. The campaign didn't detail when the request was made. There were reports of 2 swatting incidents in recent months at Haley's home, one of which occurred while her parents were there. Remember, swatting is, every time I explain it, someone says, David, that's technically not exactly what it is. Swatting essentially is making calls to law enforcement with false claims meant to trigger an armed SWAT team or hostage rescue team to respond to a location. So, for example, it would be like if you call the police and say, you figure out Nikki Haley's address and you say, there's an active shooter holding people inside of Nikki Haley's house. You gotta get there. Gotta get there now. They're coming after me. They're shooting.
There's one. These are the stuff we just have to touch on still. Some of these were ones that I really wanted to look at, but there's 2 videos about the fraud case.
Are they all? They're all Trump ones. I've found.
They're all kind of Trumpy related, I think.
Are they all on the playlist?
I put them. These are the links I sent. These are the ones that I want to hit before we end.
I'm saying
they're on the playlist, yes, but I just sent them the links to click because these are the only ones we need to look through before this fun stuff.
And then you hang up. And the idea is to gin up the most aggressive possible response from law enforcement. So then they bust the door down, and if it goes right for the swatters, etc. That's the gist of it. 2 such incidents have taken place. Now, I think it's really important to make it super clear. Nobody believes, if you're thinking about this clearly, nobody believes.
Could not agree with that more. Could not agree. Also,
it's a political candidate too, so it's like, they get like special assassination status.
But like the swatting thing, kind of solved with the protections for Castle Doctrine against police no-knock raids, but it's also SWAT.
Yeah, that was one of the dumbest things I've ever heard you say. Let's move on, please. Shoot at police.
Biden
that will solve it. Come on.
Are going around.
No, they should be breaking into people's homes armed.
Yeah, so shoot at police and make sure you definitely get killed. That will not be a successful swatting for sure, bro. Tim Pool should have shot back.
That wasn't the point. It's not the point I was making.
Threatening Nikki Haley, who will obviously not be the nominee. And if anything, the longer she stays in, the more money she raises now, it's good for Biden and it's bad for Trump. Yeah. She's going around now criticizing the Trump cognitive decline. This is great for Joe Biden. Every dollar donated
can't get
to
over
Nikki
this. That's he can't stop talking about how Trump is going doo-doo brained now.
Is a dollar that will not be available to be donated to Donald Trump. Do you believe for a second that Biden supporters are swatting Nikki Haley or threatening Nikki Haley? No, we're doing what I'm doing on the show, saying Nikki is great as a presence that will hurt Trump and help Biden. I hope she stays in as long as possible. Let's encourage her to stay in. I hope she keeps hammering Trump. We would have no reason, aside from the fact that I don't go around threatening people in general.
This is a fairly fine take. I mean, there's nothing like, I don't hear anybody else lib talk about like encouraging Haley to stay in.
One weird third-party candidate was saying something about how come we don't get Secret Service protection, but I think it was like last election. I vaguely remember some delusional person like Marianne Williamson or something saying this.
Want to encourage Nikki Haley to stay in. So don't fall for the allegations. Don't fall for the allegations that this is Biden supporters, because that's ridiculous. Nikki Haley, if what she is saying through her campaign is true, she probably needs the Secret Service protection. I mean, these MAGA people are dangerous people. Look at what they were willing to do on January 6th.
Oh my God,
even
David.
though their guy
Can we
lost
move on, please? I'm so done with him. I hate
Look
him
at the number
so much.
of defendants.
Oh my God. Everyone is
sick and
cringe.
tired.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I literally forgot she was my governor until I put this on the story today. I'm not kidding.
That's pretty funny.
Having to carry the torch even into 2024 to protect women's rights. All I can say is, after news information came out from the New York Times
You know
today,
who she took over
at
for?
last the truth has been revealed. We now know exactly
Was it
where
the Italian guy?
You famously said that the name
Homo?
Fredo
Yeah.
was like the N-word for Italians.
Yes, that was a mistake.
Was he just the mayor of New
Yeah,
York?
she was like the vice governor behind
okay.
him. So she's not even elected.
former President Donald Trump stands on women's freedoms. And he has said clearly, if he were to be president of the United States, that our entire country, all 50 states, would be forced to live under an abortion ban,
Cringe.
which is abhorrent to all of us standing here and across our nation. So we've been forewarned. And whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, or just don't care about voting in politics,
Nice.
you ought to be concerned about your freedom.
That's me.
Because that's going to be a vestige of the past.
True.
Now, even in states like New York, and I'll never forget when I was running for this position, and we talked about the importance.
Wait,
not
she
just
did
having
run for this
abortion
position?
rights codified.
I guess so. You probably voted for her.
I don't know.
New York, but also a constitutional amendment. And people said, what are you worried about? It's a blue state. It's safe. This is what I was worried about. This is what I said could happen. You could end up with a president like Donald Trump who wants to trample on women's rights, because we have seen in case after case.
Can't New York just be like, go fuck yourself? We're allowing abortion.
They could go take it to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court could say, too bad.
He doesn't give a damn about women.
So what if they just, after the Supreme Court, were like, you can go fuck yourself. This is more important.
I don't think Trump's going to do it regardless. I think this is just kind of like more of their like election stuff.
Okay.
Women. But also, if we have a Republican House and a Republican Senate, women, our lives are in jeopardy. Our daughters' lives are in jeopardy. All of our rights are in jeopardy. So we stand together.
Okay, so 2022
just like we
she did
gathered
run.
after the Dobbs
Okay.
decision. that
She assumed
wiped out
power in
decades of
2021, and then I voted against her. Actually, I believe specifically because she was in Como's admin.
progress.
Or
All the women.
I don't know. I'd have to look up what the other guy was about, because New York Republicans are not real Republicans. They're just
No.
Democrats.
who marched and took to the streets. And we take women's rights so seriously here in the great state of New York. The women's rights movement started
Yeah, we
right
do.
here in our own state.
That's why
We've
we
never
did.
stopped marching.
Indigenous
After
rights
Dobbs,
too.
we gathered
Yeah.
We don't fuck around here.
The US government. Yeah. Came from New York.
our legislature and I joined together. We gave more money for our clinics. We made sure that our doctors were protected. We stood firm and said we'll do whatever it takes to make sure that this right is enshrined. And ladies and gentlemen, this right will be on the ballot here in the state of New York this November, a constitutional amendment. But I'll be brief, because this is a real simple issue. We want to live in a nation where women have lost the right to control their own body. You want to live in a nation like that, my friends? No. We want to live in a state where, despite our best efforts, those rights are also trampled upon. I say no. We must move forward.
I'm expecting them all to start clicking in the background.
I
I'm
honestly
calling
hate her.
on
Huh? You don't like her?
No.
all the members who represent the great state of New York as members of Congress sworn in our nation's capital Democrat and Republicans, stand up and tell us now today who you are standing with. I want to hear your voices loud and clear so Donald Trump knows that at least in the state of New York, your message is not welcome here. We will not stand with you and we will not support you in this effort to strip women's rights away even further. So with that, I'll
Okay, all this dude, what I was looking at is like all this dude did is voted against the NY Dream Act, which would allow undocumented students to meet state tuition requirements. That was in 2014.
Interesting.
Ran unopposed. This guy hasn't done shit.
Ever,
I hate Hochul too.
not in the state of
What?
He is a nutty Republican. I don't know. He might be nutty, but the corruption behind the Como admin that she brought with her is just like unacceptable.
New York. So thank you very much for staying united. And with that, let me bring up a champion for women's rights in every respect to the word, our great Senator Kirsten Gillibrand.
Please clap.
Well, we are deeply blessed to have a governor. Who
I
has
mean,
such
is she just going to repeat the same thing? Do you reckon? I guess
a
we'll see.
vision, such strength, such integrity, and such courage to fight no matter what to guarantee reproductive freedom for all women in this state. She is visionary and she is
Literally in her
I'm
admin,
grateful that I can stand.
the lieutenant governor was indicted for wire fraud and bribery and conspiracy to commit wire fraud and falsifications of records. Like, she sucks.
That's awesome.
Stand here with her among all of the women elected leaders that are standing behind me. This is a group of women who have dedicated their lives to serving others, and they will fight for every New York woman, no matter what, to make sure they get the care they deserve and they need. Today, President Trump made very clear to all Americans that he would support a national abortion ban. It's horrifying. It's disturbing. It undermines the basic fabric of our community that we believe in equality, that we believe that women have the right to bodily autonomy, that we have a right to civil rights and justice under the law. He does not believe that. He believes in a national abortion ban. And it's not shocking because last time he was
Single
president,
issue.
he said on television that there should be some form of punishment for any woman who accessed abortion services. President Trump and MAGA Republicans have worked for decades.
Hey, they're all
strip
getting
away
that
women's
MAGA Republicans thing in now.
Yeah, no, this will be a single issue for Democrats in New York.
Yeah.
This it's like New York is already blue, but just anti-abortion stances here is going to get more blue. Like they're just going to lose more seats to New York. Any red seats will probably be starting to be going. You know, Texas is like
more Democrats than Republicans.
Yeah, we literally talked about this on the show we were just recorded, but I was going to say it's like they the people who have lived in Texas and have been born in Texas are tended more to be Democrat. It's all the people who are coming into Texas who vote Republican.
Yeah.
reproductive freedom, fundamental human rights. It's why they've politicized
Okay, we can move on.
and degraded.
Great.
I mean, this is what it was about.
State judge just ruled, and he's crooked as you can get. And a lot of people expected something like this, but not for the amount. But this is a very dishonest man. This is a man that's been overturned already on this case 4 times. But a crooked New York State judge just ruled that I have to pay a fine of $355 million for having built a perfect company. Great cash, great buildings, great everything. It affects New York. It's mostly talking about New York, where we have a totally corrupt.
Oh, is that because you got ruled out of being able to own or operate businesses in New York?
Yeah, that's the other part
Go
of
fuck
this.
yourself.
Only for like 3 years.
But it's the entire family.
I didn't know.
Attorney General
Yeah, no, it's everybody. It's all of them.
She campaigned on the fact that I will get Trump, I will get Trump. Everybody's seen it. Letitia James, they've all seen it.
I have
Well,
her
we'll be
in the
appealing, but
list
more
too,
important than that, this is
Huh?
I have her in the list too, but I skipped her to get to the fun part.
Okay.
Letitia.
Mm.
It's only a minute long.
Okay.
This is Russia, this is China, this is the same game. It all comes out of the DOJ, it all comes out of Biden. It's
Prove it.
witch hunt against his political opponent, the likes of which our country has never seen before. You see it in
Okay, so what I'm being told here is we need to get a big stone and lay it across Trump's chest and start putting weights on it because he's a witch.
I think so.
Just flatten him out.
Yeah. Put him on a scale with a duck. If they're the same weight, he's a witch.
He's definitely going to weigh more than a duck. Look at my connection's so shit. It's dropping it. Well, at least get standard def here. It's only a fucking speech, you know. There we go. Now it's auto to 720.
Today, justice has been served. Today, we prove that no one is above the law. No
Attorney
matter how
General.
rich, powerful, or politically connected you are, everyone must play by the same rules. We have a responsibility to protect the integrity of the marketplace. And for years, Donald Trump engaged in deceptive business practices and tremendous
Crazy New York
fraud.
corruption.
Donald Trump knowingly inflated his net worth by billions of dollars to unjustly enrich himself, his family, and to cheat the system. Donald Trump may have authored the art of the deal, but he perfected the art of the steal.
Oh,
woo!
The presidents are no exception.
Spitting bars.
This decision is a massive victory
hates
for
him.
every American who believes in that simple but fundamental pillar of our democracy.
No one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
It's dude.
Equally.
Truth Social
fairly,
is melting down right
justly.
now. It's so funny.
Who is?
Truth Social.
Ah, awesome.
It's so funny.
So I just want to say this. You build a great
I love
company.
him, bro. He's so
There was
funny.
no
It's
fraud.
gonna be so funny
The
seeing
banks
him
all
in
got their
prison,
money,
bro.
100%.
You know how funny that's gonna be?
Watching him do these press conferences from a
Yeah, and he's in
padded
his jail cell.
Hilarious.
Love Trump. They testified that Trump
He's gonna
is
start doing the
great,
AI like
great
Imran Khan and sending voice messages out and do AI Trumps.
customer, one of our best customers. They testified beautifully, and the judge knows that. He's just a corrupt person. And we knew that from
Not
the
me,
beginning.
though. Not
We
me.
knew
I'm
it
not
right from
corrupt.
the beginning,
No,
'cause
of course.
we
I'm
wouldn't give
clean.
it to the commercial division. This judge thought Mar-a-Lago is worth $18 million, and it's worth anywhere from 50 to 100 times that amount. So we realized that. He ruled against me before he even got the case. He ruled against me.
Won't be worth much after the next hurricane or two.
He said I was guilty. He didn't know what I was guilty of before he even got the case. And Letitia James, that's another case altogether. She's a horribly corrupt attorney general, and it's all having to do with election interference. I'm in Spain without the ass. Because the banks made a lot of money. They made $100 million. And by the way, I paid approximately $300 million in taxes as the migrants come in and they take over
Oh
New
my
York.
God.
I paid over this.
No, you
30 years,
didn't.
No,
over
you fucking
$300
didn't.
million in tax. And they want me out. Oh, let's see if we can get them out. These are radical left Democrats. They're lunatics. And it's election interfering. So I just want to thank
say
you
it
for
loud
being
and clear.
here.
They'll blow up that
we'll
dam.
appeal. We'll be successful, I think, because frankly, if we're not successful, New York State is gone. People are moving out of New York State. And because of this, they're going to move out at a much faster rate. They used a statute.
Yeah, I bet the people of New York are gonna really hate that you're not there anymore. I bet they're really, really gonna hate it. You know, these disgusting, gross gold buildings with your fucking name on it. Yeah, I'm sure that they're so heartbroken that you're not going to be a part of the city anymore. Aw, womp womp.
It's a consumer fraud statute, that's never been used for a thing like this before. They used it on me because I'm running for president. I'm beating Biden by a lot. We're beating not only
you're
the
not beating
Republicans,
anyone.
we're beating Biden by a lot.
It's just there's no voting right now. Nobody is winning the election right now.
Exactly.
John.
Poll came out today. We're up 20 points on Biden. If I weren't running, none of this stuff would have ever happened. None of these lawsuits would have ever happened. Nothing would. I would have had a nice life. But I enjoy this life for a different reason. We're going to make America great again. These are corrupt people. These are people that shouldn't be.
All right, fuck him.
Isn't he great? He's so funny.
This is why I enjoyed him when he was president. Not so much what he did, but just his TV appearances were just gold. Hilarious at all times.
All right, everybody. We start with this Fox News alert. Two very big stories happening right now revolving around the frontrunners of the 2024 campaign. President Biden has finally gone to East Palestine on a long overdue visit, more than a year after that toxic train derailment. We've got a lot to come on that and the reaction of people in East Palestine to this very late visit. But first, a New York judge dropping the hammer on former President Donald Trump's business empire, reaching a blockbuster verdict in the civil fraud trial and imposing a whopping $364 million penalty against his company. Trump is personally on the hook for $355 million of that.
You know these things are anti-gravity. Look at that.
A year.
Isn't that crazy?
Is staying in there.
Yeah, because they got so much grip on their toe pads.
That's pretty cool. Is that how they can yeet off the walls?
I mean, they're just adapted for mountains and stuff.
What the judge ruled was a years-long scheme to dupe banks and others with financial misstatements and inflated the former president's wealth. Trump is also barred from serving as an officer or director of any New York corporation for 3 years. His sons, Don Jr. and Eric Trump, ordered to pay $4 million. They also will not be permitted under this decision to be officers of a New York corporation for 2 years. So the former president is at Mar-a-Lago and is vowing to
They are going to lose so much money from this. Like that 335 million will be pennies for how much money they're going to lose.
To appeal
Kushner
this decision. He has pulled no punches throughout all of these legal situations. And also when reacting to this verdict, he said this on Truth Social, quote, "This decision," in quotes, "is a complete and total
Cringe picture.
Yeah, that's Trump for you.
sham. There were no victims, no damages, no complaints, only satisfied banks and insurance companies," in quotes, in parentheses rather, which made a ton of money. The Democrat who started the whole thing by suing the Trump Organization, New York Democrat Attorney General Letitia James. She is expected to speak about an hour from now. She also just tweeted and called this a, quote, massive victory.
Wait, there's still tweets? They're not X's or something?
And it looks like she got exactly what she wanted. She ran on a campaign.
Yep, she sure
do
did.
Exactly this.
Yep.
Watch.
Good for
I will
her.
never be afraid to challenge this illegitimate president when our fundamental rights are at stake. I believe that the
She's so
president of the
cool.
So dramatic.
Yeah.
United States can be indicted for criminal offenses.
Will you sue him for us? Oh, we're going to definitely sue him. We're going to be a real pain in the He's going to know my name personally.
I look forward to going into the office of Attorney General every day, suing him, defending your rights, and then going home.
Incredible, right? I mean, I know pretty much everybody at the table is kind of jumping to talk about this, but I'm going to go to Judge Janine first because she's the most ready.
Actually, I
didn't do any crap. I'm drunk.
What you're seeing is an attorney general who, in any other time or in any other day, would have been removed from office based upon her promise to go after a person against whom there was no crime alleged. She just looked.
What do you mean? Are you unaware?
At him until she found something that she thought was appropriate. I have never seen a law that was written to protect consumers used against a man and an organization where not a one consumer was harmed, not one bank.
I wonder if she knows about that rental property thing that he had that he fucked everyone over that was living there in. I wonder if they know about that. Yeah, consumers weren't hurt at all. Yeah, no, he's so pro-consumer that he's a billionaire. Yeah, great. Awesome. Yeah, so pro-consumer. You fucking nailed it. You absolutely nailed it. Big brain.
Was harmed. They never missed a loan payment. They never were in default on any loan. Deutsche Bank and every other bank that did business with the Trump organization made hundreds of millions of dollars. And let me be clear. Donald Trump and his organization made it very clear on their loan applications that they were disclaiming their evaluation.
Like, is she about to say exactly what the charges were, which is making overestimates of property value, which resulted in valuations much higher, which allowed them to get more loans, which is the entire fucking point of the suit? Did she not know this? Is it like, are you a journalist?
No.
Or are you just a
She's a judge.
rip-off view? Fucking unbelievable.
And saying that the banks and the insurance companies and everybody else should do their own evaluation. And that's what the business world, that's how it works. They knew it. They understand it. They have forensic accountants. They have real estate evaluators. They have all kinds of people who assess whether or not the property is worth they're investing in so that they don't lose money, and they never did lose money. And the Trump organization never went out of business. They didn't scam anyone. No one is alleging that they were defrauded or wrong. This is, I'm tired of the word lawfare. This is an attempt by people to take down a former president
Look at his
who was
snooter.
beating the present president in terms of the polls, and looks like he's going to beat him in the next election. This is what third world countries do. It's outrageous. And I've got, just so you know, I have Eric.
Not
Trump
only shit opinions, but outdated terms too. Great. Oh, you're definitely who we should be listening to on this fucking topic.
Ingram tonight, and he's going to talk about the fact that neither he nor his brother were any part of this evaluation process, and they have each been levied $4 million, I believe, when they were never in the back rooms and part of any of this stuff. So there's also another legal issue, and I'll finish. The appellate division, which is the court above this bozo, who I could go into, but I won't, they said that anything before 2014 is barred by the statute of limitations. This inept, incompetent, progressive leftist judge that I wasn't going to talk about, he then took all of the properties before 2014 and included them in his assessment of things that he felt were overvalued. So he is as corrupt as the day is long. And I'll end it at that. The judge.
You know, Jessica, politically, it just raises the question of whether or not this is overboard, right? We've seen it backlash and help this candidate every step of the way. $364 million. I looked at, I think Norfolk Southern paid about $350 million for ruining an entire town. I have accounts here of people who are devastated. My home is gone forever. I feel sick. I've felt sick for months. I mean, the egregiousness and the damage is so clear in these cases, right? Then look at another case, O.J. Simpson, civil case.
Oh my God.
$30 million for the murder of two individuals. This number seems to come out of, I don't know where, because you don't have anything documented by these banks that they were wronged to this dollar amount or that dollar amount. So it's like another punitive situation. Well, just because he didn't have enough remorse, we're going to make him pay $360 million. What's the political impact of this? Do you think it helps or hurts?
So first of all, I think that Norfolk Southern should be paying a lot more. And that was part of President Biden's remarks, and we'll talk about that in the next block. The family of Nicole Brown should have been paid a lot more for her murder. I mean, everyone should owe more in those kinds of cases.
In both cases.
Very clear crimes. But Donald Trump was convicted of this before we got today's sentencing. The judge had already found him guilty.
By just the judge.
But that is how the system works.
Libel,
You can change.
not convicted.
Sorry,
yes.
Libel of inflating assets between $812 million and $2.2 billion. And I understand on the appeals front, and it will go to appeal. He has 30 days to do it. And I think his lawyer already has, that they are going to have to, as the judge said, prove
I mean, that's a pretty gigantic disparity of like value, and the amount of loan that you can levy off that amount of money is insane. So I think this is more than fair. I think it probably should have been more money.
That's some
And indefinite ban from being a head of a company.
next block. The family of Nicole Brown should have been paid a lot more for her murder. I mean, these and $2.2 billion actually wronged by this, right? That there was, well, we'll see what happens. But you can't deny the fact that Donald Trump is somebody who has consistently defrauded people, not paid his bills. I mean, this is what happened in the 2016 election when Hillary had a slew of ads about how he stiffs everyone from contractors, people who work in his buildings, et cetera. And this is the character of the man. These are huge inflations to get cushier interest rates. I mean, saying that his apartment in Trump Tower is 33,000 square feet when it's really 11,000. Mar-a-Lago, his tax broker, said $27 million, ranks it as a social club when he's running around saying it could be $1 billion. It's actually $517 million. They're consistent lies. They are trying to understand people. Just because Deutsche Bank got richer doesn't mean that it's wrong. Political implications. I happen to think, and have said this since the beginning, that no trials or convictions will matter except for things
These people are insufferable.
like in Georgia, and obviously that is complicated this week by what's going on with Fani Willis and election interference in the Mar-a-Lago documents. But he does better in the primary. But if you look at, and we talked about this in Iowa and New Hampshire, when you talk to voters about what's going to happen in a general election and if he is convicted of something, 32% in Iowa said they won't vote for him. Over 50% in New Hampshire said they won't vote for him. People don't want to vote for a felon. They don't want to vote for a criminal. Right now, he can coast along and say, this is about bias.
Is this the lib? Is this the resident lib?
Against me. You know, I'd never touch E.G. and Carol, even though he owes $83 million for doing that and then defaming her. So I think it does hurt him in the end, but not in this primary. He'll be even more of a juggernaut.
Jesse, what's your reaction?
Well, you're saying that people won't vote for a criminal. You're criminalizing him. All of these Democrats are just indicting him. And then you'll get a conviction, and then it'll get appealed, and it'll go to the court. You're ruining the process. You say this is how the system works, Jessica. This has never been how the system works. In the history of New York State, the Associated Press investigated, there has never been a case like this. Look at how this statute is supposed to go. A fake lawyer sells false claims, swindling people out of their home deeds, some fake.
Did you get rid of the indictment, Sandbite?
No, it's under I did everything right.
Oh, okay.
It's in there.
Shrink sells some made-up solution to your head trauma. This is not the Trump organization.
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
Like dozens of Fortune 500 companies who are tenants in his buildings. People
Like I'm moving my
love
mouse
working
around
for the Trump
organization. Fucking chinchillas, bro.
The door.
Dusty bitches.
Man, the guys that work in the elevator. There's no people that are complaining about getting swindled who are working for the Trump
has
organization.
been ripped off all of the buildings along the West Side Highway.
Okay.
These people don't want to live in something with the man's name on it.
You were talking about
Winning.
partisan activists in Manhattan.
All of Upper West Side.
You're talking about they took his golf club away. People love
Good.
that course. If you played it, you'd love it. If you could play.
Fuck your golf course, cunt.
If you could play it, you'd love it.
Fuck your golf course. Biggest
hear what he's
waste
saying,
of
though?
fucking land. Yes, I hear what he's saying. Like,
if you could play it, you'd love it. You plebs can't
my
play
God.
it. You don't even know how good it is.
Jesus Christ. I fucking hate these people so much.
Oh,
Play golf,
Bishi.
you'd love it, Jessica.
I realize
you probably shoot under
He
par.
didn't activate his
Let me
water
tell you
bottle.
something. This woman,
His water
Letitia,
bottle has a glitch in it where you have to shake it until the ball bearing falls down. So he hasn't had water for a minute. So immediately, I let him out. He immediately went back into Zapata's cage and is now drinking out of Zapata's water.
she campaigned on fighting people instead of crime. You can't go outside without worrying about getting pickpocketed. This city's a mess.
Oh my God.
and she's fighting a case like this with no victim, no losses. You have an apartment, Jessica. If you want to sell your apartment, or if you want to get a loan against your property, you go to the bank, you say, this is what the apartment's worth. The bank says, I think it's this worth. And then you guys come to an agreement and you get a loan or you sell it to somebody. That
They can't comprehend that Trump lied about his value.
They know, they just don't care. They're filling time. They have to.
Oh, it's just insane.
For their ads to run.
Fuck these people.
Bro, it's I forgot what I was gonna say.
There it is.
I think that was the last thing.
Yep.
Matt, you got to read this on there. That's a great tweet by EC.
So I'm going to put this in sound polls, Bradley.
We were laughing about this.
Is this in English? Because, yeah, if it's in English, we should definitely watch this. But is he Bear Breen?
Here's this Times clip that EC was responding to.
נכון, אני לא יכולה לומר, אני באמת יכולה לומר על עצמי שיש בי משהו פשיסטי.
Sorry, I'll just go back and I'll...
Not me talking.
I'll put the board down. I'll read what she's saying here.
נכון, אני לא יכולה לומר.
Yes, I can admit that there is something fascist about me.
כאילו, אני לא...
I'm not hiding it. I don't believe there's any other way.
לא מאמינה שיש דרך אחרת, באמת.
Really?
Your uncensored lack of...
My response to this is trebuchet.
Wait until you hear how the Times listen. She's giving context to it right now. It's so funny with the Times.
Trebuchet her from the river to the sea.
Oh, bro, that's anti-Semitic.
Political correctness definitely shocked me.
Wow. Okay, yeah.
So shocking.
Wait, what? Lack of political correctness. Oh my god.
I told you, man.
What is this from?
Times.
New York Times? New York Times. Oh my god.
Bro, they endorse slavery. I'm not like they haven't changed.
No.
They're a
Shocking.
journalist outlet that's existed since the time of slavery from New York on the side of slavery. You know how there was rebellions in New York with response to the Civil War? Who do you think wrote about that? Who do you think was behind that? Think media had something to do with that one?
Likely. I mean, media's been pretty
Maybe a
big in New
certain
York for a hot
media
minute.
outlet from New York.
The New York Times.
Yeah, who was pro-slavery.
When was this?
Oh, come
When
on,
were
bro. When slavery existed. They were around in the Civil War.
They were around in 1800s?
Yeah, you know who's even older?
The Washington
New York Post.
Oh, really?
New York Post is like the oldest.
And now
It's
it's a
so fuck-
tabloid for
It's always has
fucking
been.
Rupert Murdoch. Really? Interesting.
That's the reality.
This is how the you know all those things that those screen grabs of the New York Times in the 1930s and how their coverage of fucking Hitler. It's this sort of dumb. I mean, how fucking infantile are our journalists? But you know, I just on the heels of that, I can admit that there's something
Historically awful.
been fascist about me. This is, you know, we can say like this is bad people. This is a product of a settler colonial
You'll never
society,
guess.
and this is
No,
the
it
exact
wasn't
same.
Madison. It was someone even worse than Madison. Who's the founding father that's worse than Madison?
I know the name, but I can't fucking remember it. Who did the trail? Hamilton,
The
yeah.
trail? You mean Johnny Appleseed? Hamilton did a trail? Yep.
The Trail of Tears.
Oh no, that's after the that's the second gen.
Oh, was it? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
all the founders are like gone by then. Well, it's actually John Quincy Adams, John Adams' son, who technically still I think was around for the founding. I'm not sure, but like he's the end of the founders. Monroe is the last one who's in the founders, and he extends slavery by doing like the Compromise of 1850 or the Missouri Compromise, one or the other.
Yeah.
But yeah, Hamilton founded the New York Post. Another thing we can attribute to Hamilton being awful about.
product that was produced in South Africa, and the exact same consciousness was reached, which is that this is only sustained and maintained through violence. And if you can pull that over, Bradley, just listen to the way this guy looks at it. And basically what he says here is like, look, we'll try to rationalize it to like the polite world, but ultimately it's going to have to be violence.
Know that if there is not the strength of will on the part of the Afrikaner to follow the course he's chosen and to do it to a certain extent ruthlessly, although I would say he will always try to justify it vis-a-vis certain moral principles. But if this is missing, I mean, we have lost. Then we must capitulate. Then we have no policy.
The Afrikaner is of European stock. Our traditions are European, but we evolved a different set of traditions to suit our being an African people now. And we differ from the English in small respects, but we differ very greatly from the other peoples who inhabit this country.
Yes, I think that each man has been given his piece of country and the right to vote.
Oh
in
my
his
God,
country,
they're so
and that
uppity
is fair.
too. The accent makes it
Pieces of
even
shit.
worse.
Yeah.
Two states.
Because if you have to put, if we have to say one man, one vote in South Africa and just leave it open, then the white is not going to get a fair share because he has contributed economically to making this country what it is today. And if you say tomorrow, one man, one vote, then he doesn't, there is no chance for him. So it's better that
One man, one vote.
I wonder how they feel about
One man, one vote. Not one person, one vote.
Yeah, I wonder how they feel about African Americans, considering that they the whole they built the country sort of thing. I bet you they're probably pro-slavery.
that each person be given a chance to have his piece of country and decide how he wants to live and what he wants to do with his country there.
Yeah.
So basically,
I think that's all of it. Oh, more. Oh, they're just replaying it. Okay. Fun stuff. What is this?
Oh, that should have been in with the Ukraine stuff. It just wasn't sorted. This is TF
okay.
Global.
Okay.
You know who they are?
Polls have consistently
No. Oh, wait, this is the Indian one, isn't it? With the
Yeah.
weird graphics? Yeah.
identified President Vladimir Zelensky and General Valery Zaluzhny as the most favored leaders within Ukraine. According to a survey conducted by the Kiev
Did he just say, hang on, did he say the Ukraine or Ukraine?
December, Zaluzhny received an approval rating of the most favored leaders within Ukraine. According to a survey conducted by the Kiev International Institute of Sociology in December, Zaluzhny received an approval rating of 88%, reflecting a high level of trust among Ukraine. In comparison, trust in President Zelensky was recorded at 62%,
They're
experiencing
doing
a
weird
decline
zooms
from
on
84%
Zelensky.
in the previous year. Despite General Valery Zaluzhny's lack of public declarations about entering the political
Stop
sphere,
it. The
there was
weird pulse
noticeable
zoom
interest
every
among
now
his
and then. It's
aides
so
within the
weird.
general staff.
Why is it doing that? Why are you doing that,
It
guys?
is weird. It is weird.
This is probably their best video yet.
At least the audio is semi-okay.
Yeah.
Regarding the potential leverage of his high approval ratings for political purposes.
There's a music sting too when
Welcome.
they do that. Oh, that was just the preview, bro. Oh my god, that's so they're keeping you interested. I heard a little bang like in the background whenever it did the camera effect.
To TFI Global, the antidote to mass delusion.
Okay. What, Jack? You forgot that that's how their videos started? You forgot that that's how their videos started? Is that's what's happening right now?
The tagline. Oh my god. Holy shit.
I guess what guess what the antidote to mass delusion is with Modi and Maloney.
I rescind my comment about their audio being okay.
Oh no, the intro is always this shitty. It always is like it's like not mixed well. It's so funny.
For an extended period exceeding 1 year, the upper echelons of power in Kiev have been engaged in a subtle but significant internal deliberation concerning allegiance. This dichotomy primarily involved alignment with either President Volodymyr Zelensky or General Valery Zaluzhny, the country's leading military figure. The friction between these two figures was predominantly confined to private settings, notably within the confines of the President's Strategic Operational Center. Last
Are you a
Thursday,
results-oriented
President
guy?
Zelensky made the decision to relieve General Zaluzhny of his duties. In the immediate aftermath of
All right,
this
this isn't that
decision,
funny.
General
They actually
Zaluzhny
did a good report for once, so now it's just like whatever.
All right, what funny videos we got?
There's a new one of these. I'll let it. It's loading.
I think I saved a few in the watch later. There might be some.
No,
There might be some bangers.
shut up, bro. Pause the video, YouTube. I hate YouTube
from
right now, bro.
Huh?
Pause the video.
We already watched that one.
I'm trying to pull it up on my screen.
Oh.
public statement or even a reaction. Subsequently, the
You
presidential
can pull up another
website
one while I put this one on. See, the thing is that her or their or his audio is so bad in this deliberately. And oh, that's not what I wanted to hit. I wanted this.
Hey guys, today I'm gonna be playing this game called Minecraft. I think it's pretty new. I think it just came out. Yeah, I got it on my computer. It took a while, but I'm gonna be playing it for the first time. I just made a world.
Yeah, it's all the next year.
Snow, yeah. I'm in the snow biome. That
Who
was
knows?
unnecessary.
Like, she probably like I don't know if this music is even not copyrighted, but who
What
knows?
was that?
I said I don't trust any music on the video, and because she has this music blasting as
Yeah.
part of the joke, I just don't trust it.
No, fair enough.
Yeah. So Kristen Stewart is, an actress famous for the Twilight series, but look, she's done really cool stuff since Roll Daily Mail.
Yeah, Daily Mail or Post Millennial, his own.
Yeah,
website.
usually you need it. I
His
mean,
own website.
if you can get it human centipeded like from the Daily Mail through the Post Millennial, and then Tim Pool can read it, that's really the best.
Check out this one.
He only really reads the Post Millennial because he's interacted with Libby Evans, who runs it, and I think he poached their editor in chief as well. That's the only reason.
I don't know what that is.
I forgot about the human centipede. Just got sick for a second thinking about him at the back end of that. Here we go.
So Rolling Stone did a cover with Kristen Stewart. Of course, everybody knows Kristen Stewart from Twilight. So following this, there was widespread criticism of the photo shoot because Kristen Stewart used what they describe as masculine coded props, like a jock strap and a leather vest or whatever. Following the criticism, Rolling Stone.
This supposed widespread criticism. Can we cite a source? Can we put a name to this? Like right wing freaks?
I mean, what we've learned from Claudine.
Okay, where's the clip?
Let's get back to
Come
Tim
on.
Pool saying dumb shit.
Yeah, we don't need to hear you guys.
It's Rolling Stone. I hope that if I'm desperate, I can get Rolling Stone to be like, yeah, we'll do a photo shoot.
Yes, this is to promote her film, and she's queer, and she thought this was cool.
Not a charity, Rolling Stone.
Yes. Keep going.
Doing like this shocking photo shoot is desperation. She's not a big movie star anymore. I mean, to be fair, like Twilight was big when it was big, but Robert Pattinson, that was big for him.
Holy shit, dude. Oh my god. Did you see the chapters for that video that you sent me?
Which one?
The furry one?
I sent you a furry video?
Did you see?
Wait. Pull up whatever I sent you. What did I send you now? Oh, okay, yeah, bro. Look, somebody sent me this and said it's like Vosh before he was popular. Look at the views on this, bro.
116 views. Oh my god. Okay. He has chapters. We've got the PKK, the Ottoman Empire, difference between a state and government, which he's not going to be able to do. Pan-Arabism, and then the ethics of bestiality. Cool, bro.
Oh my god, bro.
Epic. So that's something you guys can get ready for.
Her film, and she's queer, and she thought
that's cool.
Thought this was cool.
Not a charity, Rolling Stone.
Yes. Keep going.
Doing like this shocking photo shoot is desperation.
Shocking.
She's not a big movie star anymore. I mean, to be fair, like Twilight was big when it was big, but
I don't think Tim understands how many big movie stars there are. There's about 10. Every other actor is just another actor. There are like 10 massive actors, and that's it. So she's been in movies consistently since Twilight. Just because he doesn't know because he doesn't like her because of Twilight, right? But every movie that I've watched her in outside of Twilight, because those movies are fucking awful, has been pretty good.
Bro, you know what I forgot she was in? Camp X-Ray, where she falls in love with the Gitmo prisoner.
Yeah, she was, yeah.
I haven't seen her good in anything.
I didn't say good.
Oh, you said you liked the movie. All these movies have like below 7 stars.
Yeah. Like one thing you could like.
Some of them are like 5.
I just like movies. I watch movies and I'm like, this is okay. This is fine. I like this. And there's been 2 movies that I've turned off or walked out of. The Female Ghostbusters and the Emoji Movie.
Why would you watch those? Oh my god, that's awful.
I didn't pay for them. I white crimed them.
You know, Robert Pattinson, that was big for him. I know he wasn't a big fan, but he also did Harry Potter. And Kristen Stewart, that was big for her. And she's done like some movies since then, I guess. I mean, come on. You can't name a movie that she's done since Twilight.
Charlie's Angels, American Ultra, and she was in that other one as well. What was the one that you said?
Camp X-Ray.
There you go. We've got 3. Fuck you, Tim.
Can you? Here's what's funny about this.
Yes.
I would like Rolling Stone to know I am not terrified in any way of your cover. In fact, I didn't even comment on it until now.
Oh, wow.
This is cope.
I want you guys to know that you don't scare me.
This is copium direct to the vein.
Just really quick, is he acknowledging that he's a right winger as a result of this?
You know.
That's hilarious. I'm marking this so we can clip that.
Movie. If you say so.
Now I'm going to. I can't speak for other anti-woke social media accounts, but I'm going to start this segment off very simply before reading their criticism, and then I want to show you some examples. Kristen Stewart looks gross. I'm not trying to be mean. I don't know or care for Kristen Stewart.
You say this every time, and then you proceed to be a cunt, like it protects you from being a piece of shit. No, here's a better idea. How about you just not be a piece of shit? That'd be great.
I don't care that she dresses how she wants to dress.
I don't care, but here is a video entirely about it. But trust me, I don't care.
And I honestly didn't care.
I don't care that she doesn't wear the exact same thing on her head every day.
But if you want to play this game and talk about what's going on, I'll tell you where I'm at. When the Gamergate stuff was happening, my attitude for all the video games that were getting woke was, hey, man, more power to you. You make your video game. That's great. I won't buy it. Rolling Stone runs the cover of a greasy-looking, disheveled individual who looks like they have...
He doesn't even know what Gamergate was about. That's hilarious. Like, it had nothing to do with video games and people making games. And it was more about journalism, and then it turned into
I actually was friends with Zoe Quinn.
Really?
Yeah, because she got like she did a fucking implant on herself. She has like she did a microchip implant on herself.
Okay.
You can buy these kits online, but you should still like get them done by somebody who knows what they're doing.
Mm.
But they're basically like a syringe entered RFID chip that you would
Okay.
use for a dog, right? Have you seen how they tag
Yeah.
dogs?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
just that type of syringe you insert it into yourself. And
Okay.
she like put like a humble indie bundle on her hand or something.
Okay.
And so like all these articles were written about her. And because like
Interesting.
I do the body modification stuff.
Yeah. Interesting. I didn't know that about her. That's kind of interesting.
This was before all of that shit though.
Yeah.
I didn't even
Well,
know about it. Like I
Yeah.
came home and then I learned what Gamergate was. And then like I looked up about it and I saw her name and I was like, wait a second.
But yeah, that's it. I just find it so funny that he like continually talks about Gamergate and always talks about it and talks to people who are in it and all that sort of shit. Still doesn't know what it is. Like it just tells you all you need to know.
Become a drug addict. And that was a little bit harsh, but yeah, I'm just not going to mince words here. I'm not going to buy your meds. I don't care.
He's
do whatever you want to do.
Gamergate with
I'm terrified.
Yes, that's exactly what he's doing. She was a part of it, but that was like a whole thing.
I still like have no idea. Like I see her sometimes and I'm like, no idea who that is, you know?
Yeah. The whole thing was that she was just trying to say that she was a big gamer and trying to force change in the industry when she didn't play games at all. And everybody knew it. And she's just trying to manipulate the industry and like fuck over games.
I don't care. There's bigger things to worry about.
No, of course there was, but she was basically trying to install
care.
a haze code into video games.
I don't care.
Is basically what was happening.
Of a woman who looks bad, and she doesn't care that I think she looks bad. She probably doesn't care for my opinions. She probably thinks I look bad. She's gay. She can say that if she wants. That's
not
fine.
just gay.
I don't know if that's the only thing.
The point I'll bring up is,
yeah. Wait, hold on.
well, I don't know.
What the actual fuck?
This is like awesome. Was there a Bill O'Reilly thing in there too?
Not that you sent me.
Yeah, not what I sent you. No, I sent you a few things. No, it's on the stream playlist. That's what I'm talking about. I want to see what it is.
Okay.
I'll save it if it's good, or I might if it's really funny. I'll pull it up.
Okay.
The only way a woman could, the only reason she would say you look gross is because she's gay. Look.
Oh, it's him on
Newsmax.
Newsmax.
I mean, you got to project confidence. I can't.
Who on Newsmax?
It's him on Newsmax. You know what this is going to be out? Putin said he'd prefer Biden because he's more predictable.
I did see that, yeah.
Which is like, obviously he's saying that because he knows exactly how it's going to spin.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Begrudging that. Can we pull up these photos of her from the rollings? I mean, like, this is just, I mean, this is gross. She looks gross here. I mean, how bro, I don't know, man. He might just like not like seeing the female body. I mean, she is scantily clad in this, but she looks gross.
So.
Hey,
yeah.
To each their own. To each their own.
I think we should start calling them all cum
it's
hunters.
funny too.
Let's see if there's any more. Hey, more.
Oh my god. Timple's so funny, dude.
Here we go.
You take a look at the older photos of Kristen Stewart. I mean, obviously she was gay back then, right? She was gay then and she's gay now. She didn't just become gay.
She's such...
But what about that made her decide to, I don't know, not clean her face and hair?
Why are you yelling?
Jesus fucking Christ.
At least
it's called art
hair.
direction. It's called art direction. You know, it's a photo shoot. You know, the photographer.
Why is he yelling?
I have no idea. Because he's mad. He's very mad. He's very mad.
The photos of her. Look, I'm gonna be kind of a dick on this one, but I look.
Yeah, go for it, buddy.
I don't care to get into a spat with any celebrities or whatever. I know the woke are gonna scream and cry.
I 100% guarantee she has no clue you exist.
That's fine. You do whatever you want. I'm going to say it plainly and bluntly. Okay. Kristen Stewart before looked like she took care of herself. She wore makeup. I'm not a big fan of makeup, but that's fine. Her face was clean,
god. What a
she
loser
did
thing to say. You look better without it, baby.
Fucking hell.
You wear it for us.
Tim Pool is the kind of person who would use the Dignify AI to harass women and put clothes back on them. And be like, haha, we're doing good things. Ha, 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 ha. That's him.
Her hair up and things like that. Kristen Stewart in the Rolling Stone magazine looks like she just rolled out of bed and threw on some, I don't know, like Goodwill thrift store clothes. It looks like she looks homeless. You know, for me, it strikes a little bit close to home because I'll tell you, the way her hair looks, greasy and dirty, her face.
Oh, no.
It really does remind me of friends that I've had who, when they became drug addicts, let themselves go. I'm not saying she's a drug addict. I'm saying, to me, in my experience in my life,
oh my God,
what they show of her, I'm like, yeah, that looks like a friend of mine, a couple friends that I'd known through my life, and many of you probably know the same thing. They went from wearing like clean clothes, and they would clean their hair, and they would dry it. And even the guys.
Oh my
and then
God.
once started getting
They
into
would
drugs,
take showers. They would use shampoo.
Crazy.
They would lather the soap on their body and rinse it off properly.
They watched them do it.
It's like, why do we? Oh, wow. We need to go through their whole morning routine. They brush their teeth for at least 30 seconds, top and bottom. They flossed. Okay, Tim, bro.
got thin and gaunt. They stopped taking care of themselves, and then they looked greasy.
Where
they just
has a
didn't
weird
care
beard
anymore.
that doesn't fill out fully.
I mean,
I'm sorry, yeah.
monsters. Have you seen Muck from Pokemon? That was them.
Like,
wait, is it more? I don't want to listen to them.
Oh, Candace Owens, she's got something stupid to say too.
The right-wing content has not been about the Kristen Stewart, or here we're talking.
This picture, and I've covered this woman extensively on my show.
Bro,
She's one of the great purveyors
what
of
in the fairy tale creatures are you wearing?
She's trying to get the Snow White position.
I'm the evil
feminist.
queen. They would
Yes.
get mad, dude. If they made Candace Owens the evil queen, Daily Wire subscribers would get mad about race
They
swapping
would.
the evil
They
queen.
would. Yeah, they would.
That would be so funny.
Wouldn't it?
She would be as it's like for their shitty movie. She would be the best one.
Yeah, I agree. I kind
Who
of
else
agree.
do they have? Oh, Gina Carano.
Nobody?
She's probably going to be the
True.
evil queen.
Yeah.
Their actual actress.
Mm.
I don't know what she has done in society other than be naked, what her contribution has been other than.
What have you contributed, Candace? At least she produces fucking consumable media that is actually kind of worth watching. Fucking fool. Oh my god.
I'm so sorry for stopping chinchillas.
I hate these people so much.
And at the very same time, I'm insisting
Candace,
on her nudity.
But the thing that you for Daily Wire.
Look at how they hate on her. They're going to make
that
contribution has been other than at the very same time I'm insisting on her nudity, writing a book and convincing us that men are looking at her, making her a sexual object. Yeah, she actually wrote a book and said that she has been objectified her entire life.
Yeah, she's an actress. And probably a model before that. That's literally what happens. Are you dumb?
Yes.
Jesus fucking Christ. We got one little last bit.
We just
want to see what the cold open is. I mean, this is the hook for the audience, plus obviously the thumbnail that I'd imagine includes that image.
Yeah, pretty sure.
Okay.
Women are nasty now. Something I've noticed. I want to just say this right at the top of 2024. We have become the perverts. In fact, what's even more ironic is that as we point the finger and pretend that men are the perverts, Me Too error, time's up. Oh my gosh, I'm so scared. It is so clearly evident everywhere that you look in society.
You know,
and it's
Shush. All right, next.
You can't shush women, bro.
Oh no. Why do you send me this shit?
What'd I send you? Good stuff?
Awful.
Joe
this is
Biden's
long
brain
as
is
fuck, though.
cooked. It's a little bit soupy. It's a little bit mildewy. There's a bit of mold there. This is a fact. I'm sorry.
I'm probably gonna jump around in these videos.
Yeah, who cares?
I'm sorry. There are people who are like, yeah, it's just a stutter. Come on, man. Don't. Come
We
on.
don't- yeah.
Jesus. It's not like I don't think. that Donald Trump's brain is also itself very pudding-esque. I also believe that it's pudding-like. I'm not denying that. It's just that one, that doesn't take away from the Biden thing, and two, Donald Trump still has the energy to deliver statements, incoherent or otherwise, whereas Biden kind of doesn't.
Now we got a jump contrast with that old video here. Look at
He
him.
literally ran out to the podium today.
Go to the furries one.
Okay.
There's enough there that we can basically finish. If
Yeah.
there's more time, we'll do a little bit more. But I want it because I want to see Vosh learning in real time about democratic confederalism.
Okay.
And
So-
see if there's any excuse for the shit that he says today. If he really learned it all back then, before anyone knew who he was, basically.
How did you find this?
I can't tell you my sources. Go to the channel.
On stream.
Go to the channel it's on.
I would if YouTube worked.
Right?
Oh my god.
Right?
Okay.
Crazy,
So he did
right?
7 episodes and then gave up.
Oh, well.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Good evening. All right, everyone sounds good. Wait, hold on, just to make sure audio levels are good. Zulikov, can you say something?
Yes.
Perfect.
Testing.
Khan, can you say something?
Hey.
Okay. Do we just want to skip the chapters?
Yeah, let's see the PKK intro.
Oh, Kurdish Workers' Party, the PKK. I don't know.
Whoa,
how to pronounce it in
easy.
Kurdish,
Don't
and I'm not
endorse
going to
violence.
try.
They'll strike
So
you.
in the 80s, they were started like in mid 70s and stuff like that. And really, when they started doing things was after it was after the coup of 1980. So there was in 1980, there was a huge
What is
coup
happening?
in Turkey.
Yeah.
In Turkish history, there's a lot of coups. Since the founding of the Turkish Republic in 1923, there's
Yeah,
usually
speed
been
it up,
about a coup
too.
every 20-ish years. That's about how long. Last one was 2013, but even
Nobody is going to be like
2013 wasn't
media
very much
trained
before,
yet.
but,
There's no way
um,
Vosh has media training here. Bro,
No.
is that his hairline?
I just heard robot. What?
Is that his hairline? Look at that hairline,
Yes.
bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Wasn't
learning
the-
a lot.
I'm terribly sorry. Just to refresh, the last coup in Turkey wasn't this like the army is sworn to defend the constitution, and every once in a while the army will like seize power from the electorate, and then like the whole process starts over again, kind of things.
That is exactly how it is.
Huh.
That
Wow,
is exactly kind
crazy.
of how it is in Turkish history for the most part. That's kind of the idea behind it. But so basically,
That's almost like what the armies always
yeah.
say when they do coups.
Yeah.
So Kenan Evren was the guy who led the coup, and he had a huge crackdown on, especially on the because Kurdish people of Kurdish descent were getting kind of rowdy about things. So he had a huge crackdown on Kurdish, and one of the biggest things he did was the government banned the word Kurds, Kurdistan, and Kurdish, and you couldn't speak the language in public or in private.
Genocide.
So, which is huge because even like the Ottoman
This
Empire
is
didn't ban.
this is a lot of. I hope he's listening because like this is like this is actually good information. These
Yeah.
like whoever they are, they actually read more than a Wikipedia here.
Yes. Yeah.
Things in private life. Like this was unprecedented in Turkish history. This is like insane.
Yeah, it's
that they
pretty
did this.
disgusting, I'd say.
Yeah, it's an authoritarian thing. So after that, basically,
No. It's genocide. It's cultural genocide. There's only one
Potential-
word for it. Like there's only one word for that, what that is, and it's cultural genocide.
what ends up happening is the PKK becomes a paramilitary group in the mountains, and it's kind of
Whoa,
like
can't be saying that word.
Mountain people.
No, that's
Fucking
literally that's
king shit.
Hang on, he's grunting, and I missed it because I was talking.
the spirit of the Barbudos of Cuba, and they sort of do hit and run attacks from the mountains, specifically targeting police stations and military outposts. And
Iced.
after that, of course, then Turkey tried to, taking a note from the U.S., tried to do some counterinsurgency operations in the region, which basically is code word for counterinsurgency. Usually, when you hear that, it's code word
The
for genocide
Turks,
because the only way
word for Kurds, it literally means mountain Turks.
Seriously?
Yeah. Armenia has a similar thing. So like, there's they like refer to Armenia as like a Turkish tribe, basically. It's like you're already Turkish, you know. They like so they can't genocide them because it would be genociding their own people. You know, it's kind of like that.
Yeah.
ideology behind it. It's mostly about threatening people. And
It would still be genocide, though.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, no, it's always been. Yeah.
Yeah, like even their excuses, they can try
I
as
mean-
hard as they want, but it's still genocide. Like, you're still going after a certain group of people from a certain
I'm
place.
pretty
And
sure it's currently listed as active on Genocide Watch.
Armenia.
Oh, no, Kurdistan and Turkey.
Oh, okay.
And
Shut up, Angelis.
making it so that it is unlivable in the region, or it's at least you can't, like, they make it so that you can't harbor people. They don't like it. Like, if you show any sort of support for the PKK, they'll just kill you.
Well,
That's what they
typically,
want.
like that's kind of what happens with any ethnic independence movement, right? The problem, the sentiment the government is trying to crack down on isn't the militaristic wing of that movement; it's the movement itself. And the best way to crack down on ethnic independence is to crack down on the ethnicity itself. So invariably, any anti-terrorist action against the more radical cells of an ethnic independence movement are going to come across against that entire ethnic group. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's how it's going to be an execution, but they're never going to present it that way.
Yeah, I would say it is, to use the academic non-clementure, rather cringe of Erdogan.
Erdogan's a whole thing. That's we'll get to Erdogan.
It's pretty cringe, I would say.
The entire AKP pretty cringe. That's all I gotta say.
True.
But
Kids and your
What?
Nothing. I'm just saying that's true. They are cringe.
Yeah.
weird slang.
Oh, and ooh, sorry. You have to end every sentence. It's like over.
Yeah, you
before
have to do
walkie-talkie.
that.
Cringe.
That's exactly what it is.
we're talking about Daddy Ocalan's Bolgy Bolgy.
Oh dear God.
Oh my God.
Jesus.
Oh God. So so now we're into the 90s, and Ocalan was basically the figurehead behind this movement for a
Ocalan.
while.
I was gonna say, isn't it Ocalan?
Yeah. Ocalan.
Democratic federalism as a concept kind of comes into play later because, like I said, from the mid 90s, like he was pretty much a.
I wonder if he's going to talk about how it formed from Marxist-Leninism.
That's what he's saying right now.
It actually had, weirdly enough, it had ties to Saddam Hussein and his Ba'athist party. So there was that. So it was still pretty much a authoritarian sect. And then once you start getting to the 90s, Ocalan gets captured in 1999, and there's basically they know that they can't kill him, so they make him try to say that he was sentenced to death, but he actually was commuted to life in prison. So they wanted to kill him, but they couldn't because
I can see why these guys didn't last.
Yeah. Why?
Oh, this is awful. Like,
just the cringeness of it.
Yeah, just write a script and read it, bro. Like,
or have the conversation and just don't be cringe.
Yeah,
especially on a topic like this.
This is not like
this. Yeah,
it's not like you already have your notes laid out.
Yeah.
So you just want to like
because it seemed bad to
just
go,
make a
use
regular
politics.
video. It would have done so much better. Editing and just like a essay, video essay would have been so much better.
Yeah, politician.
Oh my God.
Just for going against the state, so they didn't like that.
It's kind of similar to the Luna Livre situation, right? Sometimes a person has so much popular support that even if you were going to kill off their subordinates, killing them would probably spark an uprising.
Oh yeah, especially in the Kurdish regions. Also for a little bit.
Oh yeah, they would immediately, fucking surely, right? Like they would immediately unify. I would hope so, anyway, if that happened. But they can't release him either, because if he gets released, he's a flashpoint in the Kurdish movement. So
he can be released. There's no reason not to.
No, of course, there's no reason not to. But Turkey won't release him because he would be a flashpoint in the Kurdish regions.
Geography lesson. If you're running like where quote unquote Kurdistan is, it's pretty much around the southern Anatolia into Syria and into Iraq a little bit. So it's that kind of area.
And Iran.
And yeah. So
what the fuck is Anatolia? I've never heard that area described.
Anatolia is the proper name for Turkey. It's the region. So it's like just like how the Levant and the lower Levant and then Palestine, Egypt, like the lands have always been like named that. So like even though it was ruled by a lot of different people, it was the Anatolian region.
Yeah, okay. Interesting.
Because the Greeks said so. Would you not eat my wall, you little cunt?
I heard him chewing it.
Yeah, he's chewing the molding.
Ooh, let me look.
I'm glad, all things told, glad I was born in America. A lot less complicated here, you know, in terms of whether or not I'm going to die tomorrow.
Well, it really depends on the.
Because I'm white. See, I needed that qualifier. I'm sorry. Listen, I forgot the qualifier. Okay, very important.
A lot of people tomorrow.
Yeah, the other parts of the world can be kind of fucked. I'm just for as much as I hate dumb centrism, at least we don't have massive amounts of violence, I guess.
Oh my God! Come on, get back to the fucking topic.
I mean, for a first world country, we've got a pretty.
Well, there's gun violence.
Come on. And I broke it. It broke. I shouldn't have touched it.
terrorism and terror and fascist regimes.
Well,
Domestically,
we have that mentality, that over there thing we've been pushing since World War II.
No, yeah, exactly. It's remarkable. And America, of course, has its problems. I mean, I talk about them all the time. It'd be idiotic to suggest otherwise. But it's interesting how well we've managed to shuffle off the invariable consequences of like neoliberal globalism and all of the violence that's needed to keep that system in order to the rest of the world.
It's almost like literally like commodity, like fetish. It's been fetishized in that way, where it's removed from, especially in the public eye. I literally got into an argument with my family today because
Are they
my uncle
still
works at
not
Raytheon,
back on the topic?
and
30-second penalty. And it broke again.
I was just catching a
Specifically-
chinchilla. Have we learned about
They sell ours
democratic
to-
federalism yet?
They have been talking about nothing for 3 minutes.
You know who has a great video on democratic confederalism? Just the systems, not about the PKK or the volunteers or really anything like that. Just the systems and its structures and its functions. We do. We have an interview with the YPJ, and it's not about their organization or anything like that. It's specifically about how the system works. And you know, hopefully when I talk to the Zapatistas, we can do something like that with them too. But goddamn,
cool.
They do not like white people. No, they just like are really hesitant to talk to outsiders.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? Yeah, don't.
Well, there's so many like everyone wants to LARP.
Yeah, that too. So it's like it's logical for them to be hesitant. Can't really blame them.
Mm-hmm. If I was still in New
Saudi
York
Arabia,
City,
they
I'd
still
just like talk to them on the street when they organize stuff.
Yeah.
munitions a lot, and like
This is
literally
called war profiteering.
Yeah, it's literally they're war profiteers. They have made it explicit, especially in the Trump administration. They were just like, should we keep funding? Like Saudi Arabia is doing a genocide in Yemen. Should we keep funding it? And literally, Raytheon had a former lobbyist was on Trump's staff.
Oh my
and he was
God,
like,
everyone
well,
knows
you gotta
this.
think about profits. So
They actually do have melanin-seeking bullets. It's extraordinary how well they have.
Oh my God, this is so cringe, bro.
Anyone who's anyone darker than like than like.
Oh my God, shut up.
In the air. It's like rain. It's crazy.
I mean, the younger they are, it's the better
That's
it
the
works.
dumbest
too.
fucking thing I've ever heard.
All right, get back on topic.
For this to also be a thing.
Are we gonna hang on? Is there a chapter called Democratic Confederalism?
Yes. No.
Okay,
State and government.
Is that about Democratic Confederalist state and government?
Maybe. Describe the difference between a state and a government. Probably not.
Oh God. Well, that's just gonna hopefully if they've read Ashland, it's gonna be just about his like theories on nation states and stuff. You hear me say it all the time.
Yeah.
I say
I want them to get back on fucking topic.
Mm-hmm.
With
That's like
CRISPR, we can
HRT.
become our personas. We can be the furries we were always meant.
Oh my God.
I'm pretty sure. I'm sure we all know this in retrospect. I'm pretty sure 90% of the sales for 23andMe were white people trying to see if they could.
Oh, we're still talking about white people, bro.
And then then the YPG goes on
Thank
to
fucking God we're
could say
back.
the
he was talking about, like, at the end of the clip, he's like, well, maybe I'm Iranian, but not one of them Ayatollah people, you know, the good Iranians. It's a good clip. It's a
the
very good
Ayatollah
clip.
gene does not run in his blood. Whoop.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. We got so fucking distracted. All right, hit it. PKK, Abdullah Öcalan, not dead.
Wow.
Yeah,
he
Öcalan's not
acknowledges
dead.
that they
He's
need to
very
get
much
back
alive.
on topic. That's so funny.
Yeah, 10 minutes later.
He wrote this article in 2011, and sort of we saw after his imprisonment, we saw like a huge shift of the PKK towards more anarchism, and so he writes this article in 2011, and then then the YPG goes on to implement it in Rojava as a good anarchist experiment. So that's kind of some of the history.
No.
We can go further into how it ties
Incorrect.
into Kurdish and Turkish
Incorrect.
history.
The
YPG there's a lot to
is a military organization. It does not go
Mhm.
on to run anything.
Yeah.
No. The people of like the people who run Kobani or the people who ran it before.
Like I've taken like 3 classes in the subject, and I still don't know everything. So it really goes back to so going into the article, we're talking about the nation state, and he kind of
Told
begins
you.
with that and talking about how what the
Nation state
is
called
and how
it.
really operates. And from the
Just talking
perspective
about
of
books.
a Turkish historian,
I mean,
the
I've
biggest
never
thing
read
to
theory.
note
Theory
here
is gay.
that
I have to
during
make
the,
them
a lot
think
of
that I
most of the
don't know
problems
about
in the
theory,
region today
and
can
I
be traced
don't
back
care.
to the
'Cause
at
I
least between
really
Kurdish
don't.
They
and
referenced the
Turkish, as well
Protocols
as
of
Armenian
Elder Zion. I mean, I wrote that book. That's a great book.
other minorities. There's Greek minorities as well. After the Tanzimat reforms in 1830s, the Ottoman Empire was trying to form a national identity. Because before then, the Ottoman Empire was like a loose confederation of things. What they would do is they would just kind of let people do whatever, so long as they paid taxes and gave money.
I'm raising my hand.
government.
I'm in the back of the class. I'm raising my hand right now.
Ooh, yes. Oh, you in the back, yes.
Okay, I'm reasonably sure the Ottoman Empire is fake.
Whoa.
What the?
I'm pretty
fuck?
sure. I've just listen. All I know about it is what I learned from Age of Empires. Okay, can you? So this was a just to clarify.
Oh my god,
this
is
is
so
like
cringe.
a largely Mediterranean, like it was around the Mediterranean Sea, and it was an empire that existed for centuries. And in some respects, it was surprisingly progressive for like compared to the sort of feudal European areas.
Ottomans, progressive.
There's a great thing in Ernest Scared Stupid where he goes on a rant about Ottomans. It's really funny. He starts talking about how they need trees because the Ottomans like came and the people who defended were able to use the trees against the Ottomans. And like he goes, and it's like just how he does it. Like he does all these wacky things where he's like doing weird stuff with how the camera's angled and stuff. And he's dressed up like an Ottoman. He goes, "We're the Ottomans, and you're not."
Child, in a sense, and 5-year-olds, we all agree, cannot consent.
I'm glad we all came here ready to discuss the ethics of bestiality. Everyone, get out your philosophy textbooks. We're in my realm
hang on,
now.
go
Okay,
back. They were talking about 5-year-olds consenting. No. Just back a few seconds just now.
Exactly.
Are
it's
we,
because,
okay, so I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that one.
But wait,
because
imagine.
With mammals.
Attack bomb with anything, including these spiders and a fucking Roomba.
I mean, I think in Zootopia there only are mammals. Are there any other?
Can we all just agree that people who fetishize? I'm sorry if I'm yucking here, but people who fetishize interest.
You're muted, bro. Nobody can hear what you're saying.
They are talking about Zootopia.
Yeah, they're talking about fucking the creatures in Zootopia.
Yeah, I'm aware.
We still need to go back further. Bro, we can't take them out of context. You need to go back way further.
What about bacteria? Bacteria personas.
Okay, listen. Okay. We're going.
We're still,
Okay.
no, we're talking.
They're just talking about furries.
Hang on, we'll see.
Differences between the species.
But they still have. They don't have interbreeding. They don't have interbreeding, but they do have
They're definitely still talking about animal fucking. You gotta keep going.
A lot of sense though, and
I mean, it's
a marvel of engineering.
It also means mice would be limited to intellectual labor, and the larger animal.
The mice are limited to intellectual labor.
But I have to say, man, like we have extrapolated so much indiscriminate hatred against certain like genders and races because of very, very, very minor, completely like phenotypical physiological differences. The difference between how like doe and mice would be treated, like in a furry world. Oh my god! Like I feel like it would be like the Zootopia we're all getting along kind of thing. I'm thinking like brutal ghettos and slums and slave-driven.
Oh my god, bro! He's thinking about racial segregation in furry land. In his furry land fantasy, they're racially segregated. Look at him. He's like, oh, my imagination is wild. Wait. No, we cannot unpause. We got a lot to break down. Bro, does that mean there's racist furry porn? Does that mean there's racist furry porn?
I guess there would be, yeah. There would have to be, right?
A lot of societal stratification by species, and I mean this is D&D, so.
Oh my God, Brother Spider-Man is wanting to saving me from crazy Iblis.
Those aren't even all that pronounced compared to something like in Zootopia, but there would absolutely fucking be a caste system.
But even in the movie, they even specifically point out how a lot of these animals are ghettoized. I mean, look at when she was chasing the villain through the small mice village. Like you could see they're literally sectioned off in their own areas, and you even have you have like the actual biomes. Yeah, no, the actual biomes are entirely segregated from each other.
Well, that makes difference.
That's actually true. That's actually true. In the movie, they are separated, but they can like freely interact and shit. But like the homes are separated.
Doesn't make a lot of sense though, and
I mean, it's
a marvel of engineering.
It also means mice would be limited to intellectual labor, and the larger animals would be the ones doing physical labor, because nobody wants a mouse construction worker. I feel like there'd be a lot of really weird stratification that'd be like super uncomfortable when you get past the superficiality.
What you're talking about is like the society from Mao.
The gorillas are gonna build the buildings, obviously.
I just want to know how they managed to get from Kurdistan and democratic confederalism to Zootopia.
Did we learn about democratic confederalism? I heard something
No.
about a nation state.
There was the nation state thing, but this is like halfway between that chapter. And I'm going to guess that it's just like the last one where they talk about it for about 3 minutes and then just talk about idiotic shit that doesn't matter for the rest.
Like
I want to learn about
graphic novel?
democratic confederalism.
Mouse, M-A-U-S.
We'll go back
yeah,
after we hear
the
about
comic that basically
they're
was like, okay,
justifying
I'm gonna make
fucking animals.
a World War II story with all the doomsday mice and all the
They're
Nazis being
also
under.
justifying racist components of
Yes.
the animal fucking, you know?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I didn't even realize there's no interbreeding. A lion and a deer can't produce children. If you're
Okay, so
if you
as
want to
a
be able to
furry,
produce
I
children, you
gotta
literally
call
have to
bullshit
stick
on
to your own race.
Well, this is where the anthropomorphism comes in. The thing is, you have to realize that humans.
Also-
Oh my
so
God.
therefore, most of their things.
I hate this so
Is
much.
this
This
theory?
is actual torture.
This is
This theory. Yes, this is theory. This is what theory is, everybody. This is how painful it is when you talk to people who are obsessed with theory.
This is literally what it sounds like to me, bro.
This is awful. This is actual
I'm in
pain.
Spain without the X.
Things are just aesthetic.
Okay, all right, I can accept that, Drew.
Wait, hold up. Wait, what was the question? Oh, wait, was that about Zootopia or about furries as a
I'm
whole?
imagining like Zootopia type anthropomorphized society, where people are walking on 2 feet, but there's still pretty strong physiological differences between the species.
But they still have.
You're doing the FBI headphones thing, Jack.
What is
the meme with the FBI headphones?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's like you posted on somebody. It's like the FBI agent who's listening to you.
Oh, and it's like the dark, depressed face. Pretty much.
Interspecial sexual relations, because it's heavily implied that Judy and Fudge, I always forget
Nick?
Nick, they go on and do
Did he
sexual
just
things
say
afterwards.
fart,
It's heavily
fudge?
Oh yeah, I've seen the comics too. And Judy's
Answered a fart into a fudge there? Was that a
don't know.
dynamic anti-swear word? Of course, if he grows up in a household where the mom doesn't allow them to swear, of course he becomes a fucking weird ass furry who fantasizes about a Zootopia hierarchy world. How do you come on? How do you come on to talk about democratic confederalism and then end up talking about the hierarchies in Zootopia?
I don't know.
And Fudge, I always forget
Nick?
Nick.
Yes, it was.
There was a fart into a fudge.
There was a fuck into a fudge. Yeah.
Mm.
Like they go on and do sexual things afterwards. It's heavily implied.
Oh yeah, I've seen the comics too. And Judy's a slut. I mean,
Hang on, can I just want to hear what we do you know about the Zootopia abortion comic?
Yes, I've seen this.
Oh no, it wrong.
it's not just Nick either. Judy's fucking the entire department. I've seen the comics, bro. It's happening.
Oh, this was way before that actually happened in real life.
Relations.
What? Oh, that. I remember that.
I just want to say that I've now Google searched the worst thing I've ever typed in. I typed in Judy Hopps thirst. I have a good reason for doing it though, but it didn't come
Journalism.
up.
Journalism.
No, it definitely wasn't because of that. But there's this image that like appeared on an Amazon, but it's like an incomplete image, you know? So I was thinking like, how do I get the full image of this? I'm gonna type in Judy Hopps thirst trap.
People need to chill.
Actually, they can't breed. You're right. I mean, unless there's some kind of weird genetic, science going on that they're using CRISPR to make weird amalgamations of these species.
Oh,
I like how you mentioned Chris.
no way.
Yeah.
You'll never believe what that thing is. It's
Isn't
a
it
regular. It's a regular like notebook, like a blank notebook.
Really?
Imagine having the Judy Hopps thirst trap.
That's awesome. Should buy one just for the shits of it.
But
Itty bitty
like I
baby,
said,
itty
like,
bitty boat.
the thing is like from a pragmatic sense, the reason why they can all fuck is because they're all partially human.
I mean,
that's the reason.
I don't believe it.
But and I'm just thinking about this. Where are all of the marine animals?
True.
Oh my
True.
God. Oh
They
my
got
God,
eaten.
This I found the actual picture. It's definitely literally a DeviantArt ripoff put on that notebook sold by
Oh,
a
that's
random
really
Chinese
funny.
company, bro. I literally did find it through a reverse image search. There we go. The Judy thirst trap.
Jesus Christ.
The water.
No, she has
what about
claws just
insects?
like a real rabbit.
What about bacteria? Bacteria for sonos.
Okay, listen. Okay. We're going. All right, Mr. Radical Thinker.
All right.
Okay, back.
Fuck off, you degenerates.
How would you describe the difference between a state and a government?
What is happening in this picture, bro? Please tell me if that's supposed to be an Ottoman Empire turban.
It is. Because the last one is the Ottoman Empire.
To unify the interest of nation states against their people? Nah.
It turns out when you're neoliberal and you can't control all of the people in your country, you have to crack down. And the way to do that is by fascism. It's easy. It's so easy.
Cringe. Fascism? Cringe. That's what I'm saying. That's what I have to say on the subject.
No, you're
Yes.
damn fucking right about that. Ooh.
So now we get to this article.
Thank you. Ooh, yes.
I saw someone in chat asking how it relates to anarchism. So democratic confederalism as an ideology was kind of made up by Öcalan while he's in exile. He's in exile on some island. He's basically like Napoleon at this point. He's just fucking exile, and there's like 10 like Turkish ships around him. But so democratic confederalism, it is a way of governing without a state. It basically democratizes almost everything, and then like has an overarching sense of governance just for sake of control, or not really control, but for the sake of coordination.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like going up from, you have people at the community level, and then you have people at
Hey, look, that's not bad.
it's kind of like a layer cake. You have people at the bottom of their community, and they make a lot of the decisions, and then they kind of go up to councils and then all kinds of stuff.
So here's something that I want to ask you, because this is something that I sometimes struggle to define myself. So I'm pretty theory averse because I hate reading, just very gay, to be honest. And that was ironic.
You are
I'm gay.
not
I can say that.
theory.
Okay.
I agree. Reading is homosexual. That's because I am homosexual. But that's okay.
Okay, yeah, there we go. As long as we're clarifying.
Little liar,
okay?
dude.
As long as practice. However, so state and government mean different things. I recognize this, of course. A government it's like governments have existed for as long as
Why
humans
did
existed.
he
Tribal
draw
societies,
this?
even a family.
I wonder if he said anything beforehand, or he just pulled this up and was like, "I'm gonna draw this and not say anything."
Yeah, well, he's entertaining people because this conversation is so bad. So he's like putting something on screen to entertain people. This is like the back in the day Subway Surfer.
As a form of government, if you want to be like very, very minute in its practice. But a state, tends to correlate to like a very specific modernist, post 17th century way of thinking about how you unify the interests of people together, make them really feel like they're part of the land that they're collectively sharing. How would you describe the difference between a state and a government?
So the state,
the state is what, the government is how.
The state really.
We should post this video on Twitter and say, this is Vosh speaking about democratic confederalism for a total of 15 minutes in a 2-hour video. 45 minutes of it is talking about fucking animals.
I kind of say that's kind of true. The biggest thing is that the state, you have a defined territory with the state. There's rigid borders, and it's all about,
Chad
especially
Ottoman?
with nation states, it's about having a certain identity that gives the state a what's the word here? Not for some reason I was saying it gives it a syndicalist. No, sovereignty over the people in that region.
Is that a Pokemon?
No, it's Big Hat Man, like a sultan from the Ottoman Empire.
No, I mean syndicalist. What the hell's that?
Oh.
Anarcho-syndicalism?
It's never mind.
Wait, did he
Syndicalism
ask
is a lot of
what syndicalism is? Aren't they the ones running this?
Oh, sorry. I thought you said syndiquist, like with a QU. I was like, what, like Syndiquil?
Oh my god!
So, yeah.
Pop culture reference.
I can't believe these guys
government
didn't
really
last.
is like government basically forms.
Well, you know what they say. Most podcasts don't even make it to 10 episodes.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever you have a group of people around, like imagine like your friend group, and you're talking about going out to lunch. In a sense, there's aspect of government there, but
Look, a syndicalist.
recognized by other states is a huge one. It has to be recognized by
true.
other things, because you can't have a state that isn't legitimized by something.
Yeah, I think this
usually legitimized by force, though.
I think that's the thing. Like Adam from your movie sucks. See, I actually respect him because he actually does have a horse sona. He just doesn't cover it for his weird lolly porn by saying no, it's just the horse dick that I'm into, not the child that's getting fucked by the horse dick. Just we all know that it's a cover. If he really was a real horse, he would be like Adam from Your Movie Sucks and have his own horse suit.
Yeah, there's a monopoly on force as well is the biggest thing, and the biggest thing is that it's defined territory.
So defined borders, defined land, consolidated into some form of central authority. Not entirely; it doesn't have to be a fully central authority, but there has to be some way, some bureaucracy by which it is determined that one has jurisprudence over another, and finally a monopolization of violence within those borders.
Yes, I would say that. That's a good definition. And then government is just how the people decide to do things. That's pretty much how it works. So democratic confederalism, what we're trying to do here and how it relates to anarchism is that it is an anarchist ideology. It is for the abolishment of the state. And because it makes sense, like going over Kurdish history, as we've discussed before, the state has not been nice to the Kurds. The Kurds
discussed.
They mentioned
4 minutes.
They mentioned it.
They did mention it. He briefly, well, it wasn't brief. It was like 6 minutes of pretty okay explanations of early history, but it like immediately stopped talking about it and then failed to get back on topic.
Now that's a horse. You know what I'm saying? Hang on. Look at that. No,
this one.
You just broke my entire controls because I was moving cameras while you were touching it. Just fucking let me move it. I got it. There we go. That's a horse, right?
What is that?
This is someone who's dedicated to being a horse. Okay. This is not weird. What Vosh does, that's weird. It's for some reason it's vibes based, This person is clearly committed to being the horse.
trying to do is fix the problem of when you have anarchist communes, the state inevitably tries to take over. And so the way to do that,
you necessarily need to have something that can recognize as a state all of your own. Otherwise, someone's just going to come in to basically your house and say, "This is mine now."
Oh yeah, pretty much. Like,
Like what we
if
did
you
to
have
Annex.
resources.
This is what's happening right now to Rojava, of course, and it's one of the reasons why. See, I didn't realize this until recently, and I apologize for my ignorance. I describe myself.
You should apologize again, but to the entire nation of Kurdistan,
Not just
all
Rojava.
of the Kurdish people.
Mm-hmm.
As an anarcho-syndicalist, it's been pointed out to me that anarchists don't believe in any kind of transitory state, so I probably fall more broadly under the purview of libertarian socialist. But whatever the case may be, this is something I really worry about for revolutions. It doesn't seem like there's any way to avoid getting immediately dogpiled by your neighbors through a revolution, unless you're willing to bid at the power of a state to accept the legitimacy granted upon state.
Wow, it's almost like that's literally the doctrine.
Yeah, it's almost like this whole ideology.
That's literally what their ideology is. Like the reason why they can be diplomatic with Assad, they'll be diplomatic with Turkey if Turkey wants to be.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason they're diplomatic with Assad is because they don't seek an independent state. The thing is that the existence of the nation state is irrelevant to them. It's not about abolishing the nation state. It's about taking what you own in your territory and running your territory. If the nation state wants to exist and benefit you with economy, like a fucking dollar currency and shit like that, why not?
It's very saddening. I mean, we see what's happening right now in Rojava. It feels as though it feels as though just that the ideal form of government is one which is not at this point capable of rejecting unideal forms of government.
Well, this is why I'd say, like, in order for anarchism to truly work, it needs to be global. You can't just have it be a localized thing.
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up! What an idiot! What commie bullshit? Global anarchism? Yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah.
One possible solution is to become militarily powerful enough to fend off these people, at least for a little while, long enough to get them to, fucking give up.
But I mean, the issue is that states have the most powerful militaries in all of history. Like, compared to like really earlier times, like kingdoms, medieval kingdoms like that, states' military power is huge.
Yeah.
The Roman Empire was far stronger, I would say, than most militaries today, excluding technology, obviously. Like, if you scaled them up to the same level with the same technology, I really feel like the Roman Empire would be the strongest military ever.
Okay, someone thinks about the Roman Empire a little too much.
No, I literally never do. I was just like, if that's the metric that we're going off, I feel like if we really want to talk about
I thought the metric we were going off is horsepower.
But it's like, I mean, what other militaries have had that much sway? The Huns, maybe. Would you classify them as a military? It was cavalry. They had bows and arrows. I'd classify it as a military. Pretty much conquered the entire world. I'd say they're probably up there. Imagine if they had tanks.
That would
Never
be
seen unrivaled in the world.
that wouldn't match their strategy. Tanks are too slow.
They need motorbikes.
Yeah,
Motorbikes and
motorbikes and
mountain
Tech
bikes.
Nines.
Yeah, perfect. The modern Mongols.
Yeah, completely unrivaled. It's very hard to. You can try to do an insurgency, and if we look to South America and sort of what they were trying to do with a lot of there's actually anarchism in South America is very, very interesting. It kind of goes into just how do you of course going into counterinsurgency.
Why'd you pause? Because you're muted.
I am muted, but they're running a poll. I just wanted you guys to see this.
Oh, on the side?
They're running it on the bottom left corner.
How the state fights
Right.
an ideology.
So it says, "Are you a furry?" 1 is yes, 2 is kinda, 3 is not sure, 4 is no. 1 is at the top, 4 is at the bottom.
Basically, how does the state fight something that?
Oh, should we do polls?
And you can see that a lot in South American.
Can we do polls?
I mean, we can if we use you can like make them through YouTube and it's like interactable.
Okay.
Like through the post. But yeah, I could do polls if I wanted to, but then everyone would have to click the poll link and stuff.
Anarchism, specifically like in Guatemala and in El Salvador, of course, with the Sandinistas, you can kind of see the issues where the state's not looking to win in these sort of things.
Hang on.
Counterinsurgency is not about quote unquote.
Did he misspeak there, or just like because like?
I think he said Sandinistas.
He said, "Oh, he might have," because I wasn't sure if it's El Salvador, comma, and the Zapatistas.
Okay. Well, I'll go back
And in El Salvador, of course, with the Sandinistas.
There you go. El Salvador with the Sandinistas.
Okay.
You can kind of see the issues where the state's not looking to win in these sort of things. Counterinsurgency is not about quote unquote winning the battle. It's about punishing them so much that they stop. It's about holding on for the longest time.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have legal strategies around that where the goal isn't to win the lawsuit or to be found guilty or innocent, what have you, but to wear the other person down and
trial by ordeal.
Yeah.
That's one of the things I wonder, like from a strategic perspective. Let's say you're the Kurds, okay? Let's say, all right, let me imagine. Okay, I'm going to put myself in the Kurdish headspace, okay? I speak a different language and I like mountains. All right, I've done it. I'm there, okay? I'm in the zone. What would I, what the fuck do I do? Because any bid at seizing like independent statehood is going to get squashed.
Oh my God, they don't want a state, Vosh.
Is going to get squashed. And right now, I'm not saying they're consigned to death.
They've already done it, dude.
Yeah, they literally exist as an independent entity. Especially Rojava.
Rojava's not a thing.
So much so that it's now the autonomous.
Just North Syria, northeast Syria. You can just call it Northeast Syria.
Yeah,
because it is Syria. It is not Rojava.
If you can't bid for statehood and you can't rely on the allyship of other states, as Trump evidenced with pulling troops out of Syria, do you think there's a way to?
I'm sorry, we only call him the Tangerine.
I got you. My apologies. I'll
Orange Man.
Proper language. Orange Man. Bad.
Cringe.
Bad. I just wonder if there's any way to consolidate military and civic strength without committing to the kind of actions that get you dogpiled by your neighbors.
Okay.
That's a great question to ask. Ocalan goes into it in this. He kind of talks about.
Ocalan.
I'm not thoroughly convinced by it that Democratic.
You guys see your first Pokemon Cyndaquil. Professor Ocalan. Ocalan and Kafals.
Military force like the state. But Ocalan makes that argument deeply within it, and he kind of talks about how democratically you can create a military, like it's like the YPG, the People's Self-Defense Force. That's what it literally translates to, I believe. But so
yeah, pay attention.
So what Rojava is trying to do, of course, is trying to prove the Rojava is the big experiment. If they end up succeeding in this, democratic confederalism is confirmed, and it turns out you don't need a state to fight a state in a war.
They did. Right.
If they lose, then it's back to the drawing board. So that's the best thing we're waiting for right now because the jury's out.
Anything either,
they
like
won. When was this recorded?
Well, okay. Non-states can lose wars just like states can.
2019.
I mean, that was kind of a rough year, but
yeah.
It's worth noting that Turkey has like what, the 5th largest military in the planet. They spent an insane amount of money on their military.
army.
It's actually I had no idea. When somebody told me like Turkey has a large military and I looked it up, I was expecting them to be in like the top 20. Their military is enormous. I couldn't imagine a worse neighbor to have while practicing some kind of anarchist non-state. You know, it's horrifying how large their military is.
The good thing about their military is that they're also very incompetent. If you ever look at one of the biggest during Operation Euphrates Shield very recently, Turkey ordered a bunch of Leopard 2s from Germany, and then proceeded to lose like 5 in a day or something like that, and just absolutely get murked by RPGs. So they have a big military, but that's about all they have. Their organization is very, very flawed. That's not to say that they're still not a threat to the YPG and everything like that. No fucking doubt.
They still have NATO training. The issue is the reason why they can be successful here is that where the territory is that we're talking about, they cannot function with Turkish military technically.
Yeah.
They will use drones and things like that. They will use airstrikes and stuff, but they don't send the Turkish military into this area. So they basically fund warlords and ethnic proxies that are constantly also fighting each other. And this is very similar to how Assad works. But to say that Assad has not been effective, you know, like Assad basically got effective with Russia's weapons. Turkey could say that they already have that with the same tactics in the region. So, I mean, they also use chemical weapons. So apparently, there's not like viable evidence, but the difference is like the Operation Eagle Claw. They fucking like the ones that are in Iraq and stuff, where they always are sending out videos of them ambushing them in the mountains and stuff. It's because they're in mountains. You need specialists to go in and land there. It's not like your everyday troop that can fucking hike into those caves and shit. You need a lot of training to do it. And like Turkey frequently goes in and wipes out entire bases with just a few guys.
Support. Then Turkey's going to be able to try to fuck them. But it's still hazy. That Turkey is not as big a military they are. They have huge problems with organization and just in general. If you read about any of the fighting on just the Syrian front right there, you'll see this almost immediately.
Well, not to mention the failed coup back in 2013, right? There has to still be bad blood over that. If I remember how it went down properly, didn't the military try to go in to like question Erdogan's power and it like didn't catch? But a lot of those military officials are probably still in place. That doesn't seem like a very internally stable system.
There is that. But the thing is also with the coup, there is evidence to suggest it was staged. There is evidence to suggest that Erdogan staged it. So, for instance,
that's also cringe.
Staging a coup, yeah. I mean, have you ever seen the video of Erdogan FaceTiming the people?
Wait, no.
Wait. Yes. Oh,
yeah.
God, let me look it up.
What?
So to clarify, it's not Erdogan. It's Erdogan. Have I been fucking that up?
Erdogan.
Yeah, you pronounce G's like Y's if I recall correctly.
Gotcha. To clarify.
But you can't say Öcalan correctly. Nice.
Well, you can say Öcalan as well.
It's
just not Öcalan. As long as it's not that.
Yeah.
No.
Are you white?
It doesn't mean. It just means you're bad at pronouncing things.
Are you white?
It means you missed your daily.
I'm white. I'm white.
It's like how like if you're like more in northern Syria, you call it Daesh.
Yeah.
Okay. No, wait. She said that I'm good. Okay, we're good. Just make sure.
Wait, what?
Well, instead of Daesh. Is it just
There's
their
like,
pronunciation of it?
Well, it's more of a Turkic-based language.
Oh, okay.
And Sorani is like Persian dialected.
Okay.
You said I'm not racist.
Yeah, no.
Nice, cool. Validation. I've never done anything racist in my life. Wait, hold on. I'm really curious about this FaceTime. Hold on.
Oh, it's good. It's good. I have it right here.
He just,
This podcast has ever gone in.
What the fuck?
Yeah, so he went out and he told people to come because he was under attack. He was being cooed, and they all came.
Want me to link it in? Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, God. I mean, obviously we can't speak.
Iran and Iran.
What the aesthetic is.
Well, it definitely is Iran. Hilarious. It definitely is not Iran. That one is, but it doesn't matter. Nobody really cares.
That's such an American way to say it. Is just pronouncing it Iran.
Yeah, I normally do it with Iraq.
Iraq.
Yeah, Iraq. I'll say Iraq sometimes.
Yeah. Can't hold back that New York accent.
Yeah.
It's such a boomer moment.
This is so weird.
Why are they doing it like that?
Because they don't know how to work with technology.
Look at her phone. Her phone's nearly dead. Look at it. It's at like 2%. You can see the bar up there.
I didn't even see that. Oh my god, that's so good.
This entire thing could have died.
This could have gone so. This could have actually gone worse.
Imagine.
Imagine if that actually happened. The phone dies, creates panic in the country.
Imagine being a fascist and staging a coup and reaching out to your people using a FaceTime that you call a journalist who presents it on the media, and then that FaceTime dies because she didn't charge your phone.
Turkish state media, by the way. I believe this is Turkish state media here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
come on, guys.
Hot shot at somebody. So there's that.
God, I thought that was just milk for a second.
Sunni or Shiite?
They're Sunni.
Is Turkey Sunni or Shiite, bro?
Is that
and it's weird.
His geopolitic knowledge has not gotten much better, honestly.
Religion has become a tool of the state. That's how it works. That's how it be. But so he discusses kind of how the nation state went from going from feudalism, where you had a monarch where it was like, oh yes, I'm empowered because God willed it.
Yeah, that's literally like what you give horses, like big gallon waters. You know, it's a horse-sized water, not a man-sized water.
Someone in chat just said Judeo-Christian values. It's exactly right. Great night, spot on. But that's kind of how it is. And so, with the founding of the republic, they were quote unquote secular for the longest time, but they of course, did a lot of things. They changed the whole language after the republic. They like the language that you see now with all those weird letters and stuff like that. It used to be written like in Arabic script, and then they literally just changed it and said, "All right, make sure everyone learns this." Okay.
Wait, did they make a Turkey specific set of characters?
Kind of.
That's really weird.
No, yeah. So like, one of the things is they used phonetic characters and they look like much more like a Western language, but
the language is probably exactly the same, and the written language has probably just been simplified like Chinese. That's what I'm assuming happened.
It's got little ding dongs on it, bro. That's all it is.
Old Ottoman looks more Arabic, and then like just Turkish looks like a lot of like Eastern European languages now, which is bizarre, but. That's just again,
because they want to act like they're European and
one of the biggest things that did also is people who are illiterate. They did a huge program to go out, especially in the countryside, to try and.
Oh shit!
There it is. That's what it looks like. They got little doodads on some of the letters. That's all it is. It's fucking Roman.
Yeah.
The new language and everything like that, and also bring them into the fold of the nation in a way that they hadn't been before.
Interesting. So Ottoman Turkish is a fusion of Persian and Arabic script. It's a Perso-Arabic script. That's very interesting. Despite not being able to differentiate O and U, was otherwise generally better suited to writing Turkic words rather than Perso-Arabic words. Very interesting.
So there was always an underlying effort of Turkishness and propaganda built into the school system. So that was a huge thing.
I mean, not unlike what we've had here in the U.S.
Yeah, it's literally this.
Oh my god! Please don't. This guy, the other guy is just. This shouldn't have done two people. This one guy should have just done it by himself. The other guy doesn't know anything about anything and just detracts and derails it and was like, "Well, I mean, what about in the U.S.? No, bro. Not what about in the U.S. It is not the same. Okay, this is a specific type of oppression that's unique to Kurdistan that happens not just in the Ottoman-controlled region, but also in the Persian-controlled region.
Have a look at this. It almost looks. You
better not be showing me horsecock.
Semitic. It looks like Semitic languages a little bit. Just like it's a very interesting script. It's very, very interesting. I didn't know that it had changed.
Yeah, it's Roman.
Educating Native Americans. That's where they took it from. Like those prairie schools and stuff like that.
I feel like a lot of people.
That's not where they took it from, bro.
Hitler's genocidal policies were kind of born out from the scientific racism that stemmed from a lot of American eugenicists, and I feel, and of course, we have.
Oh my god! Shut the fuck up.
From earlier like American influence.
Well, no, actually, somewhat, yeah.
I guess
British influence, really. The pseudosciences like that have existed long before America was discovered, and there's a big air quotes in there.
Well, yeah.
Wow, this guy who I just said contributes nothing was right.
been a lot of things that have been racisms and things that have been pioneered here in America and taken by other countries for use, just because we've become the global hegemon.
Damn, I can't believe Cardin over here defending American hegemony. Damn.
Wow.
You hate to see it happen.
Cardin, you're canceled. You're canceled. I'm sorry.
America wasn't even like
Really,
in
the rest of
Africa when the Africa Blitz was going on, where all this stuff started. Like, come on, dude. Why do you think Hitler was so and Mussolini were so interested in fucking getting Africa back?
About sexism,
Come
he talks
on.
about all kinds of things because of the nature of the Middle East in general, because there's a lot of
Everything relates to America. It's all about us.
Egypt especially.
People can't have their own oppression in their own world. It's got to relate to America. Everything
They were trying to do a coup
America.
in Syria, and that failed. And then, of course, they did a coup in Iran so that Iran would play ball and took out Mossadegh in '53.
Right.
So basically, a lot of this boils down to post-Cold War politics, or end of the Cold War politics.
Shut
meshing
up.
With nation states.
Shut the fuck up, bro.
And here, one of the biggest things he also talked about here in
The Kurds have been killed by the fucking Ottomans forever. Ever since Ottomans been Ottomaning. Like the first, like the Kurds are the ones that are native to Anatolia, not the fucking Turks. The Turks are migratory people who came in and slaughtered these people. God damn. Fucking making it about the fucking Cold War. No, it's not. Literally nobody in the Cold War gave a fuck about the Kurds. Actually,
really progressive. He talks
there
about
was a Soviet puppet state. They made a Kurdish republic in Iran that existed for a year. It was a Soviet puppet state.
Yeah.
But
Which
that's
is
there's
probably where
still
the MLs
passports
came from,
you can
right?
find where it's the Kurdish Republic, and they have passports.
Really?
Yeah, I looked it up on a show a while back. Did Ataturk remove Arabic letters? I believe it was Ataturk did a lot of things. So like Ataturk, it's like he's one of those figures that you kind of have to look at through kind of a passive lens and like understand that just like how America's founding fathers have slavery behind them. Ataturk basically, if you've played Disco Elysium, that's how Turkey was. It was under the mandate of all the nations that won. So he made it so he was in charge of this small section of Turkey, and he realized that he had to modernize and reform Turkey to be more Western, to be able to pull the Westerners out of his territory and take back and bring back the legendary empire that he once had. So he did these westernizations, the secularism, that type of stuff came in. And so, yeah, that's part of it. Everything had to be westernized. So he kind of almost genocided his own people in a way, culturally, you know. But he sucks
sexism.
too.
He talks about all kinds of things because of the nature of the Middle East in general, because there's a lot of conservative theocracies in the Middle East. And there's a lot of also dictatorships and stuff like that.
There's one.
It's one of the things we're talking about.
Two now.
Why you see even like one of the biggest problems here, even in the West, there's almost like a fetishization of like Kurdish YPG women fighters. It's like, oh yeah, so progressive. They're women fighting. But it's full like the undertext.
Did you say
of that is,
YPG?
Yeah, YPG fighters.
Because it's like, oh yeah, we got to support them, and then we got to free them. We gotta give them freedom.
I mean, honestly, Rojava probably knew like the risk.
I mean, that is the media's fault.
Yeah. Well, that's why
Like,
I always used to make fun of them. And
like the media, that's entirely the media's fault. Like they covered the YPJ that way, and that ended up becoming the norm, which is just fucking annoying. But yeah, the cat's out of the bag. There's nothing you can do now.
I don't know. Well, they don't get any coverage now, so
yeah, that's true.
That they were accepting when they started to work with the U.S. in that area, right? Not that they had a huge choice because they needed the arms and support and everything. And I'm glad they took that option. You know, things might have worked out a lot better for them if it weren't for Donald Trump's withdrawing of troops. But I feel like that PR can be good though, right? I mean, even now there are Republicans who are angry of us pulling out and abandoning the Kurds.
Yeah, Lindsey Graham.
Fuck optics and respectability politics.
But it's not respectability politics. It's getting people from the world's most powerful imperialist nation to think that you're not worth bombing to death. I think it's something. Especially
it's a political move.
Well,
it's just they're playing a game of politics, and that's how
they literally do it with everyone. If if Turkey wanted to play ball, they would play ball with Turkey. They're literally in their policy negotiate and make deals with everyone.
Yep.
Pictures, all the cute like fucking Kurd girls, you know, lined up in their military outfits. I saw so many pictures of that back a few months ago before
yeah, it's just a little bit. It's just something to think about. Because,
they're probably dead now.
Okay.
Hey, I have a little bit more.
Jesus
They're
Christ,
probably
dude.
languishing in some Turkish prison, being tortured a lot. Okay.
There we go. Okay. All right. Thank you for the optimism.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm not sure which one of those is more optimistic, to be perfectly honest. Damn.
Yeah, they filmed
Listen, I hope
slaughtering
they're doing,
a lot of them.
Well,
They filmed
Yeah.
Baron Kobani when they cut off her breasts.
Yeah.
In a Turkish prison.
In the end, basically,
Not funny.
what democratic confederalism is and what he argues in the paper is essentially a system wherein it's multicultural and multi-ethnic. Like he goes into later in the piece talking about all the different kind of minorities in the region. Like he even talks about like how a lot of Israel's problems would be solved with confederalism. And I think there's a little bit of stuff I disagree with that, because one of the biggest things is that in Israel there's a lot. It's an ethno state, and it's more about, people always talk about the Jews and whatnot, but there's a hierarchy.
Oh, no.
People who are there's a hierarchy of power, because there's Ashkenazi for Zionists, and they were trying to colonize that area for oh god.
No, just listen. No, it's just hey, Israel's an ethno state. It's time to talk about the Jews. Now, let's name the types. They're Ashkenazi. Here's their skull shit.
Oh no.
I'm sorry. Listen, I argue with so many fucking Nazis. That's all.
I saw that earlier. I saw that shit earlier today. The brain worms have infected me.
Spicy.
Okay, listen. That was a really fun discussion. Okay, I had a lot of fun with that one.
Oh god, I don't.
What?
Every three times. Listen, I have like one of those tickets that you get from ice cream parlors where you get the sticker every time you go, and on the 10th.
I'm done with this.
Let's get back to the horse cocks and horse fucking at the end there.
So that is the biggest section. It is 40 minutes long.
Yeah, I know. Let's just jump past the Judy Hop porn. Past Judy Hop traps. All right.
Like there's a bestiality podcast where they talk about how they're discriminated against. And I'm like,
I mean, to be fair, they are. The question is it justified? Yeah, it's like, all right.
Can we actually be real for a second and say that the only part of the furry fandom that is justifiably discriminated against are Therians?
There we go.
What?
Wait.
The fuck is
Yeah,
happening?
What those are.
Yeah, otherkin.
Yep.
oh yeah.
Oh, otherkin. Oh, okay. Listen, true. Otherkin rights, I guess.
What?
Listen.
Someone said earlier in the chat intersex rights. I'm gonna say intersex rights.
True.
Intersex rights.
Here's my hot take. Okay, recorded.
I don't.
You okay, buddy?
I don't think intersex people have any laws written against them, because the only way that you know someone is intersex is if you go down on them.
Okay, bro.
Like,
overanalyzing their wokeness. Okay.
Like, holy shit. Like, just Jesus fucking Christ. It's just breaking me.
For publicly?
Do you think
Probably not a
you're
good
better
idea.
than he was back then?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
I'm fucking better than you.
Yes. There's no doubt. Even dumb
I'm fucking better than you.
19-year-old.
I'm fucking
is
better than you.
Smarter.
I'm
and I
fucking
know.
better than you.
Exactly. It's true.
We have the closest we can get. Listen, everyone can agree on this, okay? The closest we can get to fucking animals in an ethical sense is when horse girls, you know what I'm talking about, the crazy types, the rich ones, the jockey types, right? And they grind their crotch against
You're
the
talking
saddle.
about fucking animals in an ethical sense. The closest we can get to fucking animals in an ethical sense was the sentence that just left his mouth.
We should hear that again. Let's see that in instant replay.
That'd be a great soundbite.
Closest we can get, listen, everyone can agree on this, okay? The closest we can get to fucking animals in an ethical sense is when horse girls, you know what I'm talking about, the crazy types, the rich ones, the jockey types, ride and they just grind their crotch against the saddle, and every time it bucks, it's like the waves of pleasure course through their body. That's where we begin and end. Past.
What the fuck is happening, bro? Children? Ride horses, bro. Come on.
That's that, we're getting pretty dicey.
Okay, so that beginning point was already very confusing. What?
Horse girl. You know that one?
The girls who ride horses.
Yeah. You know the girls that like horses. And
Wait, have you never met a horse girl?
Probably not. It's like an anime thing.
No.
It's not a literal horse girl.
It's like they're like preppy. They tend to be preppy white girls from upper middle class backgrounds,
who
and they
grew
tend to
up
have
with
horses
horses and love horses,
and they ride the horse because what the fuck else do you do with horses? I guess. And you ride the horse, and they tend to be really, really fixated. It's like a trope. Like if you're on Tinder and you see pictures of a girl on a horse, you swipe left on that shit because for some reason I don't know if there's like an intra-horse human disease that affects the brain. Something about these people sets them off.
Well, they're weirdly obsessed about the aesthetics.
Some things about that previously.
This sounds like cope. Sounds like he got rejected by a horse girl.
Listen, yeah.
That might be where his horse cock thing comes from. Maybe he got rejected by a
I
horse
think
girl.
we're-
He's like,
this
I
is
wish I had a
therapy.
horse cock.
Just like how we did the couples therapy with Ethan, we found the roots of Hassan's madness. We might be finding the roots of Vosh's madness now. What was I going to Google before I started hearing things about ethical animal fucking? Is my question though.
There was a beginning.
Is he describing
animals?
himself?
Yeah, don't fuck animals.
Yeah, don't do it.
I think it's fair to say that is a very good position to have to say don't fuck animals.
That's the one thing I've learned from my ethics class.
Now, unless
The one lesson I took home.
I'm gonna be weird.
Fucking animals ethically bad.
Yeah, wait, hit it up, Card.
I'm gonna have the weirdest take on this, unless they can demonstrate sapience and you know, understanding and all that. Basically, if it passes the hard.
I just want everyone to hear this. I just want everyone to hear what he says, because not only is this one of the dumbest things I've ever heard, he doesn't even use the right word.
Just unless they can demonstrate sapience and
Sapience. I didn't even know if that's a word. Is he saying that they're similar to monkeys? I am wrong. It is a word.
Quality of being wise or wisdom. When
Interesting.
voters are choosing a candidate, they usually hope for one with at least a degree of sapience.
That's a weird word to use. Ability to apply knowledge or experience or understanding or common sense and insight. I would still say that wouldn't, because you can prove that without sentience, and sentience.
Okay, I got a graphic to explain it all. You think
like
I'm kidding?
sentience.
You think I'm
is
joking?
consent.
Look, there we go.
You need to be aware.
See?
Oh my god.
See? Awareness. It's right there, Jack.
Yeah.
See? Sentience is this
Mhm.
circle. And then there's this circle, right?
Yeah.
This is, see, makes total sense, right? Everyone understand?
Sure.
So intelligence is not sentience,
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know.
It's mutually exclusive. You can be
Maybe these are
intelligent without being
portals,
sentient.
and these things are going through the two portals.
and you know, understanding and all that. Basically, if it passes the hardness test, go to town.
Oh, true. Well, if a horse started talking to me, absolutely, we're talking fair game right there. Of course. Yeah, 100%.
I know, it's crazy. Where do I find these clips, right? Where do I find these
We-
videos, Jack?
we
How do
did
I
it.
find them?
We
How
did
do I
it.
find them?
We did it. We have to clip
We
this
found
and
the
post this on
origin
Twitter.
point, bro.
We have to
literally
clip
did
this
it.
and post this on Twitter.
We
This is
literally did it
awesome.
again.
This is twice in a row. Who's next? Who's next?
Like speaking, like saying something, you know.
5-year-olds can still talk.
Yeah.
5-year-olds can't consent. Don't we're not making this argument.
Okay,
Okay,
so
sorry.
we don't have any end caps in here, so it's fair to say that consent begins and ends with the ability to understand what it means to consent.
Exactly, and
We're
sapience and
getting into
intelligence
we're
is
already
not
getting
that.
into a child fucking conversation off of horse
Yep.
fucking. It went from horse fucking to child sex. Did you hear that?
When the horse talks, but it opens its mouth and says, you can touch my pee-pee if you want. Uh-oh. Monkey.
We've either got
That's what freaks me out about people who talk about how dogs can consent and stuff like that. Like dogs don't have the mentality to.
Oh, but they mounted me. They mounted. No, stop.
Oh my god, no, we're talking about dog
Like,
fucking now.
someone in
What
chat
the
said it. Animals
fuck,
can't give
bro?
enthusiastic informed consent. Shira Lynn, very true.
What is anything without enthusiastic informed consent? Fucking boring.
I'm in Spain without the ass.
Yeah.
I think we broke Rosh, guys.
No, it's just funny. Everyone says furries aren't zoophiles. Every time I talk to furries, we get here.
Well, it's a good discussion because there are zoophiles. Or zoophiles.
Hang on. Pause. I got a special message we need to interject with.
Hello, Vosh. You have to cool it with the horse stuff, pal. Look, get it. We all have to push boundaries sometimes, but there are lines, and horses, well, that crosses one of my lines. Vosh, I'm not saying this to attack you. I'm just worried about you. No more horses. I'll be watching.
I know. I'm not.
There is a huge pushback against zoophiles. In fact, there's I was
Bestiality.
Zoophiles, bro.
Fuck off with that.
This is how I be feeling. Listen to this right here.
I was specifically engaged with a group that went around and found zoophile groups and was like, no, we're getting you sent to jail. Go fuck yourself.
Good. Anyone who hurts animals deserves worse than prison.
That's probably why he's so mad at the horse girl.
Oh yeah.
No, the
Well,
animals
you know,
fuck them.
like
That's different, right?
Sure.
You must have known you were wrong when your fingers were dipped inside me.
I love the movie Kung Fu
policing,
Panda.
community. If we're talking about like in relation to anarchism, one of the things that it fits really well is the idea of self-policing. We've gotten so much better at policing ourselves,
And you definitely have
doing
a
things like
really,
that.
really
And so,
large dick.
I remember when I
Your
first joined the
peepee
community, there was
is
no policing back then. That
gigundo.
was like 7 years ago.
Is that him talking to the horse?
Like, this kind of kicked
Yeah.
off when- well, I think this kind of self-policing kind of started kicking off right around when Ink Bunny became a thing, because it was like, oh, okay, there's a nice alternative to
What's-
FA,
wait,
where
what's
it
Ink-
goes.
what's
Okay, so Ink
Ink
Bunny
Bunny is where all the cub furries fled to when Fur Affinity went and banned all that content, and it's basically become this like really weird, creepy, I don't know, playground kind of fucking website.
Cup furries are exactly along the same lines as lolicons, and they both need to go
Oh
fucking
wait.
Oh my god,
wait,
bro,
yeah,
we're
the name makes
talking
sense
about
now.
lolicons.
Yeah, I mean, like, at the end of the day,
They're talking about child animals. Fucking child animals. That's
Bro,
what they're talking about.
I am the clip master.
This is wild.
I am the
This
clip
is
master.
wild.
Nobody, and this is the hottest shit going around on YouTube right now. Is this guy with horses and lolicon? And I found the origin point, bro. Nobody can find an older video of this. I bet.
at the end of the day, like, it's obvious that like one of
I think the one in the
This
yellow
is-
shirt.
Like this is
older.
just like 100 views. 2019. Insane.
the reasons people get into furries is because of a fascination with the aesthetics of being an animal. Obviously, like
yeah.
that's clearly
Yes.
the case, and it's obvious that that's probably going to demark itself, at least in some people, in like a cautious interest in the aesthetics of zoophilia. But the difference between like expressing that interest or like satiating it with like anthropomorphization, which is like 99% of furry porn, with it just got like a cheetah head and like a bumpy cock or whatever, and actually engaging in zoophilia is fucking enormous. In fact, I would be willing to bet the vast majority of zoophiles, at least in the United States, are not like furries or don't even know what furries are. They're just fucking weird rural people, you know?
Well, you should probably know what furries are, because, you know.
I bet you there's a lot more in the city than you think. People fucking their dogs.
He's literally from the county or city or area where Mr. Hands happened.
What is that?
Listen, I'll show you later. You don't know what Mr. Hands is?
I have no idea.
Do not Google this on stream.
Oh,
It's an infamous video where a man dies from a horse.
Oh, that video.
Yeah. There's a whole documentary on it. I haven't seen it. I just have heard that they made a documentary on it.
Okay.
And like it was more about like investigating and uncovering, like, because it was like a place where people went to fuck animals. Like, it was that kind of farm. So that's what the documentary was like about, was investigating.
Well, I thought it was
this,
a chick. I heard it was a chick.
No, he's definitely a guy.
Okay.
And then they like just dropped him off out front of a hospital after it like ruptured his organs.
Fuck.
Yeah, and they left.
Insane.
Like,
Probably feel real excited. Or wait, hold on. Or I guess fucking just like lonely girls who just like fuck the family dog. I don't know. Apparently that's really common.
Yeah, that was.
it is. I've done so many polls on this, and surprisingly high. It's disturbing. It's disturbing how high it is. Every time. I don't know if people are just fucking with me, but every time it's like a lot of people vote that they've like done sexual stuff with animals. It's wild.
Gross.
Yeah. That's thanks for making me know that, asshole.
It's actually like 70% of all girls.
I hated everything you say.
Are we going into the incel dog pill shit?
Take the dog pill. You think, hey fellas, you can't get laid? You know who is getting laid? Fucking Bruno. 190 pounds, big fucking dog dick, knock you can never have. Fucking like the
Oh my
Chad
god,
dog, fucking
bro!
girls
What is,
left and right.
what is
Well, you're out
happening?
there,
What
fucking
is happening? Why is he being so visceral and descriptive about a girl getting fucked by a big dog dick?
Drupal texting Susan, trying to get fucking feet pics for $20. Okay, Bruno is out there absolutely blasting, just demolishing these holes. Okay, and Bruno nuts, fucks nuts, and then walks over to get the fucking kibble, drags the girl along behind, just fucking drags them by the nut. It's fucking wild. Take the dog pill. Take the dog pill. It's wake up.
So it's not a pill. It's actually a pepper. If you've ever played Corruption of Champions.
What's worse, this or Dog Girl Jenna?
And you got a lot of them. I love dogs. You love dogs.
What's worse, this or Dog Girl Jenna?
I don't know what that is either.
Oh my god, you don't know what Dog Girl Jenna is?
No.
I think she
Should
came on
I?
Willis's podcast.
Oh my god.
Yes, you should know who Dog Girl Jenna is.
Oh my god.
I have to make sure I find.
I'm in Spain without the S.
Brownie's got a jawline like crazy, big tongue. They love it. Just big fucking dog dick. And girls can't resist.
All right, first thought right here: incel dogs.
Yeah.
No, that's what pretty much 90% of all domesticated dogs are, incels.
They're fucking incels. They look so stupid. Most dogs, stupid wrinkly faces. I can't stand that shit. Oh god.
Oh god. So Gecko, you weren't here when we were talking about the serious shit. You came in
It's
with
puppy
the
girl,
stuff,
not dog
so-
girl.
We missed where we were talking about some.
Hi, do you want to know how to fix this? Stop. Please.
Kind of anarchism or democratic federalism shit.
Oh, okay. So I guess we have to get back
Are
on
we-
topic, right?
Only the state can
Oh my god,
redistribute-
they're going back to democratic confederalism after all that? Bro, you're giving it a good rap now.
to human males after Bruno's had his
He's still going.
What does that mean? Where where everybody's like making fun of the incel, and Karl Marx comes by and it's like, we'll redistribute all of the things that you need, and the guy looks up and goes, so you'll give me my state mandated girlfriend? And Marx is like, who the fuck are you? You're so fucking weird. Go away.
In my version of the comic, Karl Marx says yes, and then they both like double team a statement. They did girlfriend.
I thought it was gonna be even steamier, where he just says yes, and then Marx dresses up like a girl and is like, "I'll
Get
Yes,
back
and she
to
takes
the
the fake beard off.
point.
Yeah. No, leaves a beard on. Bearded women.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's an aesthetic. And I respect it.
No. The real aesthetic is the girls.
Oh god.
Oh, hello. What?
But so one of the things I wanted to say, like, Bosh, you were exactly right when it comes down to the aesthetics of it, because the reason why people anthropomorphize things is because
We have
you know,
a
people
name
want
for it.
interesting sexual
Fantasy
experiences,
realized.
But at the same
It's
time,
called
you know, there's the problem of
I found a
consent
video
with,
on her.
you know,
Because like I could just pull up one of her videos and just give you a few videos to taste, dog girl Jenna. Sorry, puppy girl Jenna. I need to respect her pronouns. She's a puppy girl, not a dog girl. You can
I hate this already.
with say a dog or something like that. So if you have that dog and say, well, what if that dog was able to enthusiastically and have informed consent? That's
I thought we were going back to.
There would be no philosophical
Nope.
argument against it at that point.
We're back to
We
fucking
could
dogs.
just like fuck
We
animals
talked
or whatever
about.
that are just like just like
I
force
thought we
fields
went back
or
to
whatever. There'd be no
democratic
reason not to.
confederalism, guys. Okay, now everyone is going to learn about the dog girl.
I'm a furry, obviously. My main dogs are a Pomeranian.
Wait, is this even
and
Jenna
a
dog girl?
Springer
I'm
Spaniel.
sorry, this isn't even the right one. Silly me.
I think
I just
think
assumed there
past the
couldn't be
degeneracy of
more
it.
than one. I'm stupid. We may have to actually just raw dog some puppy girls. Oh, hang on.
Got it.
I need to check this real quick.
I think that part of
It's
the
a
reason we're
Hassan
alive
video.
is to broaden and diversify our experiences to the greatest possible extent, to live meaningful lives where we can experience everything the world has to offer us. Sometimes some of the things that we might be interested in trying are barred off due to ethical reasons. If you can find ways to circumnavigate those ethical problems, then I don't see any problem with continuing with it. I have no I don't have any problem with the concept of like pleasure seeking or hedonism.
Wait, is that like those hentai comics where like the guy goes over to this girl's
You
house
are
that he really likes, but
garbage,
her
okay?
cat automatically turns into like this enthusiastically consenting girl.
Okay.
And it's just like, well, I'm having sex with an animal, but it's actually.
I definitely found it. I found the one, and it starts off even funnier because we didn't do the story on it, but Rachel Dolezal just got fired because she had OnlyFans.
If you saw this on
That's
politically
funny.
NSFW.
Dude, I don't browse politically NSFW. Stop. But no, I would not.
Oh my god, someone just said black don't crack. Stop, chat.
She now has an OnlyFans. Wait, really?
Yeah, she straight up has an OnlyFans now.
Wait, what? She busted?
She posts feet on there? Oh no.
She does feet pic
Oh
OnlyFans?
no.
You're associating OnlyFans with sexual content, though, and I'm here to tell you how despicable that is. All she does is share workout routines and some feet pics, but your thoughts are in the wrong place. This is my mod that likes
Her
puppy play. So.
her hairline is awful.
He's just Belgian.
What
He
the
can't.
f- is puppy play?
What
the
Oh my god.
puppy play?
You don't know what puppy play is?
No, what the
Okay, now I gotta show
That
you
sounds-
that.
What?
Do you know about this? Do you know what puppy play
I
is?
have no idea what you're about to show me.
Oh.
Is she still LARPing black?
This
Is that
is
still her
Lorenzo.
gimmick?
He fell in love with.
Guys, I'm giving you the hits right now.
You really are.
I'm showing you some of my favorite shit.
Jenna.
I think my favorite thing about Jenna is her ability just to embrace who she is as a puppy.
My girlfriend acts like a dog.
Puppy play is in.
And you got a lot of them. I love dogs. You love dogs.
That's where a lot of
Gotta go,
people
guys.
try my lovely.
What are you going to search her up on OnlyFans? Is that what you're Yo, man, don't look up her OnlyFans right here, bro. Come on.
Which is why.
There has to be some weird power dynamic thing for dudes that actually dig this shit.
Yeah.
Bro, look at her. Look at her. She's hot as fuck.
She's so hot.
Out of their mind.
This is such a red flag.
Did you see the dog look inside your mouth, bro?
He walks around with her.
Yeah,
in
no,
public
that's a
with his-
mad red
Lorenzo, that
flag.
one is C-Mac.
No, you're
Oh, I'm like, bro.
does he
like,
walk
bro.
around with his like girlfriend on a fucking leash?
Would you do puppy play if Ariana Grande asked you? Yes. This is the dumb question.
No. Dude, I don't know. This just seems.
No,
I do it with
It's a
her.
meme in my community that he's
Not even her.
Sort of clicked almost right away on set.
After they met, there was one thing that Jenna had to make sure Lorenzo was on board with.
So I started first pretending that I was a puppy when I was really, really little. I would ask my mom to play with the dogs.
She
with
does this
me.
all the time.
So I would
Oh, this is-
just be one of the dogs. And my parents always asked when I was going to grow out of it. But I never did.
And now it's a
always the
fetish.
parents that stop their kids from doing shit that end up developing this type of shit.
When I first told him about this.
First of all, that's bad behavior regardless. Okay. You can't give your dog food off the fucking counter. Then
This
he's
is
gonna start
true.
begging all the
Hassan's
time. So he's
correct.
not even
Train
doing
your
the
fucking
right
dog
thing.
properly.
Even for like
Yeah, this isn't accurate.
yeah, this is like not
This is amateur shit, dude.
He didn't shy away at all. He just was like, okay, cool. Like, so what do I need to do?
So puppy play really was something that I've learned a lot of.
You know what's gonna happen? Keep pausing
some
real
uh,
of
quick.
her needs.
They're always they do this in every one of these fucking videos where it's like, oh, it's not sexual at all, actually.
No, it's
Go ahead.
super sexual.
Go ahead.
No, I think
know it's
are
mine.
very similar, to having a puppy, which I've never personally have had, but it's something that I feel that
I wonder if she
love
shits on the
embracing.
floor like a puppy.
I think
Again,
there's videos of
you
her
can't
doing
let
it.
your dog be the
I know
alpha.
there's videos of her
okay?
peeing on
You
the
have
floor
to
and
be
shit.
the alpha in the
That's
house.
so funny.
Dogs, you can't
I don't know
let
if
your
it's
dog
real
guide
pee.
you all
It's
the
just
time.
like
It's
there's
good that
water
this
on
one
the
is potty
front
trained,
floor, and he makes.
okay?
And
It brings
it's literally
you
one of the videos
your-
I've seen on
you know,
Twitter.
brings
And he
you your
makes. He
own
puts her
collar,
nose
and
in
it's
it.
like, come on, I need to go outside to pee and poop.
True.
But also at the same time, it's like you can't let your dog be like, it's time to go to the fucking dog park.
This is true.
You have to
Hassan's
decide
correct.
when to
He
go to
needs
the
more
dog
control. This dog's running him.
There's weirder things out there, like a girl pretending to be a dog. Is
And a
really the
dog. They
weirdest
went
thing.
to a dog
Yes.
park where she
No,
plays with
it's
other
pretty
dogs
weird.
as a
No,
dog girl.
Look,
And just
if
overall,
she wasn't that attractive, there's no way he would put up with that.
Oh, okay.
Not
Incel,
a
bro.
fucking chance.
Incel,
Not a
bro.
chance.
Somebody's
It's
taking the
not
dog pill.
incel. It's just commenting on the fact that that is only something hot girls could get away with.
That's a really old story, and you got at least nowadays.
Are we still going with this? Are we done yet?
Hang on, I have another puppy girl.
like more consensual because that kind of story in the past has usually involved some form of blackmail.
People have wanted to fuck animals for ages. Look at the fucking Greek stories. Holy shit, these people were fucking their sheep day in and day out. They were so obsessed with it, they had to invent stories of their gods doing it too, so they didn't feel so weird about it. Like,
Oh
these-
my god.
Oh,
Yeah, there's fucking Zeus meme where he just turns into whatever animal that just happens to be moving along, he just fucks whatever.
giving them the corkscrew, the classic.
The Minotaur as well, but also my favorite
think it's
response to a
don't
Paul
feel that.
Joseph. Okay, so my favorite response to a Paul Joseph Watson tweet was talking about something. He's doing his usual thing, talking about like how Greeks were so great, and someone posted a picture of like a vase where there's like three dudes, like one, like the dude was getting planked, like he was getting fucked in the ass and sucking a dick at the same time, and someone depicted it on a vase. And it was just,
what?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
So they got like a little Eiffel Tower going on there.
Yeah.
They
Oh
think
my
he was getting
God.
planked? Did I hear that correctly?
Watson tweet was talking about something. He's doing his usual thing, talking about like how Greeks were so great, and someone posted a picture of like a vase where there's like three dudes, like one, like the dude was getting planked, like he was getting fucked in the ass and sucking a dick at the same time, and someone depicted it on a vase. And it was just,
what?
Yeah.
I know what this one is. Oh my god.
Oh my god, yes, this is the clip.
So they got
You're
like a
gonna
little
love
Eiffel
this,
Tower
bro.
going on there.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm about to
No,
unlock
anyway.
some lore for your brain.
Okay.
YouTube's being dumb though. Typical.
Around at recess
You
doing
get-
that. We're not Nazis.
I have some puppy treats if you think that I'm a good girl, if you would like to give me some doggy treats. If you'd like to, give me a bone.
You rip
I don't
farts.
like-
Shane is regretting
I
every
don't know what your
Yes.
farts like being dog treats. Yeah.
Well, I
That's
get
gotta
very.
be vicious.
I gotta be.
First off,
I got.
girl farts are horrendous.
True.
Dog farts are horrendous.
I just. It's just.
Combine the two.
Girl dog farts. Oh, you must be. I mean, that. Yeah.
I can clear a room.
I mean, I don't deny it.
Yeah, I mean, you're eating fucking vegan dog food.
So yeah, so these are all like they're all
vegan
like
farts.
veggies, yeah.
Vegan fart.
You
girl
are
fart.
literally. I've never put it together because I was focused on other, things. But yeah, you might be creating the perfect fart. You might be concocting the perfect fart. Yes. Who is the simp now? How can you be a simp if you actually accomplish your dreams? Fuck you, Billy. You fucking pussy.
My brother called him a simp last night.
And here I am, top of the world.
This is
I mean, this
hilarious.
is what happens when you follow your dreams.
They do an entire 2-hour show with her, bro.
I might go and find it because that looked funny.
How many years, like a few thousand years before the Eiffel Tower was invented?
Yeah. Oh.
And back then they didn't have a name for it. They were like,
I
"This is this
remember someone
position
who wanted
fucking
to do that,
rocks."
but
I hope someone comes up with a name for it one day.
I hope there's a
Where's
metaphor for
the?
this
How
in the
are we
future.
gonna go
I
back
think I'm
to
flying cars,
Democratic
or, like,
Confederalism?
flying horseless chariots.
We're trying.
Mm-hmm. Does it say they will, or is this still going to be
No,
bestiality?
this is the last one. Is the ethics of bestiality. So I think
Uh-huh.
they're just going to be talking about this. Something popped
Well,
up
let's
here.
skip forward a few and see. Let's just do a jump skip through, like 10-second jump skips, and like see. Let's see when we land on something.
There was something that popped up here. Oh, whatever. What are we? 31. Let's go to 34.
And what you say what you will about Castro?
How do you make a video about Kurdistan, the PKK, and democratic confederalism, and end up talking about fucking animals for half of it? What is the connection? This is why furries shouldn't do politics. Stick to your little thing. Just nobody cares if you're doing your thing. This is just ridiculous. Like there's no connection here. There's no reason that someone should be clicking on a video about democratic confederalism then having to be tortured for an hour and a half listening to people justify fucking animals.
What are you talking about? No reason. We've probably given this the most watch time this video's ever gotten.
Ever.
Oh, he's not Batista.
Well, and let me kind of throw some background in here. My grandfather's from Cuba, and he absolutely hated Castro. But let's also be real.
Oh,
he owned, like,
crazy.
50 acres of estate.
You have
So-
family from
Lozano,
Cuba that
I
didn't
see.
like Castro.
Yeah, it's almost like that's the normal story.
Okay, Kevin, jump forward some more. We gotta get through this. Can go home soon. It's quitting
But
time.
yeah, so my question to you,
Somebody missed
Gecko,
a lot of
is,
stuff and just
so what
showed
do you think
up.
about the article?
You missed them talking about fucking sheep.
I talked a little bit about Turkish history beforehand and kind of how it relates to quote unquote the Kurdish question.
I will not
Whoa,
apologize.
Kurdish
That was a
question,
great joke.
Kurdish question. We got back to Kurdistan.
But yeah.
The Kurdish question, actually the Jewish question in disguise.
Well, literally, they stole that terminology from the Jewish question. They wanted to make it a very racialized thing and be like, what do we do with the Kurds, rather than like,
Yeah. So
Yeah,
remember
like
how
that.
I found
Yeah.
Hassan's origin story on when he broke? This is when Vosh broke. This is when he got horse pilled for the first time.
Yeah, we've
I found it.
all.
I found it all. I'm the best.
Yeah.
It's literally we're creating.
This is
we're
what you
creating
get for
as
sticking
a-
around or
as a
showing
parallel
up
to
at the end of
because
stream.
we actually we would commit mass genocide. But no, so the article was actually really interesting because I found like the first half of it was just like, hey, fuck the Turkish, not like the people, but the government. Fuck the Syrians, not the people, but the government. And so we need to actually create a thing. And this is what it means to be a Kurd and what it means to be in Kurdistan. And then Öcalan was basically like, so we need to create something that is democratic, that is not a neoliberal democracy. And basically create it to be entirely equal. He has this entire spiel about the making females more equal because everywhere else in the Middle East,
Females.
the culture is basically subjugating women. And you can actually see this in modern day Rojava by every single election
Wow.
has to have a male and a female representative.
The next,
that was so
now
reductive. That
the
was
next
so
question
reductive
is
of the
who's next?
philosophy.
Yeah, isn't it? But
Like-
yeah, the next question is which stream is next?
Yeah. Whose deep lore will I discover next? But here's the thing. the thing is that it's supposed to be about the slavery and how the chain of hierarchies lead up to the first person being enslaved was the man enslaving a woman.
Yeah.
That's what the philosophy is.
Yeah.
Not the Middle East treats women bad.
Yeah, it's very reductive.
Like,
and like
the planet treats women bad. It's not a Middle
Yeah.
Eastern problem.
Yeah. And like, this is really the first ideology that has truly opted for proper liberation.
Mm-hmm.
So it's something very important and something that is not to be glazed over like this.
Has to. Like it is
Yeah, they
part
have
of
a separate women's council for one of their branches of
yell at
government.
me.
Like it's all mirrored by like one woman as well to like counter previously established patriarchal like social structure.
But yeah, that's kind of how you got to do it. That's what confederalism kind of is. Basically, trying to take all the societies like hierarchy and flatten it. That's why it's anarchist in a sense.
Oh, it's totally anarchist. Like reading it, I was like, oh my gosh, this is so tying into anarchist systems theory that I'm not even sure why people don't talk about Öcalan more often.
Well, it's because of the Turkish state, but also
all the time.
he's classed as a terrorist. But what
It's
ended up
just
happening is the
democratic
Turkish state was
confederalism.
like, the
It's just
military, police, and
confederalism,
whatnot.
dude.
And then the Turkish state would go into the mountains and just kill any Kurd they saw. That's pretty much the Turkish-Kurdish war.
I feel
There
like
are
modern
people
problems
who
require modern
identify as
solutions.
anarchists
What if
there?
we just did some like Ben Shapiro thug life cringe compilations of Kurdish ethnic genocide, and we can kind of get public opinion turned in favor of the Kurds that way. You know, it would be like Erdogan, like you see like a bunch of YPG like women like dead, like burnt out, with
Jay.
their bodies being piled up, and then like it makes the air horn noise. I feel like if we put enough of these cringe compilations together, we could like own Erdogan and maybe turn public opinion against him.
Well,
Oh my god, you're so fucking annoying.
True, you do need the ad bucks. You do need the ad bucks.
Yeah. I mean, we just need to, instead of actually contributing anything to Rojava, we need to raise awareness that Rojava exists and do nothing else. Just
It doesn't
What about the other
exist.
three?
Rojava doesn't exist.
What about the other three parts of Kurdistan?
Like, let's be very clear.
Yeah.
Rojava is a Kurdish word. It is not a Kurdish nation. They do not run it as a Kurdish nation. It is not an ethnic state. Right? Rojava just means west.
Yeah.
It's just an ethnic identifier for the specific ethnic region of West Kurdistan. Which is just... Bro! Didn't Alinity
I
get
just
canceled for that?
No,
Throwing
I
a cat?
put it and he landed on a shoebox is what happened.
Rojava, and the Rojavans, as far as I'm aware, like, yeah, it kind of sucks, but at least we still go on existing.
Well, no, Bashar al-Assad is doing that because Turkey wouldn't assimilate him. Turkey just killed him.
Oh, was it Assad doing it? Okay.
Assad, yeah, they turned to Assad, and if Assad has a lot of issues with his government, I mean, let's be real. In our hearts, everyone's a Baathist, but that's a hot take.
Oh no! Oh no! And the anarchist podcast too. Oh god, everyone's succumbing. Everyone's falling to the Baathist flavor. Hey, listen, I get it. I understand. I took the Tito pill like 3 days ago.
I'm sorry, I'm still a Houthist. Just spilled bunkers everywhere.
Oh god, anarcho-monarchist. That's the enlightened centrism of anarchism.
Everybody's a king.
Every man a king. Huey Long gang. Let's go.
I've never spoken to an unironic anarcho-monarchist, but I do know
that it's supposed to be like the most.
I'm out
Are we
here.
learning
I
about
believe, and I've always
Kurdistan and
believed this very
democratic confederalism, everyone?
We're trying.
I've learned a lot about horse
I like
cock.
that song.
Oh god. I can't wait for Transmarks though.
Okay, hang on, I got you.
But I do want to make a. Hey, look, it's Bruno.
Listen, wait, really quickly. Can I just say,
So
listen?
where would I post this when I find it?
I'm on the far.
So are we just like not going to talk about it anymore, or is it just
Listen,
making memes or what?
everyone's feeling educated, bro. See,
Great.
everyone's
We're
feeling educated.
continuing. I'm
We're
trying to
learning
get to
about-
the educational content. It's very
I mean,
hard.
it's been in here. We got to learn how to draw an ottoman.
That's true. Big Hat Man.
Mm-hmm. We learned
learned
about
otherwise.
Puppy
The
Girl
idea
Jenna.
that
Wait,
theory is
that
that-
wasn't in this.
Yes, this is how we're revolutionizing journalism.
No, not really. This is how we're raising money to revolutionize
Yeah.
journalism.
So this is just more of a means to an end. So this is more just fundraising. Obviously the content we're
Fundraising for Ukraine too.
Yeah, fun. Yeah, so we've got these.
You can actually run shit as fundraisers too on YouTube.
And then once we get enough to register, then we'll start doing more on the ground stuff, more journalism-y stuff. Probably less streaming, or we may get other people to do it, or we might rotate people.
I'm
We'll
not
see.
gonna be. I know I won't be streaming.
But we will see what happens. We'll probably keep the LTEX going, if not change it to something else eventually. Not really sure at this point. The next goal is registering it, and that's what we're doing now. So thanks for the support. We do appreciate it.
Be all end all like a book guard on what determines whether or not like your form of praxis is valid. I think this is an incredibly reductivist, elitist, cancerous, and counterproductive mentality that the left needs to move past.
And also, it's also a halting problem.
Well, I actually totally agree with you, Ross, but there's also, I kind of have a different take that kind of counteracts, but, sits alongside, because we need to understand theory to know what to do after the revolution, right? And then that's one of the reasons that we started with Conquest of Bread, because it's talking about what you do after everybody's on board with this leftist theory, what happens after we're all like, okay, let's just dismantle the government. Because if we don't sit down and have at least some part of...
Why are we talking about dismantling governments when we're supposed to be talking about democratic confederalism, which is not anything about dismantling government?
Nothing to do with it, yeah.
Some kind of vanguard. I don't know. Let's be Leninists now. If we don't have some kind of group that understands how to structure the society to counteract these measures that will lead back into the state, lead back into capitalism, we don't have some kind of group that is like, okay, this is how we can structure things, and this is how we can actually build, dual power. Then it just falls apart as soon as we have the revolution. And we
I do not disagree with. But
you don't need a revolution. That's the other thing. Like if you've got enough people in enough space, and you just be like, we're doing our own thing. Fuck yourself.
Just go start a cult commune.
Like that's all you need to do. And then another one starts and you start trading with them, and look, you've got democratic confederalism. Crazy.
But I feel like even that understanding can be simplified into truisms that that come from like the more academic or the more learned people, rather than this expectation that absolutely everyone needs to be familiar with like the depths of capital.
Well, there should be a version of all these books.
Starting in
oh my god, bro! How are you? Did you hear this? Like, come on! If you're supposed to be here talking about democratic confederalism, how do you immediately not talk about like the education measures that it implements?
Yeah.
When they're talking about this education stuff.
The political education is like a cornerstone to this, because if you're not politically educated, it just breaks down. That's what I think, anyway. I don't know if that's like
literally
actually
what
in
they
the
said
theory.
to us in our interview, where we actually talk about the theory, and it's just about democratic confederalism.
Yeah,
and we don't call them the YPG.
Yeah.
Right. English.
Everything that you need to know in any of those books by a competent author could be summarized in 20 pages in plain 8th grade English. I believe this very firmly.
And that's why I stand memes so hard, because memes are basically the pamphlets of today. Because nobody just sit down and let's be completely
memes
honest.
are the pamphlets of today, bro.
I get my news from memes. I get my political theory from memes.
I do mimetic warfare. That's why we can. That's why we're going to control the masses with memes.
Yeah.
I read a 15-page pamphlet about why the fuck capitalism sucks. They're gonna laugh at a fucking meme that's not some dude sitting around a fire with two other people in the collapse of society going, yeah, at least we made our stockholders so much fucking money. Like that's what's
zero cost,
they're gonna be able to connect with it. And
if it costs nothing, then it's easy to do.
Low overheads.
Like wow, that fucking sucks. Yes,
I have people that I would be paying right now if I had
that
the money. A lot of good people out there that I already know.
Concepts and stuff like that. So there is that caveat, but I think in general, what ends up the biggest thing is just that theory is not the be all end all. Theory is a tool.
Even Tanya, just to pay Tanya so she can just do journalism full time. That would be cool.
That would be good. We'll get there. She's almost settled, and we'll be able to do some stuff soon. So that'll be good.
Make our praxis better. It's a tool that we use to try to understand how to work with the world. And that's pretty much what it is.
He's not listening at all.
About,
you can tell.
Theory being the be all end all, where it's like, ooh man, like holding people at gunpoint and being like, ooh, I'll read this line of Capital from memory. Do you know it? And then like if you don't, you're not a true leftist.
You're not a true leftist unless you've read all 4 volumes of Das Kapital and understand them to
oh my god
the extent that you can read them back.
This is so cringe.
That they're written in.
That's like,
and watch the anime.
He's not listening at all.
It's the same thing where it's like with
because we've heard this conversation 1,000 times.
Leftism is all about the lower classes coming together and forming a solidarity and rising up against the upper classes.
Yeah, 100%.
And like with like woke schools and stuff like that, almost with them, it's more about the aesthetics of being woke rather than actually being woke.
Wait, is this like? Are you talking about IDPOL?
Yeah, well, IDPOL is fine. My problem is with a lot of people who like the liberal version of IDPOL, which is just like.
Y'all ever see the video of Cory Booker talking about how ISIS keeps owning him with memes? We showed it before.
Don't have the aesthetics of racism, but you can don't like basically just be like, oh, being racist is saying something that can be construed as racist rather than a societal structure that really
Man,
affects
it sure
people.
seems
And
like a lot
liberalism-
more of
yeah.
like whatever
the
this
whole
dude
50%
thinks
CEOs
and
would be
not
increased
anything
away.
about democratic
Yes. 50%
confederalism
of like army
and horsecocks. Imagine if we actually did
general
like
could be-
statistics and like actually clocked the amount of time that democratic confederalism is talked about.
I can't hear you because I'm being spoken to from 3 ears.
women so we can bomb Yemenis.
Yeah, there are
That's-
definitely there are 2 types of idpol. There's the kind of idpol where you supplant like ideas with identity, which is the bad liberal kind of idpol. Oh, it doesn't matter. Things don't need to be accepting or progressive. They just need to have.
Okay, I don't think we're getting back to democratic confederalism.
What do you mean? What do you mean? This is totally isn't.
They're talking about identity politics.
Isn't idpool? Isn't that what democratic confederalism is?
Identity politics.
Yeah, that's what I was told by these people.
Awful.
Or given amount of people of color, and then there's the
See Barack Obama.
Oh god,
right.
here we
And
are.
then
We're talking about race again. White people talking about race.
Around identity. White nationalism is literally idpol. Idpol is tangential.
Mr. Kushner, all of this must have a cost.
He said it never happened. He said the Holocaust never happened.
Thank you, Jared Kushner.